Chapter 2705. Who are you people? The old city lord looked at the two people in front of him and asked directly. Yen was also very curious. She was born with the Tao eye, so she could naturally see the little boy's physique. Because of this, she was extremely shocked. Although the old city lord was an immortal emperor, he couldn't see the little boy's physique. I want to ask the city lord to introduce me to a person called Gu Fei. The old man calmly stated the purpose of his visit. At this time, the little boy next to the old man was staring at the table of sumptuous delicacies in front of him, constantly devouring them. Do you want to eat? Then come over here. Yen waved at the little boy and said, Are you talking to me? The little boy pointed at himself in surprise. Haha, interesting. Is there anyone else here besides you? Yen said with a smile. Grandpa. The little boy looked up at the old man. Although he was very hungry, he hadn't eaten anything since the morning. Although he wanted to go over and have a big meal, he endured it. Go, the old man said. The little boy was immediately overjoyed. He immediately rushed over, stretched out his dirty little hand, grabbed a piece of 9-colored deer meat, and ate it. This was the meat of the 9-colored spirit deer, which contained spiritual energy. Soon, the little boy's mouth and nose were inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. The spiritual energy contained in the 9-colored deer meat was dissolved in his body. Seeing this scene, the old immortal emperor was extremely shocked. This little boy was very unusual. He could actually directly dissolve the spiritual energy contained in the 9-colored deer meat. The little boy didn't cultivate any cultivation method, but his body was tempered to be very strong. He was like an unpolished jade. The old city lord was extremely shocked with this little boy's physique. He was definitely a genius that all the sects would fight to recruit into their sect. Soon, a piece of 9-colored deer meat weighing several jin was completely devoured by the little boy. Then, he wiped his mouth and directly grabbed a piece of golden-winged tiger meat that was roasted golden and glossy. In a short while, the little boy ate another piece of golden-winged tiger meat that weighed several jin. It's too delicious, the little boy said while sucking his fingers. Is it delicious? Eat more then. Yen looked at the little boy and said with a smile, And thank you, sister. The little boy smiled happily. His smile was pure and his teeth were white as snow. Then he started to eat. It was hard to imagine that this little boy's stomach could actually hold so much food. You want to see Lord Gu Fei? The old city lord was very surprised. One must know that there were countless people who wanted to meet Gu Fei through him, but he rejected all of them. That was because the old city lord knew that in front of Gu Fei, he was basically nothing. Moreover, Gu Fei liked silence, and no one dared to disturb him. But this time, the old city lord felt that something was amiss. That's right, you just need to say that we're from the Supreme Profound sect. The old man was very calm. Even though his cultivation was half crippled, and he wasn't the old city lord's opponent, he still had a wave of arrogance that wasn't weaker than others. Supreme Mystery Sect. The old city lord could not help but feel a little puzzled. Did the Supreme Mystery Sect exist in the heaven realm? The old city lord searched his mind for a long time, but he had no clue. Naturally, he had not heard of the Supreme Mystery Sect. It should be known that the Supreme Mystery Sect was not a sect in the heaven realm, but a sect in the mortal world. Moreover, the Supreme Mystery Sect had long been destroyed. In the heaven realm, there were not many people who knew about the Supreme Mystery Sect. Grandpa, why don't I go back to the courtyard? Yen suddenly said. The old city lord guessed what Yen wanted to do. I want to take this little brother to see the Grand Master. Yen said very seriously. The old city lord was a little unhappy when he heard this. It should be known that Yen had just returned. That's it, Yen said. She was a very assertive person. This old man was different from the little boy. Although his clothes were ragged, his flaws could not be concealed. She decided to help the grandfather and grandson. "Thank you very much, little girl." The old man said to Yen, "Old man, come and eat some too." Yen said to the old man, "Then it is better to be polite than to be polite." The old man was not a person who cared about trifles. As he spoke, he walked over and sat down directly at the table. He reached out and grabbed the food on the table and began to eat. The old city lord was very unhappy when he saw this scene. He lowered his head and drank alone. After eating and drinking, Yen asked someone to take the old man and the little boy to take a bath and change clothes. When the grandfather and grandson appeared in front of the old city lord and Yen again, the old city lord and Yen's eyes lit up. After the old man and the little boy took a bath and changed clothes, their aura had changed dramatically. Although the old man's hair was white, there was a kind of extraordinary temperament in his movements. And the little boy was even more beautiful, like a celestial child who had fallen from the ninth heaven to the mortal world. The old city lord was shocked. Although he had already seen that the old man and the little boy were different, he never thought that the old man and the little boy would have such extraordinary temperament. What a cute little brother. Yen walked over and reached out to pinch the little boy's face. "It hurts." The little boy immediately hid behind the old man. "Okay, I will take you to see the Grandmaster now." Yen said and led the old man and the little boy to the Luoxia city's teleportation formation. The courtyard was in the mountains. She did not want people to know that she had returned to Luoxia city. Yen the old man, and the little boy boarded the teleportation formation. Yen bid farewell to the old city lord, then activated the teleportation formation and disappeared from the formation platform. The next moment, a teleportation formation platform in the courtyard lit up. A mass of divine light emerged from the platform, and a void door appeared on the platform. Then, the divine light dissipated, and 3 figures appeared on the platform. They were an old man in purple, a girl in white, and a little boy. "Yen, why are you back so soon?" Next to the small lake in the courtyard, Gu Fei, who was sitting on a big stone and fishing, suddenly looked in the direction of the teleportation formation platform and said to himself, he was very satisfied with his grand disciple. It should be known that Yen had cultivated to the immortal realm in half a year. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past. Well, why did Yen bring back 2 people? Gu Fei said with some surprise. He sensed 2 unfamiliar auras, one of which caused him to involuntarily be moved. At this time, Yen had already led the old man and the little boy down from the formation platform and walked towards the small lake where Gu Fei was. Yen received a message from Gu Fei, asking her to bring the 2 people to see him immediately. Yen naturally had to obey the Grandmaster's order. She quickly led the old man and the little boy through the palace hall and came to the lake. "You are Gu Fei." Before Yen could speak, the old man had already rushed to speak. This shocked Yen. This person dared to speak to the Grandmaster like this. "Yes." Gu Fei put down the fishing rod in his hand, then stood up and looked at the old man. "You know the Taishan sect?" The old man thought for a moment. Hearing this, Gu Fei's expression immediately became serious. "So you do know the Taishan sect. It seems that we have found the right person." The old man said, "Who are you?" Gu Fei quickly calmed down and said to the old man, "We are from the Zhao family of the ancients." The old man did not hesitate and directly told him where he came from. It turned out that the old man and the little boy were from the Zhao family of the ancients. There was a member of the Zhao family who had been left outside. That member was Zhao Ziru. When the Taishan sect's great calamity came, the Zhao family of the ancients recognized that Zhao Ziru was a member of the Zhao family, so they introduced her to the Zhao family. At that time, a genius of the Zhao family who was qualified to compete for the position of clan leader was Zhao Ziru's brother. Super forces, like the Zhao family of the ancients, were full of all kinds of open and secret struggles. The other geniuses of the Zhao family were all eyeing the position of clan leader. As early as a few years ago, Zhao Ziru's brother was plotted against and fell in the wilderness thousands of miles away from the Zhao family of the ancients. The Zhao family that Zhao Ziru belonged to was at a disadvantage in the battle. In order to protect her nephew, Zhao Ziru asked the old man to bring her nephew to find Gu Fei. As for Zhao Ziru herself, she was still dealing with the other factions in the family. After listening to the old man's story, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. So junior sister Zhao Ziru was actually a member of the Zhao family of the ancients. Moreover, she was still alive. However, since she was still alive, why didn't she acknowledge him? Gu Fei could not understand. Moreover, he also wanted to know how many of his fellow disciples had survived after the Great Calamity. Rebuilding the Taishan sect had always been his dream. He could not wait to go to the Zhao family of the ancients in the heaven realm, but then he calmed down. Since Zhao Ziru was not willing to recognize him, there must be a reason. This little guy is junior sister, Zhao Ziru's nephew. Gu Fei looked at the little boy standing under the big rock and said, "This is." When Gu Fei carefully observed the little boy with his martial path heavenly eye, he was shocked to find that the little boy actually had an earth elemental physique. "What's your name?" Gu Fei asked the little boy. "My name is Zhao Hao," the little boy said. Good name." Gu Fei nodded, then said to the old man, "You came to find me because you want me to avenge Zhao Ziru's brother, right?" "No, I hope that you can take little Hao as your disciple. He must avenge himself. He can't let others do it," the old man said with a solemn expression. Oh, hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but look at the old man and the little boy under the big rock with interest. Chapter 2706. The old man Zhao Changqing and his grandson Zhao Hao stayed in the courtyard. Zhao Hao was actually Zhao Ziru's nephew, which made Gu Fei incomparably shocked, especially Zhao Ziru's identity. Zhao Ziru was actually a member of the primordial Zhao clan. This was something that Gu Fei would never have thought of. Zhao Ziru's wandering outside was probably the result of the various factions in the Zhao clan fighting for power. This was something that often happened within the large clans. Moreover, the internal strife within the primordial Zhao family was even more brutal and merciless. Some people would do anything just to get ahead. The Zhao family of the ancients also had a stronghold in the heaven realm. In fact, to a certain extent, the Zhao family of the ancients in the heaven realm and the Zhao family of the ancients in the human world were of the same origin. However, things were different now. After countless years, the desolate Zhao family in the heaven realm had changed. Someone wanted to draw a clear line between them and the desolate Zhao family in the human realm. When Zhao Ziru came to the heaven realm, her life would definitely not be easy. Her brother had already been plotted against and died, leaving behind a nephew. She could not protect this nephew, so she could only send this nephew to find Gu Fei. Ever since Gu Fei defeated the Golden Crow old ancestor, his name had already resounded throughout the heaven realm, and he was known as the peerless savage. If there was a person in the heaven realm that could not be provoked, it would not be those emperors, nor would it be those great, ferocious beasts. It would be Gu Fei, the peerless, ferocious man. After hearing about Zhao Ziru's news, Gu Fei wished that he could immediately fly to the northern snow region of the heaven realm to look for Zhao Ziru. To the north of the heaven realm was a snowy region. There were two great forces there. One was the snowy heavenly palace, and the other was the desolate ancient Zhao family. The heavenly palace of the snow domain was very mysterious. Very few people from the heavenly palace of the snow domain left the heavenly palace of the snow domain. Some people said that the heavenly palace's inheritors were all women. Compared to the mysteriousness of the heavenly snow palace, the desolate Zhao family in the heaven realm was very high profile. The desolate Zhao family in the heaven realm had produced many strong warriors. Among them, Zhao Wudi was an invincible existence among the younger generation. He had never been defeated since he started cultivating. The goddess wants to control the entire heaven realm's Zhao family as soon as she arrived. Dream on, on the peak of a sky-reaching snowy mountain in the endless snow region in the north, a wild laughter came from a palace. That's right. Just a few small fries from the lower realm want to act like a tyrant. In our Zhao family, you're looking down on us too much. Someone in the hall chimed in. However, that divine daughter is not to be underestimated. She has a forbidden artifact protecting her. It will be quite difficult to kill her. Someone said, forbidden tools aren't omnipotent. She managed to escape this time, but she won't be so lucky next time. In the main hall, on the throne, a figure suddenly raised his head. Two incomparably sharp eyes flashed like lightning. At this moment, in the endless snow region in the north, there was a cave in a desolate mountain range. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the cave. It was a woman with a ferocious bronze mask on her face. At this moment, the woman was surrounded by divine light, and 9 Tao patterns appeared in the void around her. The aura of the great path filled the cave. There were bloodstains on the woman's chest. Clearly, she was injured. How dare you, Zhao Wudi? Sooner or later, you will regret what happened today. The masked woman muttered to herself. In the northern snow region, something happened in the Zhao family of the ancients in the heaven realm. The people from the lower realm were plotted against. Even the divine daughter almost died. When the news spread, the other forces in the northern snow region were shocked. The northern snow region was extremely vast. Although it was a world of ice and snow, there were still many forces. After all, there were many treasures here. For example, the ancestral land of the Zhao family of the ancients in the northern snow region was a land of immortals. Not only was there no ice and snow, but it was also filled with spiritual energy. It was as warm as spring. Some forces even opened up their own grotto heavens. Some people guessed that the heavenly palace of the snow region had opened up a grotto heavens or even a divine land. Otherwise, how could no one know where the heavenly palace of the snow region was located? While the Zhao family was in trouble, the old man Zhao Chongqing and the little boy Zhao Hao settled down in a courtyard in the Luoxia city of the southern mountains. There, they no longer had to be afraid. Although the Zhao family of the Shui region did not dare to openly kill Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Hao, they had secretly hired assassins to assassinate the two grandfather-grandsons. Zhao Chongqing almost died under the sword of one of the assassins. Even though he survived, his cultivation was half crippled. He fell from the immortal emperor realm to the immortal god realm. Moreover, after the battle with the assassin, Zhao Chongqing was left with internal injuries. What kind of person was Gu Fei? He naturally saw through Zhao Chongqing's problem at a glance. He personally took action and forced out the sword qi that had invaded Zhao Chongqing's body. In just a few short days, Zhao Chongqing's internal injuries were completely healed, and his cultivation base was almost restored. At the same time, Zhao Hao became Gu Fei's disciple. In this way, Zhao Hao became Yan Er's uncle master. This really made Yan Er depressed for a few days. In a quiet room in the courtyard, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a praying mat. In front of him was a little boy who looked like he was carved out of jade. This person was Zhao Hao. Do you know the reason why I accepted you as my disciple? Gu Fei looked at Zhao Hao calmly and said, "It's because of my physique." Zhao Hao said, although he was still young, he had become much more mature after experiencing such a huge change. "You're right. The reason why I accepted you as my disciple is not because you're Zhao Ziru's nephew, but because you're a promising talent." Gu Fei nodded and said, he was also very surprised that this nephew of Zhao Ziru actually had the earth elemental physique. Moreover, this boy didn't cultivate any cultivation technique. In this way, Gu Fei had saved a lot of effort in guiding him to the martial Dao. "Many thanks for your help, Master." Zhao Hao kowtowed to Gu Fei and said, "All right, there's no need to stand on ceremony between you and me. Just do as you please." Gu Fei said, "Yes, Master." Zhao Hao said, "Since you become my disciple, I'll teach you supreme techniques." Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He pointed his finger at Zhao Hao's forehead and imprinted the first part of the martial scripture into Zhao Hao's mind. Zhao Hao closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he carefully studied the martial scripture that suddenly appeared in his mind. He knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to become strong and then find Zhao Wudi to take revenge. Zhao Wudi was the rising star of the Zhao clan of Shuiyu. He was said to be the strongest among the younger generation of the Zhao clan. He was invincible in the entire Shuiyu. Even some of the older generation of experts weren't his match. Of course, the Zhao clan of Shuiyu wasn't the only superpower in the northern Shuiyu. There was also the Heavenly Palace of Shuiyu. However, the people of the Heavenly Palace of Shuiyu were mysterious and unfathomable. The descendant of the Heavenly Palace of Shuiyu was only a legend. No one had ever seen him before. However, among the younger generation of the Heavenly Palace of Shuiyu, only the descendant of the Heavenly Palace of Shuiyu could fight against Zhao Wudi. Zhao Hao was very ambitious. He wanted to kill Zhao Wudi. This was definitely not an easy thing to do. For him, it was almost impossible. The martial scripture was broad and profound. Even though Zhao Hao was a rare genius, it wasn't easy for him to comprehend anything in such a short time. Gu Fei left the room and let Zhao Hao comprehend alone. Gu Fei really thought highly of this disciple of his. However, how far Zhao Hao could go would depend on himself. Northern Shuiyu. Gu Fei went outside. At this time, the crescent moon was hanging in the sky. The courtyard was very quiet. "What are you thinking about?" At this time, a girl in white came from afar. "Nothing." Gu Fei didn't look back. He already knew who it was. In this courtyard, no one would talk to him like this except for two people. Yen came to Gu Fei's side. "Nothing. You're thinking about your junior sister," Yen said with a smile. There was a hint of jealousy in her tone. She didn't want to share her husband with another girl. However, Yen also knew that Gu Fei and his junior sister knew each other first. This was a fact that could not be changed. "What are you thinking about?" Gu Fei naturally heard the jealousy in Yen's tone. He couldn't help but smile. Even though she had become a saint, Yen was still a girl. "I'm not thinking about anything else. You're just thinking too much," Yen said. "Haha, all right. After all, we're from the same sect. You know that I've always had a wish, and that is to rebuild the Taishan sect." Gu Fei looked at the bright moon in the sky. His eyes became deep. Rebuild the Taishan sect. Yen's mood also became heavy. She naturally knew the importance of this matter to Gu Fei. This had always been a shadow in Gu Fei's heart. Only by rebuilding the Taishan sect would the shadow in Gu Fei's heart disappear? Let's go back inside, Yen said. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. The two returned to the house. This was a peaceful night, but for others it was not peaceful. Outside the courtyard, there were still many young people who had been sent by the major forces. These young people all wanted to worship Gu Fei as a master, but these people did not know that Gu Fei had already accepted enough disciples and would not accept any more. Even if these people knelt for a lifetime, it would be useless. That Zhao Hao was definitely a freak. In just one night, he had actually reached the entry level. He had already mastered some of the basic combat skills of the martial way. This Zhao Hao was indeed a piece of unpolished jade that had not been polished. Very good. Gu Fei saw Zhao Hao's progress. He was very happy. With time, with Zhao Hao's speed of cultivation, his cultivation would definitely improve very quickly. Zhao Hao only needed to cultivate step by step. There was no need for him to guide him. Chapter 2707. The northern snowy region was a land of ice and snow. Although it was a bitter cold place, it had produced many earth-shattering figures. The heavenly palace of the snowy region had produced heaven-defying experts in every generation. They fought their way out of the snowy region and competed with the experts of the heaven realm. They were famous in the heaven realm. However, the heavenly palace of the snowy region was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew where it was located. The northern snowy region was a special place. All the sects in the heaven realm wanted to infiltrate the snowy region, but they all failed due to various reasons. There was no teleportation formation in the area controlled by the southern mountain god Emperor. Therefore, it would be difficult for Gu Fei to go to the northern snowy region. One should know that the heaven realm was really big. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, it would not be easy to reach the northern snowy region without using a teleportation formation. The sun was shining brightly in a courtyard in the mountains outside Luoxia City. Are you really going to the northern snowy region? Yen said to Gu Fei in a pavilion. Yes. Gu Fei did not say anything and just nodded. Father, are you going to leave? I will go with you. Gu Ling jumped out of nowhere and hugged Gu Fei's arm as she spoke. Ling, don't mess around. Yen said to Gu Ling. Mother, when did I mess around? Gu Ling said unhappily. All right, our Ling is the most obedient. Gu Fei said while rubbing Gu Ling's head dotingly. Father, does that mean you agree? Gu Ling said happily. The northern snowy region was a mysterious place. She was very interested in it. She wanted to go there and see for herself. No. Gu Fei shook his head. Father, Gu Ling wanted to say something else. All right, that's it. You stay with your mother. I will feel more at ease this way. Gu Fei said. There was no room for discussion. The northern snowy region was definitely not a good place. Otherwise, the major forces of the heaven realm would not be able to set up a stronghold there. Only the local forces of the northern snowy region knew the reason. This was a secret of the northern snowy region. Gu Fei did not want to know. He just wanted to go to the snowy region and find Zhao Zairu. How could she know how many disciples of the Taishan sect had survived? With his current cultivation, it would not be difficult to rebuild the Supreme Mystery Sect. However, without the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect, could it still be called the Supreme Mystery Sect? That was why Gu Fei had not rebuilt the Taishan sect. Previously, when Li Lingfeng had come to the soaring dragon ancestral planet, Gu Fei had thought it was a great opportunity to rebuild the Taishan sect. However, the betrayal of the South Heaven Supremacy had taken place. The South Heaven Supremacy had robbed Li Lingfeng of his ancestral god weapon and severely injured him. He had yet to find Li Lingfeng. This was also the reason why Gu Fei wanted to kill Hierarch South Heaven. Although Hierarch South Heaven had betrayed them, he was still a sacred venerate after all. Gu Fei was also a person who appreciated talents. However, Divine Lord Southern Heaven had touched Gu Fei's bottom line and had actually attacked Li Lingfeng. It had to be known that there were not many disciples of the Taishan sect who had survived. If something had happened to Li Lingfeng, the matter of rebuilding the Taishan sect would probably have to be put on hold indefinitely. Therefore, Gu Fei had killed the South Heaven supremacy. Your father is not going to the snowy region to play. Just stay with me, Yen'er said to Guling. Got it, mother. Guling stuck her tongue out at Yen. She could not go play again. Although she was a little disappointed, it was nothing. Staying here was just playing. Her cultivation had reached a bottleneck. There was no need for her to deliberately cultivate. Guling was still accumulating. She was not in a hurry to undergo the tribulation. She did not want any accidents to happen during the tribulation. The tribulation was very important to her. Old Gu, are you going to the northern snowy region? At that moment, a figure walked in from outside. It was Old Tortoise. Hello, Uncle Old Tortoise. Guling smiled as soon as she saw Old Tortoise. When Yen'er saw Old Tortoise, she just nodded at him without saying anything. What? You have a way. Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and said, this guy was the son of the Tai Huang and held the Tai Huang seal. He could be said to be a powerful person in the heaven realm. Back then, the Tai Huang was invincible. Maybe Old Tortoise really had a way to go to the northern snowy region. Ha! I wouldn't have come if I didn't have a way. Old Tortoise laughed and sat down next to Gu Fei. That's great. Gu Fei could not help but be overjoyed. He was troubled about how to go to the northern snowy region. If he went to the northern snowy region on his own, it would probably take several years. However, if he used the interdomain transportation formation, he could quickly reach the northern snowy region. Old Tortoise, live up to my reputation. Old Tortoise said proudly, don't hide it. Tell me, what method do you have to send me to the northern snowy region? Gu Fei said straightforwardly, why are you in such a hurry? Old Tortoise said, Gu Fei shook his head. No matter how long Old Tortoise lived, his temperament would not change. Sometimes, Gu Fei really envied people like him. One should know that not everyone could keep their original heart the same. All right, I'll stop teasing you. It's actually not a special method. I know a coordinate in the northern snowy region. I can use the Tai Huang seal to send you there. Old Tortoise said. What? Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. This is a one-way teleportation. Doesn't that mean I'll have to wait a few years before I can return to Nanling? Gu Fei was speechless. Old Gu, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Can't you build an interdomain transportation formation in the northern snowy region? Old Tortoise said snappily. This Gu Fei was at a loss for words when he heard this. He really hadn't thought of this earlier. In fact, it was very simple. He only needed to remember the coordinates of this place, and when he wanted to return, he could build an inter-region teleportation formation. With his current cultivation, it was not difficult for him to build an interdomain teleportation formation. The difficulty in building an interdomain transportation formation lay in the fact that it was difficult to find the materials needed, especially the interdomain transportation formation. It was not something that just anyone could build. This was because the materials needed to build an interdomain transportation formation were not ordinary materials. If it was an ordinary Saint Venerable, it would be absolutely impossible to build an inter-region teleportation formation in such a short time. Even a Saint Venerable would have to make all kinds of preparations and gather all kinds of divine materials in order to build such a formation platform. However, Gufei did not lack materials at all. Go and get ready. Come and find me when you're ready. Old Tortoise stood up and walked out after saying that. With Old Tortoise here, Gufei was more at ease. It should be known that even the Fire Emperor and Yuan Gu would not provoke Old Tortoise. All the big shots in the Heaven Realm were very wary of the Grand Emperor's son. This was because the Grand Emperor's son had the Grand Emperor's seal, which was an extreme demon weapon. Old Tortoise had stayed in the courtyard for the past 6 months and did not return to the Heaven Realm's demon clan's ancestral court. He also enjoyed the peaceful days. Half a year ago, the demon clan had occupied the Eastern Land and taken over all the territories of the Eastern Sky Emperor, Yuan Gu. It could be said that the power of the Heaven Realm's demon clan had increased greatly. The Heaven Realm's demon clan was now a colossus. The ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor had not appeared. In the past 6 months, the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor's forces had been almost completely destroyed by the demon clan. The Nether sect had only obtained a place to rebuild their sect, which was given to them by the Heaven Realm's demon clan. It was difficult for the Nether sect to contend with the Heaven Realm's demon clan, so they could only passively accept the demon clan's arrangement. They had no choice but to accept this arrangement. Thus, the entire Eastern Land was now in a 3-way situation. In fact, nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was that the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor's forces had been replaced by the demon clan. The demon clan was incomparably powerful and had a great enmity with the demons. After the demon clan stabilized the Eastern Land, they began to deal with the demons. From time to time, they would send experts to attack the demon den compared to the demon clan's strength. The demons in the demon den seemed to be powerless. They had no fighting spirit, and many of the demon's experts were killed by the experts of the demon clan. The atmosphere inside the demon den was not right. The demons did not seem to be as united as they wanted. The demon clan's territory in the Eastern Land was constantly expanding. The demon clan had seized a lot of territory from the demons, and the demons could be said to be losing ground again and again. With the reappearance of the golden spiritual ape lineage, the atmosphere in the Eastern Land was very tense. It should be known that the golden spiritual ape lineage was once the ruler of the Eastern Land. Compared to the demon clan, the golden spiritual ape lineage, Yuan Hong, was even more powerful. He even killed his way into the demon den and fought with the demons that had lived for countless years. Then he calmly retreated. Even the ancient devils couldn't stop him. The situation in the Eastern Land was turbulent. Many low-level cultivators began to flee the Eastern Land. These cultivators did not want to be affected by the battle between the big shots. The other regions in the Heaven Realm were also in chaos. However, there was one place that was an exception, and that was the Northern Snow region. The descendant of the Heavenly Palace in the Snow region did not leave the Snow region as usual. He did not come to the Central Land to compete with the descendants of the various sections. The Zhao family of the ancients in the Snow region also did not leave the Snow region. However, the Zhao family of the ancients in the Snow region had an incomparably powerful descendant. This person's name was Zhao Wudi, which meant that he was invincible. In fact, ever since this fellow became a sovereign, he had never been defeated. Rumble. On this day, the sky above a mountain range in the Northern Snow region suddenly shook. Then, a divine light broke through the void and landed on a mountain peak. Boom. Chapter 2708. Rumble. Somewhere in the northern snowy region, a huge mountain collapsed. Ice, snow, and dust rose high into the sky. Countless rocks pierced through the air. The mountains were in chaos. The sudden change broke the peace in the snowy mountains. Roar. The roar of a wild beast came from the depths of the mountains. Rumble, muffled Sounds like thunder came from the ridges of the mountains. It was the sound of avalanches. A figure walked out from the snow and dust that filled the sky. It was a black-clothed youth. In this white world, he was very eye-catching. This is the northern snowy region. Gufei soared into the sky. With a single step, he ascended to the peak of a nearby snowy peak. Looking around, he saw endless snowy mountains in all directions. Everything was white, and he couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. This was a place of extreme cold. Of course, with Gufei's cultivation, the cold here couldn't affect him at all. At this moment, a strong and fierce aura came from a distance. A huge figure rushed out of a valley more than 10 miles away. It was a humanoid creature that was as tall as a small mountain. It had long, snow-white fur on its body, and the fiendish aura was coming from this humanoid creature. A snow ape. Gufei was surprised to see the humanoid creature. He didn't expect to encounter the elusive snow ape as soon as he arrived in the northern snowy region. The snow ape stared at Gufei, who was on the top of the mountain, with a fierce glint in its eyes. Roar! The snow ape suddenly roared at the sky and pounded its chest with its fists, producing a dull sound like that of a war drum. The ice and snow on both sides of the snowy peaks were shaken and fell continuously, forming a massive avalanche. The snow ape was more than 10 feet tall. The snow and ice that rolled down from both sides of the mountain could only reach its waist. In the next moment, the snow ape leaped into the air. It crossed a dozen miles of void and pounced on Gufei, who was on top of the mountain. Gufei was very surprised that this snow ape had the cultivation of an immortal god. He had just arrived in the northern snowy region, and he had already encountered such a wild beast. I was just fretting about not knowing where this place is. This beast has come at the right time. Gufei murmured to himself. He cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, so he could not release his aura. No one could see through him. A mere snow ape at the immortal god realm naturally did not know that its prey was someone it could not afford to offend. Otherwise, why would this snow ape dare to attack Gufei? At this time, the snow ape had already smashed down from the sky like a mountain. A strong wind swept down from the sky. The snow ape waved its fists and smashed them towards Gufei with all its might. Swoosh! Gufei took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Boom! With a loud bang, the snow ape's fist smashed into the mountain peak. The entire mountain peak exploded and collapsed with a loud bang. Countless rocks flew everywhere. Roar! The snow ape roared angrily and looked around, trying to find Gufei. Its ferocious aura spread from its body, frightening the wild beasts in the vicinity. This snow ape was the king of this region. It was naturally furious that Gufei had suddenly barged into its territory. At this moment, Gufei appeared in the sky above the snow ape. The snow ape could not sense Gufei's presence, even though he was so close to it. Gufei descended from the sky and stepped on the snow ape's head with the tip of his right foot. The moment Gufei's right foot landed on the snow ape's head, the enraged snow ape froze, as if it had been struck by a body-freezing spell. It did not move an inch. "Human, what do you want?" The snow ape sent a telepathic message to Gufei. At this moment, it realized that this human was unimaginably strong. He was not someone it could deal with. "Nothing much. I just came to the snow region and need a guide. But you're so big, and you have a bad temper. I'm wondering if I should change to a different guide." Gufei stood on the snow ape's head and said calmly, "What?" The snow ape was shocked when it heard this. "Don't. I'm willing to be your guide. I'll lead the way for you," the snow ape hurriedly said. It knew that its life depended on the other party's decision. If it said the wrong thing, it would die. "Is that so?" Gufei said noncommittally. At this moment, the snow ape's body began to shrink. Finally, It became the size of an adult's fist. It was fluffy and looked like a white ball of fur. It was very cute. Interesting. Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and the ball of fur flew into his hand. The snow ape now was completely different from the ferocious snow ape from before. This surprised Gu Fei. This little critter is willing to serve the exalted immortal. The fluffy snow ape knelt before Gu Fei. Very good. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the godly snatching secret technique to read the snow ape's memories. From the snow ape's memories, he roughly understood what kind of place the northern snow region was. There were only two forces in the northern snow region. One was the heavenly palace of the snow region, and the other was the Zhao family of the snow region. Between the two forces, the heavenly palace of the snow region was mysterious. No one knew where it was located. The Zhao family of the snow region was very high profile and powerful. If the heavenly palace of the snow region did not show up, the entire northern snow region belonged to the Zhao family of the snow region. The Zhao family of the snow region actually had such power and status in the northern snow region. It was no wonder that the Zhao family of the snow region refused to listen to the orders of the Zhao family of the human realm. The Zhao family of the snow region probably felt that the Zhao family of the ancients in the human realm was no longer comparable to the Zhao family of the snow region in the heaven realm. The Zhao family of the human realm should listen to the Zhao family of the heaven realm. After all, no matter if it was the mortal dimension or the heaven dimension, the strong were respected. However, to the Zhao family of the human realm, this branch in the heaven realm had forgotten their ancestors and refused to listen to their orders. This was the behavior of a traitor. The foundation of the Zhao family of the ancients was in the human realm. The Zhao family of the heaven realm should also know about this. However, it was definitely not an easy task for them to hand over their power. Let's go to the Zhao family. Gu Fei did not hesitate. However, the Zhao family of the snow region was not nearby. The area he was in was extremely cold and was under the control of Tianshuang City. Is there a teleportation formation in Tianshuang City that leads to Tianshuang City? Gu Fei asked the snow ape in his hand. There should be. Beasts are not allowed to enter the cities of the human clan. The snow ape thought for a while and said, Beasts are not allowed to enter the cities of the human clan. Chapter 2709. The northern snowy region was indeed very different from the other places in the heaven realm. Apart from being a bitterly cold place, there was also a clear hierarchy of races. In the northern snowy region, the human clan was the ruler, while the other races were under the control of the human clan. It could be said that the other races were inferior to the human clan. Living beings of other races could not enter the cities built by the human clan. However, the human clan could not simply barge into the territories of other races. It should be known that there were some powerful alien cultivators in the northern snowy region who did not fear the experts of the human clan. Without hesitation, Gu Fei placed snow on his left shoulder and took a step forward. Using his extreme speed 8 steps, he headed towards Skyfrost City. Skyfrost City was a huge city. Even in the entire northern snowy region, it was rare to see a city of this scale. It was a huge city built entirely of black rocks. The city walls were hundreds of feet tall, and each black rock weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. This city was definitely not a city that could be built by mortals. Soldiers in black armor and holding long spears could be seen patrolling the tall city walls from time to time. There were experts standing guard at the top of the city walls. By the time Gu Fei reached the outskirts of Skyfrost City, the sky had already darkened. It was going to be night soon. At this time, the gates of Skyfrost City were already closed. Everyone who went out would return to the city before nightfall. because it would be very dangerous outside the city at night. However, it had to be said that Gouffé was really unlucky. If he had come a little earlier, the gates would still be open and he would be able to enter Skyfrost City. "Oh no, we're too late," the Snow Ape said. "Although the gates are closed, it doesn't mean that we can't enter." Gouffé said calmly as he looked at the huge city in front of him. "Exalted Immortal, do you want to—" The eyes of the Snow Ape, who was sitting on Gouffé's shoulder, lit up when it heard this. It was very curious as to why this exalted immortal would dare to barge into Skyfrost City. "Let's go and take a look." Gouffé took a step forward and instantly arrived outside the city gates of Skyfrost City. He stood in the air and did not emit any powerful aura. He looked just like an ordinary person. However, it was impossible for a mortal to fly in the air. Furthermore, there was a fist-sized furry creature sitting on his left shoulder. This living being's body emitted an incomparably powerful, immortal aura. This was a beast god, incomparably powerful. "Who are you?" Gouffé's sudden appearance caused the soldiers patrolling on the city wall to become extremely nervous. A leader of the soldiers immediately shouted at Gouffé, "My master wants to enter the city. Hurry up and open the gates." The Snow Ape, who was sitting on Gouffé's shoulder, stood up and said loudly, "The city gate is closed and won't open again. If you want to enter the city, come back tomorrow." The leader of the warriors said loudly. He was sizing up the man and the beast. "Ascendant Immortal, what do we do?" The Snow Ape said to Gouffé. "Be more forceful." Gouffé transmitted his voice to the Snow Ape. "Yes." The Snow Ape was excited. He had never attacked a city of the human race before. For beasts, a human city was a forbidden area. "Hurry up and open the gates and let us in. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The Snow Ape roared angrily. An incomparably powerful and ferocious aura erupted from his body. "Ferocious beast, how dare you behave atrociously here?" The leader shouted angrily. A powerful aura emanated from his body. This was the aura of an immortal. The leader was an immortal. "Ascendant Immortal, can we make a move?" The Snow Ape transmitted his voice carefully to Gouffé. "Go ahead." Gouffé nodded without hesitation. "All right, ha." The Snow Ape laughed heartily and rushed off from Gouffé's shoulder. Boom! With a bang, the originally adorable furball instantly turned into a ferocious ape that was over 100 feet tall. Its entire body was filled with a vast and mighty fiendish aura, as if it was a death god that had charged out from hell. Roar! The ferocious ape roared at the sky. A terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the void to tremble. Bang! The Snow Ape immediately attacked. It punched the leader of the warriors on the city wall, and a violent force erupted from the ferocious beast's body. Humph! The leader on the city wall sneered, but did not dodge. Just as the Snow Ape's fist was about to hit the leader's head, a layer of divine light appeared in the void. Boom! The Snow Ape's fist hit the layer of divine light. The Snow Ape roared angrily and was sent flying. Blood dripped down from the sky. "You overestimate yourself," the leader said disdainfully. "Fellow Taoist, you'd better leave. Come back tomorrow." An old voice came from the city wall. It was a voice filled with the vicissitudes of life. "I'm in a hurry. Can't you make an exception?" Gouffé said calmly. No one could tell what he was thinking from his expression. It was Gouffé's calmness that made the leader on the city wall feel uneasy. The ferocious ape seemed to be this man's battle pet. Someone who could tame the ferocious ape was definitely not a weakling. The ferocious ape was a beast god, a beast that had become a god. Roar! At the same time, the ferocious ape that had been sent flying came back with a roar. Gouffé raised his hand. The ferocious ape that had been charging back stopped immediately. It stood behind him like a docile kitten. Seeing this, the soldiers on top of the city wall all had looks of disbelief on their faces. "I'm sorry. This is the rule of Tianshuang City. After the city gate is closed, it can only be opened tomorrow morning." The old voice came from the city wall again. "Rules are made by people." Gu Fei looked at the city wall. He could sense a hidden aura inside. It seemed that there was a powerful cultivator guarding the city. This Tianshuang City was not simple. "Fellow Taoist, you should leave. No one can break the rules of Tianshuang City. Even the city lord of Tianshuang City can't come in," the cultivator in the city wall said. "Humph, what if I insist on entering the city?" Gu Fei said in a low voice. "Then you can try," the old voice said. "Very well." Gu Fei's eyes turned sharp as a powerful aura spread out from his body. An incomparably powerful ripple of energy appeared in the surroundings. He didn't display his true strength, but even so, the soldiers on the city wall were terrified. Sage to be or sage. Chapter 27:10. Skyfrost City was guarded by a mysterious expert. Once night fell, the city gates would be closed and the protective formation activated. Even if the city lord of Skyfrost City was outside, the people inside would not open the gates, let alone a person of unknown origin like Gu Fei. "Since you are not willing to make an exception, I will go in myself." Gu Fei glanced at the gate tower before him and said indifferently, "There were probably quite a number of experts in Skyfrost City. Even the people guarding the gate felt somewhat unfathomable." "That's right. My friend, please go ahead." An old voice rang out from the gate tower. The expert guarding the gate did not stop Gu Fei because he knew very well the power of the protective formation. Tianshuang City was the largest city of the human tribe within a radius of 10 million miles. This city was built on a spiritual vein of the earth, and the protective formation was connected to the spiritual vein of the earth. Even if a true sage were to come, he would not be able to break into this city. Moreover, Skyfrost City was not a power that belonged to the Heavenly Palace of the Snow Region or the Zhao family of the Snow Region. It was a power that was second only to the Zhao family in the Northern Snow Region. Although the Zhao family of the Snow Region was powerful, there were also some powers that formed an alliance with the Zhao family in name. In reality, they did not have to listen to the Zhao family's orders. Skyfrost City was one such power. The city lord of Skyfrost City was an extremely powerful holy venerate who could compete with the head of the Zhao family of the Snow Region. However, Skyfrost City was not as powerful as the Zhao family of the Snow Region. On the surface, it had to listen to the Zhao family of the Snow Region. However, in private, Skyfrost City obeyed the Zhao family of the Snow Region. The exalted immortal is about to make a move. The snow ape standing behind Gu Fei was excited. It was also very curious as to whether Gu Fei could attack Skyfrost City. "Humph," Gu Fei snorted coldly. Then he stretched out his right hand and punched forward. It seemed like a casual punch, but the entire space in front of his fist shook along with it. Buzz. The void trembled. Outside the city walls of Heavenfrost City, a layer of divine light emerged in the void. Ancient runes could be vaguely seen on that layer of divine light. The power of the great city barrier array erupted, blocking Gu Fei's punch. However, the patrolling soldiers on the city wall were struck by a kind of void shockwave that penetrated through the layer of divine light. Blood flowed out of their mouths and noses, and they collapsed to the ground. Even the immortal level leader of these soldiers was no exception. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. They had all received a great impact. Although it wasn't fatal, it made everyone temporarily lose their fighting strength. Although Gu Fei did not punch through the layer of divine light, he could still use the vibration of the void to injure the enemy. He did not kill them. Otherwise, everyone on the city wall would have died. Inside the city gate tower, the mysterious expert was shocked. This mysterious expert would never have thought that he had underestimated the black-robed youth outside the city. This formation is not bad. Gouffet remained calm. Fellow Taoist, I advise you to leave before you alert the city lord. The mysterious expert in the city tower said, Is the city lord of Skyfrost City very powerful? Gouffet nonchalantly turned around and asked the snow ape behind him. This snow ape was the beast god of this area, so it naturally knew many things. Please forgive me, exalted immortal. This little beast knows nothing about this Skyfrost City lord. The snow ape said carefully, A mysterious and powerful existence. Gouffet smiled. He didn't care. Could the city lord of the sky, Frost City, be stronger than the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor and the Southern Mountain Fire Emperor? Fellow Taoist, if you don't leave now, then you won't be able to leave even if you want to. In the tower, the old voice sounded again. I never wanted to leave. Gouffet looked at the city tower, the corners of his mouth curling up. Then continue, the mysterious expert in the tower said. Gouffet didn't say anything else. He stretched out his hand and unleashed the sky-covering palm. A huge chaotic palm appeared in the void and slapped forward. Rumble, the entire sky and earth trembled under the power of this chaotic palm. Although they were separated by the city defense formation, a powerful pressure penetrated the layer of divine light and entered Skyfrost City. At this moment, all the cultivators in Skyfrost City were alarmed. A few extremely powerful spiritual waves rushed out from different parts of Skyfrost City and swept outside the city gate. What's happening? Is there a beast venerable attacking the city? Someone said in fear. After nightfall, the snowy region became the world of beasts. During the day, the powerful beasts hiding in caves and deep pools began to move. Some extremely powerful beasts could even compete with the saint venerables of the human race. These peerless beasts were called beast venerables. The beast venerables of the northern snowy region were definitely terrifying existences. Only such peerless beasts had the strength to attack the cities of the human race. Some of the smaller cities could not withstand the attacks of the beast venerables and were breached by them. Once the city was breached, all the humans in the city, be it cultivators or mortals, would be slaughtered by the beasts and become their food. However, very few beast venerables dared to attack Skyfrost City. Since ancient times, there were only a few beast venerables that had attacked Skyfrost City. In the current northern snowy region, a beast venerable had also appeared. However, this beast venerable was as mysterious as the city lord of Skyfrost City. Now, someone was attacking Skyfrost City and the great array that protected Skyfrost City. This shocked all the cultivators in Skyfrost City to the extreme. Interesting. A figure appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion of Skyfrost City. It was a handsome young man with purple hair and an evil look on his face. Of course, for cultivators, one's appearance didn't mean anything. That was because cultivators who had cultivated to a certain level could change their appearance at will. At this moment, Gouffet's big hand had already slapped on the layer of divine light of the city defense formation. The powerful force immediately caused the layer of divine light to dim down. What? An extremely shocked voice came from the city tower. Someone has really shaken the city defense formation. The few extremely powerful existences in Skyfrost City could not help but be shocked. For thousands of years, the city defense formation of Skyfrost City had never been shaken by any living creature. Rumble, the chaotic chi, was vast and mighty. Gouffet's heaven-covering palm covered the entire void of heaven and earth. Streaks of chaotic Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the chaotic hand. The city defense formation of Skyfrost City was operating at full force. The essence of the spirit veins under the ground was continuously drawn over by the formation. Although the layer of divine light had dimmed, it did not dissipate. This formation, Gu Fei frowned. He had only used the heaven-covering palm to test the power of the city defense formation of Skyfrost City. At this moment, he could already see that the city defense formation was not simple. It was actually integrated with the heaven and earth, and even the spirit veins in the depths of the earth, as one. If he were to break the formation by force, the consequences would be dire. This made Gu Fei feel a little awkward. He wanted to rush to the area where the Zhao family of the snow region was located as soon as possible. The snow region was so vast that he could only avoid getting lost in the endless ice and snow by using the teleportation formation. He had to enter the Tianshuang city. Gu Fei retracted the heaven-covering palm, and the chaotic hand disappeared into the void. The pressure that made all the cultivators' hearts palpitate also disappeared. My friend, it's useless. No one has ever broken into Skyfrost City. You will not be an exception. The mysterious expert in the city tower still did not appear. An old voice came from the city tower. Is that so? Gu Fei only smiled when he heard this. He did not deny it. Exalted Immortal, what should we do now? The snow ape asked carefully. The combat power that the Exalted Immortal had displayed was too strong. The snow ape's heart palpitated when he thought about how he had attacked the Exalted Immortal during the day. If the Exalted Immortal wanted to kill him during the day, it would have been as easy as flipping his hand. The snow ape was terrified. Gu Fei did not speak. He just waved his fist. Boom! Bang! Punch after punch. Gu Fei's attacks were direct. This was the embodiment of the purest form of power. The fusion of the martial body and combat skills turned the rotten into the magical. This guy, the mysterious expert in the city tower, could not sit still. At this moment, the entire Skyfrost City was shaking. The dull sound of the collision spread throughout the huge city. He is simply a beast in human form. Someone exclaimed. The combat power that Gu Fei had displayed was too frightening. It seemed that if he wanted to, he could smash a hole in the sky with one punch. This can't go on. Someone was having a headache. Gu Fei was bombarding the city defense formation. Many cracks had appeared on the tall city wall. Although Gu Fei could not break through Skyfrost City in a short time, he had already caused damage to the city. Fellow Daoist, please stop. The old voice in the city tower said anxiously, if you open the gate, I'll stop, right? Gu Fei said indifferently, Sai, to tell you the truth, once the gate is closed, even the city lord can't open it. No one can open the gate until the time is right. The mysterious expert in the city tower said with a sigh. What? Gu Fei could not help but stop when he heard this. If you dare lie to me, the consequences will be dire. Gu Fei said seriously. Why would I lie to you? What would I gain from lying to you? The mysterious expert in the city tower said helplessly. Exalted Immortal, the snow ape who was standing behind Gu Fei, was dumbfounded when he heard this. How can a mere city defense formation stop me? Gu Fei was very confident. He stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. A strange wave immediately spread from his hand. The layer of divine light in front of him immediately dimmed. Even the flowing ancient runes on the divine light were destroyed. What? How is this possible? Chapter 27:11. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei shocked everyone to the extreme. He pressed his hand forward, and the layer of divine light in front of him immediately dimmed. The ancient runes were forcibly obliterated. This is the experts in Skyfrost City who saw this scene couldn't help but change their expressions. Since ancient times, only a handful of people had been able to break through the grand shield of Skyfrost City. Moreover, they were all the strongest experts in the northern snowy region. Rumble, the air shook, and the ancient runes were destroyed. The layer of divine light formed by the power of the grand shield of Skyfrost became unstable. The mysterious expert in the tower was shocked. He had never imagined that the black-robed young man could shake the grand shield of Skyfrost City. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He was using the secret art of Wu, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The power of this secret art was terrifying. It could turn everything into nothingness. How is this possible? The other experts in Skyfrost City were shocked. Some could no longer sit still. The black-robed young man outside the city had shaken the grand shield of Skyfrost City. Where did this guy come from? In the sky above the city lord's mansion of Skyfrost City, the young man's eyes shone with a dazzling divine light, like 2 cold stars. Without any suspense, under everyone's incredulous gazes, Gu Fei's right hand actually pierced through the layer of divine light. Then, the layer of divine light was pierced through by the power of the secret word, Wu. An old man in the tower was dumbfounded. The black-robed young man had really broken through the layer of divine light formed by the power of the grand shield of Skyfrost City. That's all you've got. As Gu Fei spoke, he led the snow ape through the big hole in the divine light created by the mysterious power of the word Wu and directly into Tianshuang City. Swoosh! The old man in the tower could no longer sit still. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei, blocking his way. What kind of secret art is that? How can it break through the grand shield of Skyfrost City? The old man looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. No one had ever entered Skyfrost City in such a way. At that moment, the big hole in the layer of divine light behind Gu Fei quickly disappeared. Above that layer of divine light, those ancient spell symbols that had been obliterated by Gu Fei's secret art of Wu reappeared in the void. This great city protecting formation was not simple. It could actually repair itself. Why should I tell you? Gu Fei had a playful look in his eyes. However, he could not help but feel surprised that this old man was a saint. It was hard to imagine a sage guarding the city gate. Young man, you should know that being overly conceited is arrogance. The old man stared at Gu Fei. His eyes flickered as a powerful saint-level aura spread from his body. Whether I'm conceited or arrogant, it's not up to you to decide. Gu Fei said with a smile, "Don't take advantage of your seniority in front of my master." The snow ape, standing behind Gu Fei, roared at the old man. An extremely violent aura emanated from the snow ape's body. It was a ferocious beast. With Gu Fei blocking the sage aura, the snow ape did not feel any discomfort. "It's not your turn to speak here." At that moment, a middle-aged man in white walked out of the city. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and 3 long strands of beard hung down from his chest. His face was like jade, and he had an extraordinary aura. "Who do you think you are?" The snow ape stared fiercely at the middle-aged man in white who was walking over. "Greetings, master." The middle-aged man in white ignored the snow ape. Instead, he walked up to the old man and bowed respectfully. The old man was only wearing coarse clothes. His snow-white hair was simply tied up behind his head with a piece of cloth. His beard was unshaven, and he gave off a dispirited feeling. However, this old man was a sage, and a powerful one at that. The old man ignored the middle-aged man in white. His attention seemed to be completely focused on Gu Fei. "Young man, I can't just let you into the city like this." The old man said indifferently, "Do you want to fight? Then let's fight." Gu Fei was very straightforward. In the world of cultivation, if you couldn't gain the respect of others, then make them fear you. As long as the people of Skyfrost City were afraid of you, things would be easy. Very well. When the old man heard this, a powerful battle intent immediately erupted from his body. Rumble, 9 sage Tao patterns appeared on the old man's body, and a powerful sage aura erupted. The void shook, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread outwards. Master, at that moment, the snow ape finally realized how powerful and terrifying the old man was. It finally felt a trace of sage aura, which shocked it. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei directly kept the snow ape into his inner world. Given the snow ape's cultivation, there was no way it could withstand the powerful sage aura. If it wasn't for Gu Fei blocking the sage aura from the old man, the snow ape would have already died. Inner world. The old man's spiritual sense was very sharp. He could feel the aura of the inner world. Saint-level life forms were above the great Taos of heaven and earth, and had the ability to split the heavens and earth apart. Many saint-level life forms had their own inner world. At this moment, the middle-aged man in white also retreated far away. Let's go to the training field in the city. After speaking, the old man directly vanished into the void. Gu Fei smiled. He also took a step out and instantly disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared on an ancient battle platform in the city. This was the training field of Skyfrost City. It was impossible for the old man and Gu Fei to attack unscrupulously in Skyfrost City. If they really did that, many people would die. How many people in Skyfrost City could withstand the pressure of a saint-level expert? If 2 saint-level existences fought in Skyfrost City, the consequences would be catastrophic. The entire city would suffer unimaginable damage. Rumble! At this moment, on an ancient battle platform in the training field, 2 silhouettes were facing each other. An incomparably powerful saint-level aura gushed forth from both of them. The auras of both Gu Fei and the old man were rapidly rising. A few powerful silhouettes appeared in the training field. The battle between Gu Fei and the old man had alarmed all the experts in Skyfrost City. This black-robed young man actually easily broke through the grand defensive formation of Skyfrost City and entered the city. This was a threat to all the experts in Skyfrost City. In the City Lord Manor of Skyfrost City, an old man was awakened from his slumber. What happened? The old man woke up from his slumber. Very quickly, he left the City Lord Manor and appeared in the training field. Those powerful existences in the training field were all greatly shocked when they saw the old man. They couldn't believe that even the old man was alerted. At this moment, on the platform, Gu Fei and the old man moved. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out. The dispirited old man waved his hands and actually manifested a gigantic golden dragon. That golden dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it lunged towards Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei punched out, his right fist ruthlessly slamming into the golden dragon's head. A deafening sound rang out as the golden dragon, manifested by the dispirited old man, was instantly shattered into several pieces. The dragon's head directly exploded as countless golden runes dissipated into the air. This, on the training field and outside the platform, all the experts who witnessed this scene were incomparably shocked. Who was this black-robed young man exactly? He was actually so powerful and domineering. One must know that although the dispirited old man was no longer the person he was back then, his cultivation base and combat prowess were still incomparably tyrannical. Dugu Shang's name had once shaken the northern snowy region, and he had dared to challenge the current head of the primordial Zhao family. However, ever since that incident, this big shot of Heavenly Frost City had fallen to such a state that he was actually reduced to guarding the city gates. But even though Dugushang had fallen to such a state, no one dared to underestimate him. But now, this black-robed young man of unknown origins was actually able to fight against Dugushang. In fact, he even seemed to be suppressing Dugushang. It's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent. I can finally go all out and fight. Old man Dugu mumbled. He rapidly moved, appearing above Gu Fei's head in an instant as he stomped down on Gu Fei's head. Rumble! A golden light flashed beneath Old Man Dugu's feet as a powerful force caused the entire space to collapse. A destructive aura gushed forth from his feet. At this moment, Gu Fei's right hand stretched out, directly grabbing hold of the gigantic foot that was stomping down on him. After that, he swung Old Man Dugu up and ruthlessly smashed him into the ground. Boom! The entire platform trembled violently. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. That black-robed young man was too powerful. He actually defeated Old Man Dugu with a single move. Old Man Dugu crawled up from the ground. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. He was shocked to the extreme. The methods of his opponent were truly brilliant. Do you still want to continue? Gu Fei had a look of disdain on his face as he spoke. Die! Old Man Dugu was enraged. He had never been defeated in such a manner before. He found this extremely hard to accept. Roar! The roar of a dragon rang out once more. This time around, the 9 desolate runes on Old Man Dugu's body flew out at the same time, transforming into 9 golden dragons that ferociously lunged towards Gu Fei. The golden dragons manifested from saint-ranked Dao runes were incomparably powerful. Old Man Dugu was going all out, causing the entire platform to tremble. Chapter 27:12. On the platform, the 9 golden dragons soared through the air. A terrifying might gushed forth from the 9 dragons, causing the entire space above the platform to tremble. This platform had already existed even before the Skyfrost City was founded. On the platform, there were many dried-up scars, as well as scars left behind by sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. This platform was filled with the scars of time. The platform was protected by an ancient formation. When fighting on the platform, the shockwaves from the battle wouldn't be able to reach the outside world. A layer of faintly discernible divine light enveloped the entire battle platform. The saint-ranked might radiating from the 9 golden dragons had no way to shake that layer of divine light. Not bad. This is at least a saint-ranked formation. This platform was created by a saint. Facing the tyrannical attack of the solitary old man, Gu Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. He was a saint lord after all. Even if the 9 golden dragons appeared before him, he wouldn't even frown. Rumble, the space trembled as beams of golden light illuminated the platform. The 9 dragons tore through the air, rushing towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei pressed out with his palms as a gigantic, chaotic palm appeared in the air, slamming towards the 9 golden dragons. Ha! This fellow overestimates himself too much. He actually wants to use a gigantic palm to block Brother Solitary's true dragon art. Isn't this a joke? Outside the platform, someone laughed uproariously. This fellow doesn't know the immensity of death. Nobody was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. One must know that the name of the solitary old man was simply too great in the northern snow region. He was an expert in the Saint Dao. When he was at his peak, he had once slain a saint-ranked flood dragon. However, at the next instant, those who were mocking Gu Fei were all dumbfounded. On the platform, the gigantic chaotic palm actually blocked the solitary old man's true dragon art. The 9 golden dragons formed from Dao patterns were actually blocked by a giant hand of chaos. How can this be? Outside the platform, the spectators stared in disbelief at this scene. This black-robed young man of unknown origins was simply too domineering. he was actually able to contend against the solitary old man who had comprehended the true dragon art. Even the eyes of the old man, who had just woken up from his slumber in the city lord's mansion, lit up. At this moment, the most shocked person was none other than the solitary old man, who was fighting with Gu Fei. The great true dragon technique was his trump card. That's all. Gu Fei directly exerted his strength, and the chaos hand actually suppressed the 9 golden dragons. The golden light dissipated, and the void of the world collapsed under the pressure of the chaos hand. Too strong. Outside the platform, the spectators who witnessed this scene were all incomparably nervous. The solitary old man, who was said to be able to kill saints, was actually being suppressed by an outsider. Everyone was filled with disbelief. Just who is this guy? He is actually able to fight against Brother de Gouchon. Could it be an expert from another region? Someone thought of this problem. After all, there weren't many powerful beings in the northern snowy region who could contend against the solitary old man. That's possible. Someone nodded. At this moment, the 9 golden dragons crumbled under the might of Gu Fei's chaos hand. The 9 saint inscriptions were all destroyed by the chaos hand. Is that a martial battle technique? The eyes of the solitary old man brightened. The cultivation art Gu Fei used wasn't an immortal or divine art. It wasn't even a supreme killing technique of the other powerful races. This sort of battle technique that relied on brute force should be a long-lost martial technique of the human race. Gu Fei didn't say anything. As the chaos hand descended, the boundless golden light was extinguished. That solitary old man took a step out and actually rushed out from the chaos hand. Gu Fei felt somewhat taken aback. This old man wasn't simple. To think that he could actually rush out from his heaven-encompassing palm. Truly extraordinary. One must know that the chaos hand was able to envelop the entire space, sealing it. Ordinary saints would find it hard to break the seal of the heaven-encompassing palm. The chaos hand dissipated, and at the same time, a resplendent golden light shot out from the head of the solitary old man. It resembled a golden divine sun rising up, exuding a supreme saint-level energy fluctuation. Within that resplendent golden sun, the silhouette of a golden dragon could be seen. That is, outside the battle platform, the experts of Skyfrost City were all shocked to the extreme. There were rumors saying that this solitary old man had once slain a saint-level Jiao dragon. This rumor was actually true. Rumble! The entire space trembled as the aura of a true dragon gushed forth from the golden sun. Although a saint-level Jiao dragon had the word Jiao attached to it, it had already cultivated the power of a true dragon. The golden sun that shot out from the head of the solitary old man was actually a Jiao dragon pearl. This Jiao dragon pearl could already be considered as a true dragon pearl. Not only that, the solitary old man had already refined this Jiao dragon pearl into a saint treasure. Little fellow, I'm going to get serious. The solitary old man had a heavy expression on his face as he stared at Gu Fei. He lifted his right hand as golden runes gushed forth from it, entering the Jiao dragon pearl in the air. Bizizizi. The Jiao dragon pearl hummed as the golden dragon silhouette within it seemed to have come to life. It actually moved, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as though it wanted to rush out. A supreme surge of true dragon energy gushed forth from the Jiao dragon pearl, terrifying to the extreme. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void, like pitch-black lightning bolts, constantly tearing the void between heaven and earth. The ancient battle platform trembled as the layer of divine light that enveloped it gradually became clearer. Numerous ancient runes circulated and interweaved on the surface of the divine light. All the energy fluctuations gushing forth from the platform were completely blocked by that layer of divine light. Brother Solitary's cultivation base and combat prowess seemed to have already surpassed the saint level. Someone exclaimed in shock. The boundless energy radiating from the platform had no way to seep out. However, the aura radiating from the solitary old man, which could cause even sages to feel their hearts palpitating, was able to penetrate through the layer of divine light and was transmitted outside. Come on, let me see what capabilities you have. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as carefree as ever. Since this old man wanted to play a few moves, he might as well treat it as a chance to loosen up his muscles and bones. Not only that, Gu Fei discovered that the true dragon art displayed by the solitary old man had its own unique points. Fight! The solitary old man roared in rage, directly activating the Jiao dragon pearl above his head. The shadow of a dragon instantly gushed out from the pearl, lunging towards Gu Fei. Jiao Soul. Chapter 27:13. The sage-level Jiao dragon was extremely powerful. This kind of creature was unwilling to shed its body, but it was much more powerful than a real true dragon. It should be known that a creature that could cultivate to the sage level was synonymous with power. Since ancient times, there had been countless amazing creatures in the 3 realms and 6 paths, but there were very few that could truly become a sage-level creature. Among billions of creatures, it was already very good to have 1 or 2 sage-level creatures. In those long years, especially after the destruction of the untainted ancient world, even among billions of creatures, it was difficult for a sage-level creature to appear. But now, the world had changed again, and the laws of heaven and earth had changed, making it possible to become a sage. Therefore, there were many new sages in the heaven realm. However, the solitary elder was not a sage that had just become a sage. He was an ancient sage, and his cultivation had surpassed the sage level, becoming the king of the sage level, the Sage King. And the original owner of the Jiao Dragon Pearl was not a Jiao dragon that had just become a sage. The sage-level ancient Jiao dragon was extremely powerful, far more powerful than the current sages. Boom! The Jiao dragon soul in the Jiao Dragon Pearl was awakened, and it turned into a Jiao dragon shadow that rushed out of the pearl, pouncing towards Gu Fei. The powerful true dragon power directly tore the void between heaven and earth. It's a bit interesting. Gu Fei nodded and said. At the same time, he punched out. There was no fluctuation of power, and there was no terrifying pressure. It seemed to be a casual punch. However, Gu Fei's punch carried some kind of supreme power of the great Tao. With this punch, the great Tao of heaven and earth would be shattered. The solitary elder could not help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei's punch. The great Tao could be divided into visible and invisible, and cultivators would start from the visible great Tao, and then cultivate to the invisible great Tao. Gu Fei had cultivated to the invisible great Tao. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the flood dragon's soul charge, causing a muffled thunder-like sound. After that, a scene that caused everyone to stare with their mouths agape appeared. The spirit of the flood dragon was actually flung through the air by a single punch from Gu Fei, slamming into the layer of divine light protecting the platform. On the other hand, Gu Fei was as still as a mountain. What Old Man Dugu was shocked. He had never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. The great Tao was formless. He had actually cultivated to such a level. This was the unique skill of the Lord. The flood dragon soul was severely injured and became faint. The solitary old man also suffered a great impact. He quickly put the flood dragon soul back into the flood dragon pearl. What, you still want to fight? Gu Fei said. I'm not fighting anymore. Old Man Dugu shook his head. What was the point of fighting? The other party was a Saint Venerate, and he was just a saint ruler. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Since you don't want to fight anymore, let's borrow the teleportation platform, then. Gu Fei spoke. After playing for so long, these people should know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Teleportation platform? Old man Dugu was filled with disbelief when he heard this. This mysterious young man broke apart the grand formation of Skyfrost City and even fought with him. His purpose was actually just to borrow the teleportation platform. The experts of Skyfrost City outside the platform were all taken aback. Could it be that he is just a passerby? Someone speculated. At this moment, the layer of divine light enveloping the platform dissipated. "Dao friend, please follow me." The dispirited old man Dugu Shang spoke as he soared up into the air, flying towards the direction of the City Lord Manor of Skyfrost City. Gu Fei immediately took a step forward and chased after the solitary old man. These two fellows, when the spectators saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn their gazes towards the direction of the old man. However, to their shock, they discovered that the old man had already disappeared without them knowing when. The experts of Skyfrost City didn't say anything and swiftly left the training ground. At this moment, Dugu Shang brought Gu Fei and directly entered a courtyard behind the City Lord Manor. In the center of that courtyard, there was a 3-zhang-tall teleportation platform. Old man Dugu entered the City Lord Manor with ease. Initially, there were people who wanted to block him, but when they saw that the person who entered was Old Man Dugu, they immediately retreated. "May I ask, where does Dao friend intend to go?" Old Man Dugu asked Gu Fei. "The Zhao clan of Snow Region." Gu Fei calmly replied. "Could it be that you are someone from the Zhao clan?" Old Man Dugu was greatly shocked when he heard this. His gaze when he stared at Gu Fei grew even more cautious. "Do I look like someone from the Zhao clan of the Desolate Era?" Gu Fei suddenly said with a smile. "I don't think so. In the Zhao clan of the Desolate Era, there aren't any sacred kings." Old Man Dugu said after some thought. Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly walked onto the teleportation platform. This was an ancient teleportation platform, and its surface was covered with traces of time. At this moment, Old Man Dugu had already told Gu Fei the location of a city near the Zhao clan of Snow Region. In Skyfrost City, no one knew where to teleport to the Zhao clan of Snow Region. Those who could use the teleportation platform to enter the Zhao clan of Snow Region were all core members of the Zhao clan of Snow Region. It was impossible for outsiders to know where to teleport to the Zhao clan of Snow Region. Gu Fei directly drew the teleportation location of the city near the Zhao clan of Snow Region in the void. Buzz. The teleportation platform was activated. Runes emerged from it and interweaved into a formation diagram. This was the void teleportation formation diagram. A wave of energy immediately enveloped the entire teleportation platform. Then, a void door appeared on the teleportation platform. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and directly walked into the void door and disappeared inside. Then, the runes that appeared on the teleportation platform gradually disappeared, and the ancient teleportation platform finally quieted down. Old Man Dugu heaved a sigh of relief. The mysterious black-robed young man had given him too much pressure. Now that he was gone, he could finally relax. Old Man Dugu wasn't the only one who was relieved. Even the other big shots in Skyfrost City were relieved. Some of them could already tell that this mysterious and powerful passerby might be a holy sage. Such an existence was comparable to the City Lord of Skyfrost City. If this person really had any designs on Skyfrost City, no one would be a match for him. Just as the people of Skyfrost City were rejoicing, Gu Fei had already arrived at a city near the Zhao clan of Snow Region. He walked down the teleportation platform. At this moment, the teleportation platform was surrounded by people. Everyone was staring at Gu Fei nervously. Some of them were even holding ritual implements in their hands. What's going on? Chapter 27:14. In a city 1,000 miles away from the Zhao clan of Shuiyu, the atmosphere in the city was extremely tense because an uninvited guest had arrived. Who are you? Where are you from? A black-bearded middle-aged man wearing heavy armor walked out and asked Gu Fei. This middle-aged man was a saint, which surprised Gu Fei. Why should I tell you? Gu Fei smiled. Even though this man was extremely powerful, Gu Fei didn't think much of him. However, this city was protected by a saint-level warrior, which meant that it was not an ordinary city. There is only one result for an outsider who trespasses into my city: death. The general glared at Yi Fuqian and said murderously. He looked like he was going to attack Yi Fuqian at any moment. Tianlang City was a medium-sized city under the control of the Zhao family of the Shui region. Even though it was a medium-sized city, there were still many living creatures in it. However, it was only a mid-sized city, but it was guarded by a saint-level cultivator. This in itself showed that the Zhao family of the Shuiyu valued this city a lot. This is a serious city. Gu Fei said nonchalantly, "Get the people from the Zhao clan to see me." He was very direct, asking to see the people from the Zhao clan. This surprised and shocked the surrounding cultivators. No one dared to do this. How arrogant! Who do you think you are? How dare you ask the Zhao clan to see you? Someone said disdainfully, "That's right. Who do you think you are?" Someone else agreed. However, some people were very calm because they realized that they couldn't see through this young man in black who had suddenly appeared on the teleportation formation. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and grabbed the man with his right hand. The cultivator, who was still looking at Gu Fei with disdain, suddenly felt his body tighten. He flew towards Gu Fei's right hand. What? The man was shocked. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the powerful suction force that enveloped him. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei had already grabbed the neck of the expert who was flying towards him and lifted him up. "What do you want?" When the middle-aged general saw this, he could not help but be shocked and furious. He had never thought that the other party would actually dare to attack in Heavenly Wolf City. "Hurry up and let him go. Do you know that you are making an enemy out of the entire Heavenly Wolf City?" A green-robed youth walked out and pointed at Gu Fei. This youth had 9 divine rings around him, and his body was enveloped by the aura of the great Tao. Another saint. Gu Fei looked at the green-robed youth, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. How could there be so many saint-level creatures in Tianlang City? He felt a little strange. So what if I want to become enemies with the entire Heavenly Wolf City? Gu Fei said coldly. He glanced at the experts around him. Apart from the 2 saints, there were no other saints among them. However, Gu Fei sensed the auras of saints in a few other places in Tianlang City. Although the auras in these places were very obscure, it was impossible for them to escape Gu Fei's senses. "You're looking to die." A similarly armored expert pointed the spear in his hand at Gu Fei and shouted. A phantom of a strange beast appeared on this expert's body. This person was not a real human, but a beast that had cultivated into a human form. The fiendish aura on his body condensed into the image of a strange beast. "Kacha!" Gu Fei exerted force in his hand, and the expert's neck was immediately snapped. His head drooped, and his expression of shock froze on his face. He had never thought that this person would actually dare to kill him. It should be pointed out that with 2 saints present, who would dare to kill him? However, this black-robed youth really dared to do so, and this made everyone stunned. This was especially the case for the middle-aged warrior clad in heavy armor. He was even more furious. This person didn't place him in his eyes at all. This was truly preposterous. Kill. The young man in the form of a strange beast raised the divine spear in his hand and directly pierced towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. Gu Fei's body did not emit any aura. No one knew how strong he was, not even the two saints present. Everyone felt that this black-robed youth, who had suddenly appeared on the teleportation formation platform, was unfathomable and unfathomable. Gu Fei smiled, then stretched out his right hand and gently pinched the tip of the spear with his thumb and index finger. The young man in the form of a strange beast used all his strength, but he could not retract the divine spear in his hand, let alone pierce it. Roar. The young man furiously roared as he exerted his strength. However, just as he exerted his strength, Gu Fei suddenly loosened his grip. This caught the young man by surprise, causing him to tumble backwards. "Everyone, let's attack together and kill this guy," someone shouted. Then, countless treasures were thrown towards Gu Fei. Powerful waves of energy rippled through the air, alarming all the cultivators in Tianlang's city. "What's going on?" someone exclaimed. Countless cultivators looked towards the direction of the teleportation formation platform in the city. A few extremely powerful divine consciousnesses rushed out from all over the city and scanned the teleportation formation platform. Someone wanted to know what was going on as soon as possible. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei merely raised his hand, and all the treasures that were flying towards him were all blown away. Most of the treasures shattered in the air. Only a few treasures were lucky enough to survive. However, these treasures were covered in cracks and could shatter at any time, turning into scrap metal. The treasures that did not shatter on the spot were heavily damaged. The runes within them were on the verge of collapsing. Even if they could be repaired, their power would be greatly reduced. The owners of the treasures naturally suffered a great impact when the treasures were destroyed. Some of them turned pale and stumbled backwards. Some even spat out a mouthful of blood, looking exhausted. Only the two sages did not make a move just now, so they did not suffer any impact. This guy, since when did such an expert appear? In the northern snowy region? Why didn't we know about it? The two sages were extremely shocked. One should know that there were 7 or 8 quasi-sages among those who made a move just now. Some of them even used sage weapons. Even they would have to retreat if they were to receive such an attack. However, the other party easily shattered all the treasures with a single move. Even sage weapons could not withstand a single blow from this person. Chapter 27:15. All the strong cultivators in Celestial Wolf City were alarmed. Some extremely strong cultivators had sensed Gu Fei's presence. What's going on? Why did someone break into Celestial Wolf City? Someone asked. The teleportation portal was an important place in Celestial Wolf City and was guarded by powerful cultivators. Those who used the teleportation portal to enter Celestial Wolf City were not necessarily allies of the Zhao clan. Therefore, the teleportation portal had to be guarded by strong cultivators. However, Gu Fei's arrival made the strong cultivators guarding the teleportation portal extremely nervous. Some of them even wanted to kill Gu Fei. Unfortunately, they had offended someone they could not afford to offend. "Who the hell are you?" asked the middle-aged man coldly, staring at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's fighting ability was too strong. He had easily destroyed the combined attack of all the strong cultivators. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, only the leader of Celestial Wolf City could have such fighting ability. Could this mysterious young man be like the leader of the city? The middle-aged man was extremely shocked. The other saint was also extremely shocked. They could not tell how strong Gu Fei was. This was enough to prove that they were no match for him. As saints, they knew their own limits. It should be known that all living beings who could cultivate to the saint level were all extremely talented. These people didn't even have the slightest bit of talent in their eyes. You don't need to know who I am. I want to see someone from the Zhao clan, said Gu Fei. The Zhao clan is not someone you can see just because you want to. Someone said disdainfully. What did you say? Gu Fei extended his right hand. The person flew towards him and was caught in his hand. How dare you? My cousin is from the Zhao clan. If you kill me, you will die with me. Even though the person was caught by Gu Fei, he still looked at Gu Fei with disdain. The Zhao clan was one of the two giants of the northern snowy region. Nobody dared to touch the members of the Zhao clan from the Shuiyu region. Even the relatives of the Zhao clan from the Shuiyu region were arrogant, and nobody dared to provoke them. Really? Gu Fei smiled. Don't kill him. At this time, the middle-aged general hurriedly shouted. If this guy died, he would be in big trouble. This was really preposterous. Why was this guy here? That person was a young man dressed in embroidered robes. He was a playboy from Tianlang City, a relative of the Zhao family of the Shuiyu region. Speaking of Xiong Tian, everyone in Tianlang City knew who he was. This person relied on the fact that his cousin was a rising star in the Zhao family to act like a tyrant in Tianlang City. Even those in power in the city were unwilling to provoke this fellow, turning a blind eye to his actions. However, today was different. Gu Fei had come to settle scores with the Zhao clan from Shuiyu region. The Zhao clan had dared to kill Zhao Ziru. How could they do that? There were only a few disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect who had survived. How could Gu Fei let those disciples who had survived be bullied? Do you think this guy dares to kill me? Even though Xiong Tian was in Gu Fei's hands, he was used to being arrogant. He didn't care about Gu Fei, this outsider, at all. This outsider wouldn't dare to do anything to him. This playboy is courting death. The middle-aged General Xiong Lingtian was extremely anxious. However, he could only worry and do nothing. This Xiong Tian was really tired of living. Crack! At this time, the sound of bones breaking was suddenly heard. Don't! Shouted another saint. He looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. This guy really dared to kill him. Xiong Tian's head was already crooked and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Xiong Tian, this playboy, would never have thought that this guy would really dare to kill him. It was a pity that this guy who had been acting like a tyrant in Tianlang City was now dead. Everyone was dumbfounded. The person Gu Fei had killed was not an ordinary person. He was a relative of the Zhao clan from Shuiyu region. Killing Xiong Tian was equivalent to offending the Zhao clan. All right, I don't want to waste any more time. Is there anyone from the Zhao clan in the city? Are they all cowards? Gu Fei casually threw Xiong Tian's body to the side and clapped his hands. He didn't care. Since this guy wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. Everyone was incomparably shocked. It seemed like this guy had offended the Zhao clan from Shuiyu region. He had actually dared to kill a relative of the Zhao clan from Shuiyu region. He simply didn't care about the Zhao clan. Humph! Just as Gu Fei was scanning the crowd, a cold snort rang out from the governor's palace. Then, a gigantic silhouette of a heavenly wolf appeared in the sky above the governor's palace. Tianlang City. No wonder it's called Tianlang City. There's a heavenly wolf in this city. Gu Fei mumbled to himself as he stared at the silhouette in the sky. An incomparably strong aura spread out from the silhouette of the heavenly wolf. The entire Tianlang City was shaking. The terrifying aura shook the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Daoist friend, you're going a little overboard. A voice rang out from the sky. At this moment, the silhouette of the heavenly wolf disappeared, and a figure appeared in the sky. Who are you? I want to see someone from the Zhao clan from Shuiyu region, not a beast. Gu Fei stared at the figure in the sky and said calmly, "What?" When everyone in the surroundings heard Gu Fei speaking to that man in such a manner, they were shocked beyond words. That was the true ruler of the Sky Wolf City. Humph, I've never seen such an arrogant person before. The figure in the sky moved. With a single step, he appeared in front of Gu Fei, causing Gu Fei to jump in fright. "You're not from the Zhao clan. Scram." Gu Fei said to the figure, "You're the one who should scram." The heavenly wolf attacked Gu Fei directly. It stretched out its hand and covered the entire sky, grabbing towards Gu Fei. Rumble. Under the envelopment of that sharp claw, the entire void was shaking, collapsing, and then being annihilated. "You're courting death." Gu Fei pushed his palm upwards, and the sharp claw that came crashing down from the sky immediately dissipated in the void. The incomparably powerful heavenly wolf was also sent flying. The heavenly wolf was startled to the extreme. To think that this human could send it flying. Could this human be an elite amongst the saint lords? As for everyone else, they were long dumbfounded as they looked at this scene in disbelief. Chapter 27:16. The city lord of Celestial Wolf City was the Celestial Wolf Great Ancestor. He was a giant who had achieved Tao in ancient times and was extremely powerful. Roar! High up in the sky, a heavenly wolf howled at the moon, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. That terrifying sound wave even scattered the clouds in the sky. This was the great technique of the heavenly wolf race, called the heavenly wolf howl. The terrifying killing power of the sound swept towards Gu Fei. This kind of great technique could kill people invisibly and was extremely terrifying. In particular, the Celestial Wolf clan's Celestial Wolf howl was the Celestial Wolf Great Ancestor's Celestial Wolf howl. During a great battle in ancient times, he had roared down the stars in the sky. However, this time, the Celestial Wolf Great Ancestor's opponent was Gu Fei. When the Celestial Wolf Great Ancestor used the Celestial Wolf howl, Gu Fei had already sealed his 6 senses. The terrifying killing power of the sound was blocked outside his body and could not cause any harm to him. This powerful and terrifying killing technique could not display its power when used by Gu Fei. "It's impolite not to reciprocate," Gu Fei said loudly. Then he took a deep breath. Roar! An earth-shattering roar appeared between heaven and earth. The rolling sound waves spread out, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. Pitch-black cracks in the void spread out like black lightning. The sky shook, and the void collapsed. Gu Fei had used the true dragon technique, the Azure Dragon Howl. The Celestial Wolf Great Ancestor was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was directly sent flying while screaming. The remaining power of the Azure Dragon Howl spread down from the sky. All the cultivators in Celestial Wolf City felt their spirits shake and were scared half to death. The Azure Dragon Howl was a killing technique that Gu Fei had learned from the old tortoise. He had often sparred with the old tortoise in the Luoxia courtyard for half a year. The old tortoise had learned many martial arts techniques from Gu Fei, while Gu Fei had learned several kinds of true dragon killing techniques from the old tortoise. Great true dragon art, you old ancestor heavenly wolf was sent flying by Gu Fei's Azure Dragon's roar. Blood seeped out of his ears. He was actually injured, which made him furious. You surrender to me, and I can spare your life, Gu Fei said in an incomparably domineering manner. At the same time, he took a step forward in the void and instantly appeared in front of the Heavenly Wolf Patriarch. This doesn't look good. In Heavenly Wolf City, all the cultivators who witnessed this scene were extremely shocked. The battle prowess displayed by the black-robed young man caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. If even the celestial wolf patriarch was defeated, then no one in Celestial Wolf City would be a match for the black-clothed young man. At that time, the life and death of all living beings in Celestial Wolf City would be in the hands of the black-clothed young man. Boom! The giant chaos hand appeared in the void and sent Patriarch Heavenly Wolf flying. The powerful force caused Patriarch Heavenly Wolf to cough out blood. Saint of Martial Arts, Patriarch Heavenly Wolf stared at Gu Fei and said with a trembling voice, "You can see it now." Gu Fei said indifferently, "Kill." The Heavenly Wolf old ancestor became ruthless and directly used the life slaughter technique on Gu Fei. An incomparably huge Heavenly Wolf appeared between the heaven and earth. An extremely violent aura spread out from the giant wolf, causing the heaven and earth to change color. The huge Heavenly Wolf opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Gu Fei. A heaven-devouring power instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei was pulled up by the devouring power and flew towards Patriarch Heavenly Wolf's mouth. This was the famous technique of the Heavenly Wolf clan, Sky-Devouring Wolf. At the Heavenly Wolf Old Ancestors cultivation level, the Heavenly Wolf Old Ancestors' heaven-devouring great technique indeed had the power to devour the heavens. If it were an ordinary holy venerate, the Heavenly Wolf Old Ancestor would have already swallowed them whole. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary saint venerable. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei directly used the martial arts combat technique, heaven-covering palm. A giant chaotic palm appeared in the void and slapped forward. The powerful martial arts force immediately blocked the heaven-devouring power. Without any suspense, the mountain-like Heavenly Wolf was slapped away by the heaven-covering palm. Blood dripped from the sky. How is this possible? The experts in Heavenly Wolf City were all dumbfounded. At this time, Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. As he strode in the void, a heart-palpitating destructive aura spread out from his feet. Gu Fei displayed the 8 steps, 8 kills, and instantly caught up with Heavenly Wolf Ancestor, who was flying backward, and took the first step. What? Patriarch Heavenly Wolf was extremely shocked. He realized that he had seriously underestimated this black-robed young man. This black-robed young man's strength was far beyond his imagination. At this time, Gu Fei took a step, and the void collapsed, then shattered and turned into nothingness. Bang! Patriarch Heavenly Wolf raised his hands to block, but it was useless. Gu Fei's foot directly stepped on his arms, and the sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. This Patriarch Heavenly Wolf was trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot. Boom! He hit the ground, causing dust to rise high into the sky. When the dust dispersed, a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. Rumble! Suddenly, a powerful wave of power erupted from the ground. The earth cracked and then sank, and cracks like a spider web appeared on the ground. Swish! A bright divine light suddenly rushed out from the depths of the earth and directly slashed at Gu Fei in the sky. The terrible blade light seemed to split the world in half. "What else do you have? Hurry up and use it," as Gu Fei said. He punched out, and the blade light that slashed at him immediately collapsed in the void. Damn it! A violent wave of divine thoughts came from the depths of the earth. Patriarch Heavenly Wolf rushed out from the big pit, causing the earth to collapse and dust to rise. He waved the big blade in his hand and slashed at Gu Fei. Buzz! The serious blade let out a vibrating sound, and the Tao patterns inside the blade lit up, erupting with a powerful wave of saber chi. Gu Fei did not use a divine weapon. He waved his hands and slapped at the serious blade, constantly colliding with the serious blade, making a clanging sound. The powerful impact made Patriarch Heavenly Wolf's hands, which were holding the blade, bloody. Your fleshly body has actually grown to such a level. Patriarch Heavenly Wolf was shocked to the extreme. It was hard to imagine that Yi Fuqian could use his physical body to fight against his serious blade. Who is this guy? Patriarch Heavenly Wolf became more and more shocked as he fought. When did such an unimaginably powerful existence appear in the northern snow region? Chapter 27:17. Patriarch Celestial Wolf was incomparably powerful and was the #1 expert of Celestial Wolf City. But now, this #1 expert was being forced to continuously retreat. Rumble. The void trembled as the Celestial Wolf saber in Patriarch Celestial Wolf's hands began to emit a rumbling sound. A terrifying saber key spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. This was a bone saber that had been forged from one of Patriarch Celestial Wolf's divine bones. This was his lifeblood weapon, and it possessed tremendous power. However, this heavenly saber was unable to break through Gu Fei's defenses. Gu Fei struck out with both hands, his palms and fingers constantly colliding with the bone saber, causing a series of metallic clangs to ring out. This Patriarch Celestial Wolf was completely stunned. He truly could not imagine that a human could have trained his body to such a level of power. No one knew better than he did how powerful the Celestial Wolf saber was. Not even he would dare to use his own body to take it head-on. Boom! Gu Fei struck out with his fist, smashing it against the edge of the Celestial Wolf saber. Powerful primordial energy exploded from his fist, instantly knocking the Celestial Wolf saber away. Grr! Patriarch Celestial Wolf let out a series of furious roars as the Celestial Wolf saber in his hands unleashed dazzling beams of saber light that tore through the void. Even the stars in the sky trembled, as though they were about to fall out of the heavens. However, Gu Fei's fists were incredibly powerful as well. His fists shook the heavens and shook the earth, shattering the stars in the sky and piercing through the void. He's a human-shaped murder weapon. All of the experts in Celestial Wolf City were stunned by this sight. The power Gu Fei was displaying was simply too astonishing. He was actually able to use his fists to repeatedly push Patriarch Celestial Wolf back. Are you the reincarnation of a martial ancestor? Patriarch Celestial Wolf fought fiercely against Gu Fei, the saber light in his hands rising to tens of millions of meters, causing the entire world to tremble. All right, I've played with you for so long. It's time to end this. Gu Fei suddenly laughed, then reached out with his hand and unleashed the technique he had learned from the divine Tongbi ape, the star-seizing hand. Rumble, a giant chaotic hand appeared in the void and grabbed at great ancestor Sirius in front of him. The law of the great path was mighty and instantly sealed the void of this part of the world. Great ancestor Celestial Wolf felt his body tighten. Then he was shocked to find that divine chains of laws had appeared in the void around him, wrapping around him in an instant. Then he was sent flying towards the hand of chaos. Roar! The heavenly wolf old ancestor roared furiously. The power of a holy venerate surged throughout his body. Boundless laws surged as he tried to break free from the restraints of the divine chains of laws. However, all of this was futile. How is this possible? Old ancestor Heavenly Wolf was in disbelief. Could it be that the other party's understanding of the great Tao was even deeper than his? The chaos hand grabbed Patriarch Skywolf, and the chaos Tao law erupted. Patriarch Skywolf's tendons and bones were broken by the chaos hand, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Open! The old ancestor of the Heavenly Wolf tribe roared crazily and activated his holy venerable power with all his might, trying to push Gu Fei's chaos hand away. However, the great technique of the Tongbi divine ape lineage was not so easy to break. Surrender. Gu Fei looked at the heavenly wolf old ancestor in the chaos hand and said, "The heavenly wolf old ancestor was very powerful. He was definitely an expert among the holy venerates. If Gu Fei could make use of such an existence, it would be a great help to him." However, after the betrayal of the South Heaven hierarch, Gu Fei had become even more cautious. Even if the heavenly wolf old ancestor was willing to submit to him, he would still need to take precautions. Don't even think about it. The heavenly wolf old ancestor roared furiously. He revealed his true form, a sky-howl divine wolf. A terrifying holy venerate force surged from the wolf's body. However, the divine chains of laws tightly wrapped around the heavenly wolf. No matter how the heavenly wolf old ancestor struggled, the chains only tightened their grip and broke the bones of the divine wolf. "If you don't surrender, you will die." Gu Fei's voice turned cold. Although there were not many holy venerates that had survived since the ancient times, and it would be a pity to kill them, he would not show any mercy. The South Heaven hierarch was a good example. Even though he had surrendered, he still had the intention to rebel. He would bite back at Gu Fei if he had the chance. It had happened once. Gu Fei did not want it to happen again. Roar. The heavenly wolf old ancestor was on the verge of going crazy. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free. However, the chaos hand was as immovable as a mountain. It was impossible for the heavenly wolf old ancestor to move it with his strength. Buzz. The heavenly wolf saber wailed. The saber intent emitted by the dazzling saber light was extremely powerful. It tore the void apart and shattered the heavens and earth. However, it could not break the divine chains of laws that were wrapped around the heavenly wolf old ancestor. "Since you refuse to surrender, there's no point in keeping you alive." Gu Fei did not hesitate. He wanted to kill the heavenly wolf old ancestor right away. "Don't. I'm willing to surrender." At that moment, the heavenly wolf old ancestor finally gave in. He had no choice but to lower his head. He could sense a murderous intent from the black-shirt young man. The black-shirt young man was not joking. He was really going to kill him. The heavenly wolf old ancestor knew that the black-shirt young man would not show mercy if he did not surrender. The heavenly wolf old ancestor was capable of surviving since the primordial era. He knew when to lower his head and when not to lower his head. Very well. Gu Fei nodded and made his move. He placed a seal on the heavenly wolf old ancestor's divine soul and fused it with his divine soul. This heavenly wolf old ancestor was shocked to the extreme. He never thought that Gu Fei would have such a trick, placing a restriction on his soul. Even in the primordial era, not many people were able to master a secret art that could restrain one's divine soul. "This is bad." The heavenly wolf old ancestor lamented. His divine soul had been tampered with. His life was in the hands of the other party. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. At this moment, the chaotic hand that was grabbing onto the heavenly wolf old ancestor disappeared. The divine chains that were wrapped around his body disappeared as well. "Greetings, Master." The heavenly wolf old ancestor knelt down in front of Gu Fei. The experts in the heavenly wolf city were dumbfounded when they saw the scene in the sky. The heavenly wolf old ancestor was defeated and recognized the black-shirt young man as his master. "Bring me to the Zhao family of the snow region." Gu Fei looked at the heavenly wolf old ancestor and said, I wonder why Master wants to go to the Zhao family." The heavenly wolf old ancestor asked. "To settle the score." Gu Fei said directly. The Zhao family of the snow region had gone overboard. How dare they chase after Zhao Zairu? Gu Fei naturally had to punish them. What the heavenly wolf old ancestor was shocked. The Zhao family of the snow region was not to be trifled with. Who was his new master? How dare he find trouble with the Zhao family? The Zhao family of the snow region was one of the overlords of the northern snow region. The heavenly palace of the snow region was mysterious and had a very high status in the northern snow region. They basically did not have any territory because they rarely came out. Unlike the Zhao family of the snow region, the Zhao family was very powerful. As long as the heavenly palace of the snow region did not come out, the Zhao family was the true ruler of the northern snow region. The heavenly wolf city was only 1,000 miles away from the ancestral city of the Zhao family. To some extent, the city lord of the heavenly wolf city, the heavenly wolf old ancestor, was also a member of the Zhao family. The relationship between the heavenly wolf old ancestor and the Zhao family was not ordinary. One should know that the heavenly wolf old ancestor was a holy venerate of the heavenly wolf tribe. The Sky Wolf clan was a powerful clan during the Great Desolate Era. Although it had declined, the old ancestor of the Sky Wolf clan had survived the great calamity of the Great Desolate Era. As long as the heavenly wolf old ancestor was there, no one would dare to look down on the heavenly wolf tribe. The Zhao family of the snow region and the heavenly wolf old ancestor were allies. The heavenly wolf tribe even had a marriage alliance with the Zhao family. Master, do you have a deep grudge against the Zhao family of the snow region? Asked the heavenly wolf old ancestor. If Gu Fei really had a grudge against the Zhao family of the snow region, it would not be a good thing for the heavenly wolf tribe. I don't have a deep grudge, but I do have some small grudges, said Gu Fei. All right, where is the Zhao family of the snow region? Take me there. Gu Fei was a little impatient. The ancestral city of the snow region was protected by a formation. Even he could not sense its existence. Moreover, it was not easy to find a city hidden by a formation in the vast snow region. Yes, master. The heavenly wolf old ancestor did not dare to ask any more questions. He led the way and left the heavenly wolf city, heading towards the ancestral city of the Zhao family. For the heavenly wolf old ancestor and Gu Fei, 1,000 miles was a distance that could be crossed in the blink of an eye. Soon, Gu Fei and the others appeared outside the ancestral city of the Zhao family. Gu Fei stood in the sky outside the ancestral city of the Zhao family. Behind him stood a tall, silver-haired old man. This old man was the heavenly wolf old ancestor. The heavenly wolf old ancestor's original form was a giant silver wolf. This is the ancestral city of the Zhao family of the snow region. Gu Fei looked at the city below. He was a little surprised. The city was not very big, only a little bigger than the heavenly wolf city. However, he could see that it was an ancient city that had experienced countless storms. The ancient city exuded an ancient aura. Just as Gu Fei was sizing up the city, the crisp sound of a bell rang out from one of the bell towers in the city. In an instant, the sound spread throughout the entire city and even the entire region. Oh, the Zhao family's reaction is really fast. Gu Fei was startled when he heard the bell. Then, he saw many people rushing out from the city below. Some of them were pointing at the sky. It was obvious that the experts of the Zhao family had sensed Gu Fei's arrival and sounded the alarm. Chapter 27:18. The arrival of Gu Fei and old ancestor Tianlang made the Zhao clan extremely nervous. Then, they rang the bell, and many powerful figures immediately rushed out of the ancestral city. Ha! I was wondering who it was. So it's Brother Tianlang. Sorry for not going out to meet you. A figure rushed out from the Zhao clan's ancestral city and arrived in front of Gu Fei and the celestial wolf ancestor. It was an azure-robed middle-aged man with 3 strands of beard hanging down from his chest. Humph! Old ancestor Tian Lang didn't have a good expression when he saw the middle-aged man. He was the great elder of the Zhao clan, Zhao Mu. Brother Tian Lang, this is... Zhao Mu was surprised when he saw that old ancestor Tian Lang's expression wasn't right. He had already noticed Gu Fei. Old ancestor Tian Lang was actually standing behind this black-robed young man. "Where's Xiao Zairu?" Gu Fei glanced at the green-clothed middle-aged man and suddenly said, the middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't weak either. He was actually a Saint King. But in front of him, a Saint King was as weak as an ant. Xiao Zairu. Zhao Mu's expression immediately changed. Could it be that someone from the lower world had come? He was nervous. One should know that the ancestral land of the Zhao clan was in the lower world. The Zhao clan of the heaven world was only a branch of the Zhao clan. That's right. I want her. Gu Fei's tone was very cold. The Zhao clan of the heaven world actually dared to chase after Xiao Zairu. They were already lucky that he didn't take action. May I know who you are to the goddess? Are you from the lower world? Zhao Mu asked carefully. If it was really someone from the lower world, it wouldn't be a small matter. Once the experts of the Zhao clan from the lower world entered the heaven world, the Zhao clan of the heaven world would probably be swallowed by the Zhao clan from the lower world. What does it have to do with you whether I'm from the lower world or not? Don't tell me you've already killed Xiao Zairu? Gu Fei's gaze sharpened as a chilling killing intent radiated from his body. He had unleashed his killing intent. For a person like him, once he unleashed his killing intent, the consequences would be dire. Martial artists paid particular attention to killing with their hearts and freedom. Gu Fei was a saint among martial artists. His heart was incomparably pure. Once his killing intent was triggered, the weather would change immediately. Zhao Mu was startled. The killing intent emitted from the other party's body caused his heart to palpitate. This was an unimaginable killing, Saint. The Zhao family was in trouble. Humph, since you don't want to tell me, then don't blame me. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Zhao Mu. A gigantic, chaotic hand appeared in the void, instantly locking down the entire void. In the next moment, Zhao Mu was shocked to discover that he was actually unable to move. It was as if his entire body was being pressed down by a primordial divine mountain, and he couldn't even move a finger. Dao, Brother Tian Lang, is there some sort of misunderstanding here? Zhao Mu hurriedly sought help from the old master Tian Lang behind Gu Fei. However, the old master Tian Lang had a solemn look on his face and ignored him, causing Zhao Mu to feel uneasy. Swish! At this moment, a beam of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's forehead. Within the divine light, there was a tiny person that rushed into Zhao Mu's forehead. In the next moment, Zhao Mu's expression turned sluggish. Soul search. When the old master Tian Lang saw this, he could not help but be taken aback. At the same time, he felt his heart palpitating. The methods of this human were way too frightening. To think that he would even possess such an unfathomable soul search skill, turning one's consciousness into a human form. This sort of soul search skill was far from ordinary. The old master Tian Lang had lived for countless years and attained his Tao in the primordial era. Naturally, his insight was extraordinary. With a single glance, he could tell that the soul search skill that Gu Fei used was far from ordinary. Very quickly, the figure formed by the consciousness rushed out from Zhao Mu's forehead and entered Gu Fei's. In the next moment, Gu Fei knew everything about Zhao Mu. This fellow was actually the great elder of the Zhao clan of the Snow region, but Lin Fan could not tell. Gu Fei used the soul-snatching secret skill to read some of Zhao Mu's important memories. He knew many secrets of the Zhao clan of the Snow region. Zhao Ziru was not dead, nor was she captured by them. Zhao Ziru was injured by Zhao Wudi and escaped. Now, even the people of the Zhao clan of the Snow region did not know where she was hiding. From Zhao Mu's memories, Gu Fei also knew the intentions of the Zhao clan of the Snow region. This clan actually wanted to break away from the Zhao clan of the desolate era of the mortal world and form their own faction. However, the Zhao clan of the desolate era of the mortal world would naturally not agree to such a thing. By capturing Zhao Ziru, the goddess of the Zhao clan of the desolate era of the mortal world, the Zhao clan of the heaven realm would have a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Zhao clan of the desolate era of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they failed to capture Zhao Ziru, and this bargaining chip escaped. Without a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Zhao clan of the desolate era of the mortal world, the Zhao clan of the heaven realm was naturally very nervous. They constantly sent out their experts to search the snow region. I see. Gu Fei could not help but feel displeased after knowing the whole story. These guys actually dared to betray the Zhao clan of the desolate era of the mortal world. After experiencing the betrayal of Hierarch South Heaven, he was especially disgusted by traitors. At this moment, Zhao Mu had already regained his consciousness. What did you do to me just now? Zhao Mu stared at Gu Fei in horror. His voice trembled. The scene just now had given him extreme fear, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. When Gu Fei was using the godly seizing secret technique to read Zhao Mu's memories, Zhao Mu seemed to be in a daze on the surface, but his divine soul was incomparably clear. Zhao Mu's divine soul watched as Gu Fei's divine sense searched through his divine soul's memories. This feeling was worse than death. Everything about him was completely defenseless against this person. Furthermore, his life and death were in the hands of this person. The feeling of his life and death being controlled by this person was unbearable for Zhao Mu. It almost drove him crazy. Humph, this is hilarious. You seem to know better than anyone else what I did to you just now. Gu Fei stared at Zhao Mu and said coldly, he really did not have a good impression of the Zhao clan of the Snow region. They were a bunch of people who had forgotten their ancestors. Zhao Mu pointed at Gu Fei. He was shocked, scared, and angry, but there was nothing he could do. Gu Fei's cultivation was way higher than his. If Gu Fei wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Ask your clan leader to come out and see me. If you are obedient, I might be happy and not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, I'll have to clean up the mess on behalf of the Zhao clan of the desolate era. Chapter 27:19. Zhao Mu was shocked that Gu Fei wanted to see the patriarch of the Zhao clan. Did this guy think he was a supreme? However, this guy was so powerful that he could kill him effortlessly. It seemed like old ancestor Heavenly Wolf had already been subdued by this guy. Otherwise, why would he let this guy do whatever he wanted without saying a word? What? Hurry up and get your patriarch to come out and see me. Gu Fei glared at Zhao Mu. The pressure of the holy venerate made Zhao Mu, the great elder of the Zhao clan, feel like he was suffocating. This guy was too scary. Yes. Zhao Mu quickly turned around and rushed down to the city below. The patriarch of the Zhao clan was called Zhao Tianxiong, but he wasn't in the ancestral city of the Zhao clan. What should I do? Zhao Mu didn't know what to do after returning to the ancestral city. He quickly sent an information transmission talisman to Zhao Tianxiong, but Zhao Tianxiong didn't respond. Zhao Mu couldn't sit still at the thought of Gu Fei's power. Buzz. Just as Gu Fei was getting impatient, the space below shook and a layer of divine light appeared, enveloping the ancestral city of the Zhao family of the Snowy Domain. How dare you lie to me? Gu Fei was enraged. This Zhao Mu really didn't know his place. This is bad. Standing behind Gu Fei, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wolf tribe knew that once his master got angry, it would be disastrous. The Zhao family of the Snow Domain would be in trouble. Heavenly Wolf, it's up to you now. Gu Fei said to Old Ancestor, Heavenly Wolf. Old Ancestor, Heavenly Wolf was stunned. He didn't expect that Gu Fei would ask him to be the vanguard. He and Gu Fei used to be allies. Yes. Old Ancestor, Heavenly Wolf hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. At this time, Gu Fei released the immortal celestial stage, Snow Ape. The immortal celestial stage, Snow Ape, was considered an expert in the snowfield. Roar. The Snow Ape's roar shook the surroundings, causing avalanches in the nearby mountains. A thunderous sound came from the nearby area. Boom. At this time, Ancestor Heavenly Wolf made his move. A huge beast claw came down from the sky towards the Zhao family's ancestral city. Violent energy fluctuations spread out. The beast's claw tore through the void and slammed into the layer of divine light that enveloped the ancestral city of the Zhao family. The violent force shook the earth and shook the entire city. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Wolf, what is the meaning of this? Why are you attacking my Zhao clan? A furious roar came from the Zhao family's ancestral city. Zhao Mu's figure reappeared in the city, pointing at the Heavenly Wolf ancestor and cursing, Cowardly scoundrel, come out and accept your death. Patriarch Heavenly Wolf didn't care too much. He roared and continued to attack. Another gigantic beast, Claw, descended from the sky. Rumble, the layer of divine light that enveloped the Zhao family's ancestral city, began to shake violently. Runes began to emerge on the surface of the divine light, interweaving into mysterious and ancient patterns. This turtle shell is really hard. Patriarch Heavenly Wolf used his full strength, but he still couldn't break the grand formation of the Zhao family's ancestral city. This made his hair stand on end. He didn't expect the grand formation to be so powerful. Humph! Fellow Taoist Heavenly Wolf, don't waste your energy. You can't break the grand formation. Zhao Mu immediately became more confident after returning to the Zhao family's ancestral city. One had to know that no one had been able to break the grand formation of the Zhao family's ancestral city in countless years. How dare you? Patriarch Heavenly Wolf flipped his right hand, and a bone blade appeared in front of him. This bone blade was a saint-level weapon he had refined. At this moment, Gu Fei was watching from the side. The Snow Ape was even further away, preparing to kill the Zhao family's disciples who had escaped from the Zhao family's ancestral city. Kill! Patriarch Heavenly Wolf was furious. He had been holding back his anger for a long time, so he wanted to vent it on the Zhao family of Shuiyu. A dazzling blade light shot out from his hand, splitting the world as it fell towards the Zhao family's ancestral city. However, the result was the same. The power of this slash was enough to cut down the stars in the sky, but it couldn't break the grand formation of the Zhao family's ancestral city. A bit interesting. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod after seeing this. The grand formation of the Zhao family's ancestral city wasn't simple at all. The person who created this formation back then was definitely a genius. At this time, everyone in the ancestral city was in a state of panic. All the experts of the Zhao family had come out, but they couldn't accept this scene. Once upon a time, the Zhao family of the snow region had been attacked. Some people suggested asking the strongest expert of the family to kill all the people outside. However, there were also people who objected. One had to know that the strongest expert of the family was a form of deterrence. As long as that person existed, the great powers of the Northern Shui, you wouldn't dare to challenge the Zhao family's position as the overlord. Zhao Mu kept sending message-transmitting talismans to Zhao Tianxiong, wanting him to come out and take charge of the situation. However, what made Zhao Mu feel despair was that Zhao Tianxiong seemed to have disappeared. Even he, the Grand Elder, couldn't contact him. Meanwhile, the celestial wolf ancestor was still attacking the ancestral city with all his might. The crazed attacks of the celestial wolf ancestor were all blocked by the power of the Grand Formation. He couldn't cause any damage to the ancestral city. Taoist celestial wolf, don't waste your energy. Someone in the ancestral city yelled. Is everyone in the Zhao family a bunch of scoundrels? Come out and fight if you have the guts. The celestial wolf ancestor roared. Ha ha, say whatever you want. I'm not going out. What can you do to me? Zhao Mu said with a laugh. The celestial wolf ancestor was infuriated by the Grand Elder of the Zhao family. All right, the game's over. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly walked over from afar. Rumble, as he pressed his hand down, the chaotic giant hand appeared, and an extremely powerful wave of energy spread out from the chaotic giant hand. Bang! Gu Fei's chaotic palm slammed into the layer of divine light above the ancestral city. Everyone watched this scene nervously. Gu Fei immediately activated the secret art of Wu, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. The power of the secret art erupted, and the chaotic palm slammed into the ancestral city. Rumble, as Gu Fei's chaotic palm descended. A large number of houses in the ancestral city were instantly turned into ruins. Some cultivators who couldn't escape in time died on the spot. What? Chapter 2720. As soon as Gu Fei made his move, he broke the Zhao family's ancestral city's grand formation that celestial wolf ancestor had been trying to break for a long time. Everyone in the Zhao family's ancestral city was stunned when the grand formation was broken. No one had thought that the great formation of the Zhao family would be broken. It was hard to imagine. No one had been able to break the great formation of the Zhao family for thousands of years. But today, everything was different. The great formation of the Zhao family was easily broken, and the great chaotic hand entered the ancestral city of the Zhao family. Gu Fei did not show mercy. The great chaotic hand fell, and a large number of houses in the ancestral city of the Zhao family were turned into dust. Some cultivators that couldn't dodge in time were directly blasted into clouds of blood mist, and it was like numerous flowers of blood were blooming. It was extremely miserable. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Zhao Mu roared in the city. His voice spread far and wide. At this time, the great chaotic hand disappeared. Gu Fei brought old ancestor Sirius, and the snow aped down from the sky and landed on the roof of a house that had not collapsed yet. Humph, it seems that you still don't know what happened. Gu Fei sneered at Zhao Mu, who was on the opposite roof. The person you want to capture is in the human world. She is my junior sister. You dared to attack my junior sister. Didn't you think that something like this would happen? What? When Zhao Mu heard this, his shock was no small matter. He never thought that Zhao Ziru would actually have such a powerful and domineering senior brother. Great Elder, this guy dared to attack us. We will make sure that he will not be able to return. At this time, a group of people rushed out and came to Zhao Mu's side. Every one of them had a powerful aura. The Zhao family of Shuiyu is not weak. Gu Fei glanced at the group of people on the opposite side and said, there were actually 3 sages among the group of people, and one of them was even a sage king. The Zhao family in the Shui, you had so many saint-level cultivators. No wonder they could dominate the Shuiyu. In the entire northern Shuiyu, maybe only the Shuiyu Heavenly Palace could compete with the Zhao family. Moreover, there was definitely an emperor in the Zhao clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Zhao clan to dominate Shuiyu. After all, a saint was just a joke before an emperor. because emperors were formidable existences at the Saint Exalt realm. The group of experts from the Zhao family from the Snow region was filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for Zhao Mu stopping them, they would have already charged at Gu Fei. A bunch of reckless fellows, said the snow ape. It was now the size of a fist. It was furry and sat on Gu Fei's shoulder. It was looking at the group of people in front of it playfully. What? You actually said that we don't know the difference between life and death? A saint's hearing was very good. The snow ape had only muttered a few words, but one of the saints was enraged and was about to attack Gu Fei. Zhao Hong, what are you doing? Zhao Mu quickly stopped the saint. He knew very well how strong and terrifying Gu Fei was. Even he wasn't a match for Gu Fei. How could this Zhao Hong be a match for Gu Fei? Great Elder, they are already here. How can we tolerate this? Said the saint called Zhao Hong. He was venting his dissatisfaction. The Zhao clan had never been so aggrieved before. One should know that the Zhao clan was the true overlord of the northern Shuiyu. If the Shuiyu heavenly palace didn't come out, the Zhao clan would be the overlord. The people from the Zhao clan were used to living like lords. They were usually high and mighty. They only needed to wave their hands, and countless people would come to serve them. Gu Fei dared to attack the ancestral city of the Zhao clan. This was absolutely infuriating for the lords of the Zhao clan. Great Elder, a white-haired saint looked at Zhao Mu. He was filled with fighting spirit. As soon as Zhao Mu gave the order, he would attack and kill the black-clothed brat. All of you, back off. Zhao Mu roared. Now that the clan leader and the strongest expert of the Zhao clan weren't here, they had no way to fight the black-clothed brat. Going head-on against this black-clothed brat now was simply the rhythm of courting death. Great Elder, everyone was very dissatisfied. The enemy had already come in, but the Great Elder didn't allow them to fight. This was too aggrieving. Some people almost cursed. I am the Great Elder. When the clan leader isn't here, you have to listen to me. Zhao Mu glanced at the crowd and said solemnly, Hearing this, the crowd didn't dare to react. One should know that Zhao Mu was the Great Elder. If they dared to disobey the Great Elder's orders, they would be traitors of the Zhao clan. No one would dare to betray the Zhao clan unless their heads were kicked by donkeys. Hey, what are you guys doing? If you want to fight, do it early. If you don't want to fight, surrender. The snow ape suddenly stood up from Gu Fei's shoulder and roared at the crowd. Although it was only the size of a fist, its voice was very loud. Bastard! That group of people was furious when they heard that. They were all important members of the Zhao clan of Shuiyu. They were high above everyone else. They had never been shouted at like that before. You evil creature, I can kill you with one finger. The white-haired saint stared at the ball of fur on Gu Fei's shoulder and said, if it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have already attacked. Sirius, you heartless bastard. How dare you help outsiders to bully us? You must be tired of living. Someone shouted at the great ancestor of Sirius. Humph, a wise man submits to circumstances. You are used to being arrogant. You are destined to suffer. The great ancestor of Sirius said coldly. He didn't even bat an eyelid. What an ungrateful bastard. The one who spoke was a tall old man in armor. The old man had been silent until now. He stared at the great ancestor of Sirius with fire in his eyes. Zhao Gang, what did you say? When great ancestor Tianlang heard this, he suddenly raised his head. Two beams of bright light rushed out of his eyes and swept over the tall old man. Zhao Gang had a close relationship with the great ancestor of Sirius. One of the great ancestor's grandsons married a woman from the Zhao clan. This woman was Zhao Gang's granddaughter. With this relationship, The relationship between the great ancestor of Sirius and Zhao Gang was much closer than that of the rest of the Zhao clan. Am I wrong? Zhao Gang stared at the great ancestor of Sirius and said coldly, "Roar." Chapter 27-21. The heavenly wolf's roar shook heaven and earth, shaking the entire Zhao family's ancestral city. Many cultivators instantly lost their hearing and could no longer hear anything. Blood seeped out of their ears. Some people even fainted from the sound waves. Roar! Roars and shouts came from every corner of the ancestral city. Rumble! Houses collapsed one after another like they were made of paper. Dust flew everywhere. It was unknown just how many Zhao family disciples were injured. This was a disaster. The howl of a holy venerate skyhowl divine wolf was absolutely terrifying. Furthermore, the skywolf old ancestor had not truly executed the skywolf clan's skywolf howl. Even so, there weren't many disciples in the ancestral city who could withstand this howl. Countless people fled in panic. Tianlang, what are you trying to do? Do you really want to become my enemy? Opposite Sirius, Zhao Gang said sternly. So, what if I want to be enemies with the Zhao clan? Tianlang said angrily. He didn't want to become enemies with the Zhao family, but he couldn't even protect himself now. Even his life was in the hands of others. He was already incomparably sullen, and now he was being criticized by his in-laws. This made old ancestor Heavenly Wolf's hair stand on end. I want to be enemies with the Zhao family. What can you do to me? I will kill you. Zhao Gang's body was like a raging fire. Divine flames rose all over his body, and 9 fire Dao patterns emerged on his body. His murderous aura was like a rainbow, and he was about to make a move. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Gang. Great Elder, Zhao Gang was taken aback. The person in front of him was the first elder, Zhao Mu. I told you not to act rashly. Didn't you hear me? Zhao Mu's face darkened. He knew that the real master of the other party had not spoken yet. He did not want the Zhao clan to die in vain. In the absence of the patriarch and the #1 expert, the most important thing to do now was to preserve their strength. Zhao Mu was very clear that once he angered Gu Fei, it would be a disaster. But Zhao Gang still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhao Mu. We can't afford to offend that guy. Zhao Mu transmitted his voice to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang couldn't help being startled when he heard this. Even the Grand Elder was so fearful of that black-clothed youth. Just who was that fellow? Zhao Gang was not a fool. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate to the saint level. He immediately thought of a possibility. Zhao Mu was stalling for time. The head of the Zhao family should be back soon. All right, where's the Zhao family's family head? Hurry up and come out. At this time, Gu Fei, who had been watching the show, spoke. He was a little impatient. He was here to denounce the Zhao family. If the Zhao family did not give him an acceptable explanation, he would not let it go. Patriarch will be back soon. Don't be impatient. Zhao Mu said politely. He had no choice but to do this. This went against his conscience. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Can I still believe what you say? Gu Fei looked at Zhao Mu and suddenly smiled. This Zhao Mu was really an ambitious person. Even at this moment, he could still act as if nothing had happened. Not everyone could become the great elder of the Zhao family. This Zhao Mu blushed and looked a little embarrassed. Since the Zhao family's family head is not here, then I have no other choice. Tianlang, go and confiscate the Zhao family. Gu Fei directly ordered old ancestor Tianlang. Yes, old ancestor Tianlang received the order and then rushed to the back of the ancestral city of the Zhao family. Tianlang, how dare you? Zhao Gang roared in anger. Old ancestor Tianlang did not say anything. He just looked at Zhao Gang coldly, and then disappeared into the void. He knew where the Zhao family's medicinal field and treasury were. One should know that he was related to the Zhao family by marriage. With this relationship, he naturally knew a lot about the Zhao family in Snow region. Since Gu Fei had ordered to confiscate, the Zhao family, old ancestor Tianlang could only obey. After all, his life was in the hands of Gu Fei. Old ancestor Tianlang could not protect himself. He had to obey. This is outrageous. Zhao Gang was about to chase after him, but he was stopped by Zhao Mu. You know when to advance and when to retreat. Gu Fei looked at Zhao Mu and couldn't help nodding. This great elder of the Zhao family in Snow region was not simple. Only such a person could become the great elder of the Zhao family. Rumble, strong waves of energy came from afar. Old ancestor Tianlang was breaking the formation. Even though he had a deep relationship with the Zhao family's treasury and medicinal field were all protected by formations. No one could enter easily. Even old ancestor Tianlang could not break the formation in a short time and take away the Zhao family's treasures in the medicinal field. Behind Zhao Mu, everyone was shocked and angry. Some wanted to rush forward and attack Gu Fei, but they were all stopped by Zhao Mu. Gu Fei had shocked all the experts of the Zhao family in Snow region by himself. If people saw this scene, it would definitely cause a stir in the northern Snow region. One should know that the Zhao family was the overlord of the northern Snow region, the true ruler of the northern Snow region. Although there were two overlords in the northern Snow region, the Heavenly Palace of Snow region and the Zhao family, the Heavenly Palace of Snow region didn't care about worldly affairs and was mysterious. Therefore, there was no doubt that the Zhao family had become the true ruler of the northern Snow region. However, no one dared to look down on the Heavenly Palace of Snow region. Some people thought that although the Heavenly Palace of Snow region was mysterious, they were the strongest in the northern Snow region. Rumble, thunderous sounds kept coming. Strong waves of energy shook the entire ancestral city of the Zhao family. This made the experts of the Zhao family's faces turn ugly. Humph, you want to destroy the Zhao family? What a joke. Someone behind Zhao Mu sneered. Is that so? Gu Fei saw that the person who spoke was a black-haired young man. However, he knew that this young man was definitely an antique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a senior member of the Zhao family and wouldn't be qualified to stand behind Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu glared at the black-haired young man, but didn't say anything. At this time, Gu Fei directly opened his inner world. A figure walked out from his inner world. It was a person who looked exactly like Gu Fei and was also wearing a black robe. This is Zhao Mu, and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. The black-haired young man who walked out from Gu Fei's inner world glanced at Zhao Mu and the others before turning around and leaving. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Damn it! Chapter 27-22. Gu Fei wasn't joking when he said he wanted to destroy the Zhao family. He was going to put his plan into action. He ordered Patriarch Skywolf to attack. Rumble, a thunderous rumble came from deep within the ancestral city. Patriarch Skywolf was working hard to break the formation. That direction was the location of the Zhao family's medicinal fields. Zhao Mu looked at Gu Fei with a gloomy face. He didn't say anything, but the people behind him were both shocked and angry. They glared at Gu Fei as if they wanted to eat Gu Fei alive. Gu Fei stood on the roof, nonchalantly playing with the little snow ape on his shoulder. The furry little snow ape was very cute, but when it was angry, it was extremely fierce. Gu Fei, what do you want? Zhao Mu said. As the grand elder of the Zhao family, he naturally had to consider the bigger picture. There was still no news of the Zhao family leader, and the number one expert of the Zhao family had left the ancestral city for some reason. However, things were just so coincidental. When the two most powerful members of the Zhao family weren't in the ancestral city, a powerful enemy just had to attack them. This caused all the members of the snowy Zhao clan to feel incomparably sullen. Most likely, only Daofather Skywolf knew that even if the leader of the Zhao clan and the mysterious, unfathomable number one figure of the Zhao clan were present in their ancestral city, they probably wouldn't be able to change anything. If they angered Gu Fei, the consequences would be even more severe. I don't want to do anything. I just want to destroy your Zhao family. Gu Fei didn't even raise his head. Don't go too far. You should know that the enmity between the Zhao family of the celestial realm and the Zhao family of the mortal world is an internal matter. It's not up to an outsider like you to interfere, Zhao Mu said coldly. Humph, you make it sound so easy. Although Zhao Zairu is a member of the Zhao family, she's also my junior apprentice sister. If you dare to attack her, that's the same as attacking me. Gu Fei's voice turned cold. This Zhao Mu's mood was very heavy. He had never thought that Zhao Zairu would have such a powerful senior brother. If he had known beforehand, they would not have made a move against the Zhao family from the mortal realm. Humph, don't waste your energy. Our Zhao family isn't a place that can be raided by any random cat or dog. Behind Zhao Mu, a young man with black hair and white eyebrows said. This was the Saint King, Bai Mei, from the Zhao clan of the Snowy region. He was extremely powerful and could rule over an entire region. However, the white-browed Sage King was like an ant in front of Gu Fei. He could kill a whole bunch of them with a raise of his hand. It should be known that a holy venerate was many times more powerful than a holy king. In this great era where powerful people came forth in large numbers, a holy king was really nothing. Of course, for countless creatures, the holy king was still a high and mighty deity who could dominate a region. However, if they were to encounter a holy venerate, they would be at a disadvantage. Is that so? I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed. Gu Fei glanced at the white-browed young man and smiled. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound came from the depths of the Zhao clan's ancestral city. A rumbling sound came from the depths of the Zhao family's ancestral city. Then, beams of divine light shot into the sky. Zhao Mu and the others all looked in the direction where the buzzing sound came from. They saw ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spreading outwards from a certain place. Countless beams of divine light shot into the sky, like beams of divine rainbows before dissipating high up in the sky. Everyone could see ancient Tao patterns blossoming like fireworks within the divine light before dissipating and disappearing. Everyone from the Zhao family was stunned, especially the white-browed Saint King, who had spoken rudely just now. He was completely dumbfounded. He had just mocked these people for not being able to break through the protective formation of the medicinal field, but the formation had been broken through so easily. How is this possible? The white-browed Sage King said in a trembling voice. Ha! Why is it not possible? You idiots, you must have eaten too much pig brain. My master can even break through your protective formation, so why would he care about your mere herb field formation? Snowball, who was standing on Gu Fei's shoulder, waved its arms and legs as it spoke. Head Elder, after the group of cultivators from the Zhao clan came back to their senses, they all looked at Zhao Mu. As long as he gave the order, they would fight to the death with this guy called Gu Fei. Mother of Asterisk, so cowardly, Zhao Gang said fiercely. All of you, don't act rashly. I'll kill anyone who dares to act rashly. Zhao Mu suddenly turned around and roared. He glanced at the crowd. These guys were really pigs. They had probably become stupid after living in peace for too long. Who was this Gu Fei? He was a peerless, ferocious person. Even the celestial wolf ancestor was no match for him. What right did they have to fight to the death with these people? The celestial wolf ancestor was a powerful existence of the saint sovereign level. He had already attained the Tao in the ancient times. Such an expert had to lower his arrogant head in front of Gu Fei. Do you only have a few stalks of sage medicine in your herb field? At this time, the news that Gu Fei's clone sent back surprised him. In the herb field of the Zhao clan, there were only 4 or 5 stalks of sage medicine. The rest were only celestial medicine or spiritual medicine that were only a few thousand years old. Gu Fei was a little disappointed. 4 or 5 stalks of sage medicine was too little. This did not match the powerful Zhao clan at all. He really did not care about these sage medicine. In his divine land, where the heavenly spring of life was located, there were a lot of sage medicine. There were even immortal godly medicine, as well as countless other celestial medicine and spiritual medicine. Could there be something fishy about this? Gu Fei muttered to himself. However, he did not know how shocked and uneasy the Zhao clan's grand elder, Zhao Mu, was after hearing his words. Zhao Mu was afraid that Gu Fei would notice something. Rumble! Very soon, an extremely shocking sound rang out from the depths of the Zhao clan's ancestral city. Countless rays of divine light shot out again, and the talismans collapsed in the air. Afterwards, the light of treasures and spiritual qi shot out from the Zhao clan's ancestral city. Grand Elder, the treasury is also white-browed Saint Ruler's heart ached. That was where the Zhao clan kept their treasures. Over the countless years, all the treasures and materials that the Zhao clan had collected were stored there. At this time, the Zhao clan's treasury had been breached. Everyone in the Zhao clan was anxious and wanted nothing more than to fight to the death with Gu Fei. However, Zhao Mu seemed abnormally calm at this time. He stopped everyone, which made everyone very confused. Even at this time, he still did not allow them to make a move. Roar! At this time, a long roar rang out in the distance. Rumbling sound waves spread out, and the entire world shook from the roar. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken away. An avalanche occurred in the mountains near the Zhao clan's ancestral city. An extremely shocking rumble could be heard. The clan leader has returned. Chapter 27-23. The howl lasted for a long time. In the ancestral city of the Zhao clan, the experts led by Zhao Mu were both surprised and overjoyed. Ha! Gu Fei brat, your time of death has come. The white-browed saint laughed. The leader of the Zhao clan had finally returned. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled. His eyes turned cold as he looked at the white-browed saint. This white-browed youth was really asking for a beating. Gu Fei had the urge to attack. At this moment, an extremely powerful saint's aura swept over from afar, causing the world to lose color. Afterward, a figure appeared on the horizon. It was a tall figure that was rapidly approaching the ancestral city of the Zhao clan. Grand Elder, let us attack, said Zhao Gang excitedly. Divine flames danced around him, as if an ancient god of fire had descended. Fire-shaped Tao runes could be faintly seen within the divine flames. Zhao Mu didn't say anything else. Gu Fei die? Zhao Gang was overjoyed to see that Zhao Mu had no intention of stopping him. He took a step forward and glared at Gu Fei. His battle intent surged. You guys, Gu Fei was somewhat speechless. The people of the Zhao clan were truly treacherous. They hadn't dared to act rashly before, but now they were baring their claws at him. Let's go together and kill this guy, someone behind Zhao Mu bellowed. What's going on? At this moment, a shout rang out from the sky. A figure rapidly approached, quickly arriving near the ancestral city of the Zhao clan. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance and a tall stature. The middle-aged man's hair was white, and he stood in the air. 9 divine rings revolved around him, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. He was imposing without being angry. Leader, in the ancestral city of the Zhao family, a few of the Zhao family's children began to cry after seeing the middle-aged man, who looked like an ancient ancestor god. The Zhao clan was truly too sullen today. They'd actually been forced into such a miserable state by a single person. All the experts were stunned by Gu Fei. At this moment, Zhao Mu had already reported everything to the middle-aged man in the sky. Preposterous. After learning about this, the head of the Zhao family was furious. The Zhao family wasn't so easily bullied. Whoever dared to provoke the Zhao family would die. Zhao Yuntian, the leader of the Zhao family, looked at Gu Fei with a gaze as sharp as a knife. He stood high up in the sky, looking down at the young man who was playing with a cute creature that looked like a furry ball. Seeing that the young man did not even spare him a glance, Zhao Yuntian was even more furious. Of course, Zhao Yuntian was able to become the leader of the Zhao clan of Shuiyu, so he naturally had his own strengths. This black-robed young man was so calm, he probably really had the strength to fight against him. Fellow Taoist Gu, aren't your hands a little too deep? Zhao Yuntian stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. At this moment, Gu Fei raised his head and looked at Zhao Yuntian, without saying anything. Shua. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a young man who looked exactly like Gu Fei, and was also wearing a black robe. When Zhao Yuntian saw the young man in black appear without a sound, he couldn't help but be shocked. He actually didn't sense that this young man was going to appear. Holy Sage, 2 holy sages. No wonder they dared to cause trouble in the Zhao clan. Zhao Yuntian muttered to himself. The Zhao clan's treasure vault is indeed filled with many things. Some of the treasures were extremely rare in both the heaven realm and the human realm. Naturally, Gu Fei wouldn't be courteous with the Zhao clan. Anything that fell into Gu Fei's hands, he wouldn't hand it over even if the heavenly emperor himself came. How dare you? Zhao Yuntian's expression suddenly changed. Zhao Mu was transmitting a message to him, telling him that the medicinal field and the treasure vault had been breached. The Zhao clan had suffered a great loss. The Zhao clan of Shui, you only has so few things. How poor. Gu Fei sneered. He really didn't expect that the Zhao clan, which dominated the Shuiyu, only had so few treasures. After so many years of accumulation, the Zhao clan should be very rich. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Yuntian gritted his teeth and attacked directly. He pointed a finger at Gu Fei, and a beam of divine light immediately rushed out from his finger, piercing towards Gu Fei. A mass of primal chaos qi emerged from Gu Fei's body. The piercing divine light hit the primal chaos qi and made a muffled sound. It was blocked. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me. Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and grinned at Zhao Yuntian in the sky. What? Zhao Yuntian's heart jumped. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared in the sky. Even Zhao Yuntian didn't see how Gu Fei disappeared, which made his heart palpitate. In the next moment, a huge foot appeared above Zhao Yuntian's head, stomping down on his head. It was too sudden. By the time Zhao Yuntian realized it, Gu Fei's big foot had already stepped heavily on his head and stomped him down from the sky. Boom! Zhao Yuntian fell from the sky like a meteorite, directly smashing into the ground. Zhao Mu and the others saw this scene, and their eyes almost popped out. They never thought that their clan leader's head would be stepped on by someone. This wasn't stepping on his face, it was stepping on his head. Roar! Zhao Yuntian roared and rushed out from the huge pit on the ground. He was so angry that his head was almost crushed by his opponent's foot. His face was covered with tiny bloody wounds. Kill! Zhao Yuntian roared and attacked. 9 rays of sword light rushed out from his body and turned into a shocking sword rainbow, slashing at Gu Fei. Every ray of sword light could cut down the stars in the sky, displaying terrifying power. However, a scene that made Zhao Yuntian even more shocked happened. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the 9 shocking sword rainbows in his hand. Clang! A series of metal clanging sounds came from Gu Fei's hand. Then, the 9 shocking sword lights that Zhao Yuntian struck immediately collapsed in Gu Fei's hand. Then, Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at Zhao Yuntian. Rumble! The huge chaotic hand instantly shrouded the entire sky and sealed the void, sealing off all of Zhao Yuntian's escape routes. Zhao Yuntian was really shocked. The huge hand covered the sky, and the aura of the Great Path was vast. This was the embodiment of Tao laws. One sword to split the sky. Chapter 27-24. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Yuntian, was a holy venerate and a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator was an extremely aggressive cultivator. They cultivated a supreme divine ability that allowed them to destroy all techniques with a single sword in hand. Zhao Yuntian's sword cultivation was probably not weaker than the Eastern Land's celestial emperor Yuan Gu. Gu Fei's chaos palm was broken by Zhao Yuntian's sword. Playing with swords, Gu Fei was a little surprised. He extended his right hand, and a chaos divine sword appeared in his hand. It was a divine sword formed by the power of chaos. He had obtained the 9 heaven punishing swords from the Yuan Gu celestial emperor. He could use it to fight against the head of the Zhao family. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the chaos divine sword in his hand, and an extremely powerful sword aura immediately spread from the chaos divine sword. It was extremely sharp. Swoosh! At that moment, a golden ray of sword chi descended from the sky, heading straight for Gu Fei's head. The light of the sword cut through the air, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack wherever it passed. Gu Fei did not think too much. He raised the chaos divine sword in his hand to block the attack. Clang! The chaos divine sword in Gu Fei's hand collided with the golden sword light that was descending from the sky, producing a metallic sound. The golden sword chi that was descending towards Gu Fei was repelled by his sword. What? Zhao Yuntian was shocked to see that Gu Fei had repelled his sword chi. He realized that he had severely underestimated his opponent. He's also a sword cultivator. Zhao Mu and the others were even more shocked. Have a taste of my sword. Gu Fei roared and swung the chaos divine sword in his hand at Zhao Yuntian. This was neither a powerful technique nor a peerless theurgy. It seemed like a casual attack, but it made Zhao Yuntian's heart tremble. He felt that it would be difficult to dodge. Since he could not dodge, he would fight. They were both holy venerates. Who was afraid of who? Buzz! The air rumbled, and a heavenly sword appeared in the sky. It was a golden heavenly sword, and it shone with a golden light that illuminated the entire world. Zhao Yuntian slashed out with his strongest sword attack. The sword light soared into the sky. He attacked with all his strength because he wanted to defeat Gu Fei as soon as possible. However, could he really defeat Gu Fei? The golden sword chi directly broke through Gu Fei's seemingly casual sword attack. Moreover, it did not stop as it continued towards Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei's heaven punishing sword had already started churning. An extremely powerful sword chi rippled out between the heaven and earth. This was a supreme god skill. 9 sword wills could kill sages. This heaven-punishing sword was truly terrifying. Rumble! The void trembled as the 2 powerful sword chi clashed with each other, producing a thunderous sound. Then, the 2 sword chi canceled each other out. What relationship do you have with the Eastern Land's celestial arch? Zhao Yuntian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei's heaven-punishing sword will. This person's sword Dao was somewhat similar to the Eastern Land's celestial arch, as if they came from the same source. My relationship with the Eastern Land's celestial arch has nothing to do with you. Gu Fei had a faint smile on his face. Gu Fei, your name is Gu Fei. Could it be that you are? Zhao Yuntian seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked. Cut the crap. Come again. Gu Fei didn't say anything else to Zhao Yuntian. He directly attacked. The Chaos Divine Sword in his hand transformed into a sword light and rushed out, transforming into a Chaos Divine Phoenix that pounced towards Zhao Yuntian. This was the true Phoenix sword of the 9 heaven-punishing swords. The sword Qi turned into a divine phoenix and displayed unbelievable power. It was as if a real divine phoenix had descended to the world. The terrifying pressure caused the heaven-punishing swords to tremble. At this time, Zhao Yuntian took out a purple gold gourd from his body. He pulled out the stopper and shouted at the divine phoenix that was pouncing towards him, "Absorb!" A heaven-devouring force immediately surged out from the purple gold gourd, wanting to swallow the power of Gu Fei's sword Dao into the purple gold gourd. The void trembled, and a large area of the void collapsed, being swallowed by the purple gold gourd. This was a real heaven-devouring gourd. The power displayed by this gourd was indeed frightening. This magic treasure was at least made by a saint or even a quasi-supreme. Otherwise, how could it have such power? However, the 9 heaven-punishing swords was not an ordinary sword Dao. It was a supreme sword Dao. Moreover, it was displayed by Gu Fei. The power of the true Phoenix sword could not be underestimated. In the void, there seemed to be a cry of a phoenix. The true phoenix formed by the sword light flapped its wings and actually resisted the heaven-devouring force displayed by the heaven-devouring gourd. Rumble, 2 supreme forces clashed. The heaven-devouring gourd in Zhao Yuntian's hand was constantly shaking as if it could fly out of his hand at any time. Such a powerful sword Dao. Zhao Yuntian controlled the heaven-devouring gourd. His expression was not very good. He was very clear about the power of the magic treasure in his hand. Even a holy venerable would be sucked in by it and refined into a pool of blood. His body and soul would be destroyed. However, against Gu Fei now, not to mention sucking him into the heaven-devouring gourd, it was already very good that he could protect himself. Moreover, what Zhao Yuntian feared the most was that there was a black-robed young man who looked exactly the same as Gu Fei. He was glaring at Zhao Yuntian like a tiger watching its prey, and could attack him at any time. That black-robed young man was also a Saint Venerable. If that black-robed young man attacked him as well, he would definitely lose under the joint attack of 2 Saint Venerables. Buzz. The true phoenix flapped its wings, and an even more powerful sword Dao erupted. Zhao Yuntian was sent flying. Humph, you dare to be distracted while fighting me? Gu Fei was expressionless. He directly used the 8 desolate steps and instantly chased after Zhao Yuntian. Without thinking, he used the second sword. The second sword intent exploded from his hand. A dragon roar rang out, and the chaotic sword light turned into a true dragon. It instantly soared tens of thousands of feet and rushed towards Zhao Yuntian. The true phoenix and true dragon appeared in the sky at the same time. This caused everyone who saw this scene to be shocked to the extreme as they looked at this scene in disbelief. The heaven-punishing 9 swords were said to be able to punish the heavens. The strength of the 9 sword intents was unimaginable. The first sword was a true phoenix, and the second was a true dragon. Every single sword was enough to change the color of the sky. Rumble, there was a huge tremor in the void as a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Then, there was a great destruction. The void collapsed, and the primal chaos energy came out. Without any suspense, the power of the true phoenix and true dragon interweaved and destroyed everything. Zhao Yuntian was sent flying once again. The heaven-devouring gourd in his hand had cracks that looked like spider webs. It looked like it could break at any time. Chapter 27-25. Rumble. A rumbling sound reverberated through the sky. Someone had used a powerful method to forcefully open a spatial tunnel. The person who could tear open the void and break through the spatial barrier was none other than Gu Fei. At this moment, all the disciples of the Zhao clan in the ancestral city were alarmed. Everyone was extremely shocked. Most of them didn't know that there was a hidden paradise in the sky above the ancestral city. Only the higher-ups of the Zhao clan knew about the existence of the Zhao clan's paradise. Ordinary disciples of the Zhao clan didn't even know that there was a paradise in the sky. How did this fiend know about the existence of the Zhao clan's paradise? Two figures stood in a dark corner of the ancestral city. One of them said in a deep voice. He stared at the figure in the sky fiercely, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. Could it be that someone betrayed us? The other figure said. This person was very calm. Grand Elder, we must investigate this thoroughly, a white-browed young man said hatefully. A white-browed young man standing in the dark said hatefully. The first thing he thought of was that there must be a traitor in the Zhao clan. Otherwise, how could Gu Fei know about the existence of the Zhao clan's cave? The other person was the Grand Elder of the Zhao clan, Zhao Mu. The white-browed young man behind Zhao Mu was the white-browed saint ruler of the Zhao clan. The white-browed saint ruler was in the pro-war faction. He had never been willing to submit to Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei was extremely powerful. Even the clan leader of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yuntian, wasn't his opponent. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. You don't need to say that. Zhao Mu said calmly. Ha ha! A burst of hearty laughter came down from the sky. Gu Fei directly stepped into the spatial tunnel and disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone who knew about the existence of the Zhao clan's paradise was shocked and enraged. Some of their faces turned pale. When Zhao Yuntian saw Gu Fei enter the paradise, his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The Zhao family's true heritage was neither the herb fields nor the treasure vault. The herb fields and the treasure vault were merely a pretense. The Zhao family had dominated the northern snow region for countless years and had collected countless heavenly treasures. The treasures in the Zhao family's ancestral city were only a small part of it. The real rare divine materials and treasures were stored in the treasury of the Zhao family's grotto heaven. The treasury in the grotto heaven was the real treasury of the Zhao family. Now that Gu Fei had discovered the true power of the Zhao family in the snow region, how could Zhao Mu and the others just sit still? However, even the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Yuntian, was no match for Gu Fei. Even if Zhao Mu and the rest hated Gu Fei to the extreme, they could do nothing about it. In fact, Zhao Mu and the others were waiting. They were waiting for the arrival of the #1 expert of the Zhao clan. Zhao Mu and the others believed that once the #1 expert of the Zhao clan returned, it would be the day of Gu Fei's death. One should know that the #1 expert of the Zhao clan used to be invincible in the northern snow region. Even the people of the heavenly palace of snow region feared him. The #1 expert of the Zhao clan once had the chance to become the strongest expert of an era. However, for some reason, he lost the right to become one. No one knew what happened back then. At this time, Gu Fei had already entered the Zhao family's paradise. Rather than calling it a paradise, it would be better to call it a world. That's right, a world. This world is not bad. Gu Fei walked among the mountains. The mountains were beautiful, and there were spiritual lakes dotted among them. Occasionally, spiritual springs would spurt out of the mountains, forming small streams. Auspicious clouds floated in the sky. Occasionally, the figures of spiritual beasts and birds could be seen in the forest. Although this world was far from Gu Fei's divine land, it was still rich in spiritual qi. It was a cultivation treasure land that every cultivator dreamed of. What surprised Gu Fei the most was that in the core of this world, there was a divine spring of life that was constantly spurting out pure life essence, nourishing the entire world. Above the divine spring of life, there was a black palace floating. It was a huge palace, like an ancient divine mountain guarding the divine spring of life. Most of the life essence from the divine spring of life was guided by the black palace. The divine spring of life was used to nourish the black palace. An aura that made people's hearts palpitate came from the black palace. Gu Fei felt a strange aura. He looked towards the core of this world and saw a black aura lingering in the sky. Even the astral wind in the sky couldn't blow it away. Death Qi. Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily contracted when he saw the clump of black qi in the sky. How could there be death qi in such a place? Gu Fei pondered for a moment. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared outside the core of this world. He sensed something strange in the void in front of him. If it was someone else, they might not be able to see anything. However, Gu Fei was different. He had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, which could see through all illusions in the world. Under the gaze of Gu Fei's martial path heavenly eye, the void in front of him was filled with ancient runes. Someone had actually sealed up the core region of this world. Just who was it that had done such a thing? It should be known that not everyone could set up a formation that could seal off an entire region. Only a formation master could imprint runes into the void. Outside the core of this world, there were several mountains floating in the air. Pavilions were built on top of the mountains. One of the mountains was enveloped by a spiritual light and emitted a medicinal fragrance. It was a herb mountain with rare godly medicines growing on it. This made Gu Fei's heart skip a beat. On another mountain, there was also a treasure glow and immortal qi rushing out. A treasury. Gu Fei immediately guessed what was on that mountain. With a single thought, he vanished from where he was and directly appeared in the air above the herb mountain. This herb mountain was protected by a formation, and under the gaze of the martial path heavenly eye, the surroundings of the herb mountain were densely packed with magical symbols. These runes naturally could not stop Gu Fei's footsteps. A unique aura surged from his body as he walked up. Everywhere he passed by, the runes in the void dissipated into the air. Gu Fei used the secret art of void, one of the 9 secrets of immortality. The power of the secret art of void was truly terrifying. It silently and forcefully destroyed the runes. Very soon, he passed through the formation that enveloped the entire herb mountain and entered it. They're all mine. Gu Fei didn't hold back. With a wave of his hand, countless godly medicines flew out from the herb mountain. A golden ginseng transformed into a golden child that attempted to fly into the sky and escape. A golden ginseng that can transform. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He immediately made a move. A chaotic hand rushed out from his hand and grabbed at the golden ginseng that transformed into a child. This golden ginseng was incredible. It could transform and travel. This was a saintly medicine. The medicinal fragrance that wafted through the air caused Gu Fei's spirit to rise. Although the golden ginseng could transform, it was still the essence of plants after all. It was difficult to cultivate and was easily caught by Gu Fei's chaotic hand. Gu Fei laughed heartily. The golden divine ginseng could only be found by luck. Its value had probably surpassed that of ordinary panaceas. It must be known that it was a panacea that could greatly increase the cultivation of a cultivator with a metal elemental constitution. Very soon, there were no more spiritual medicines flying over. Gu Fei counted and found that there were 3 saintly medicines in the pile in front of him. This made his heart tremble. Gu Fei directly stored all of them into his inner world before heading to the mountain where the treasury was located. This Gu Fei, in the outside world, in the ancestral city of the Zhao clan, the upper echelons of the clan were all seated in the city lord's mansion. The clan lord, Zhao Yuntian, sat high up on the throne, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. "Clan lord, give the order." Zhao Gang stood up from his seat and said to Zhao Yuntian, "Yes, clan lord, give the order." Even Zhao Mu, who had always been cautious, supported the idea of taking action at this time. Chapter 27-26. Inside the Zhao clan's heavenly grotto, Gu Fei successfully broke open an herb mountain and took away countless divine and immortal medicines. He even obtained 3 saintly medicines. Obtaining 3 saintly medicines was already not bad. After all, this was an unexpected harvest. Gu Fei was very satisfied. One should know that the Zhao clan of the heavenly realm was not the same as the Zhao clan of the mortal world. The Zhao clan of the heavenly realm was only a branch of the mortal world. Its foundation was naturally far from being comparable to the Zhao clan of the mortal world. One should know that the Zhao clan of the mortal world was the inheritance of the Runhuang. Everyone knew that the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity once had a Runhuang. Some people speculated that the Zhao clan of the mortal world was protected by an imperial divine weapon left behind by the Renhuang. Even heavenly sovereigns or quasi-sovereigns would not be able to break into the ancestral land of the Zhao clan. Rumble, Gu Fei arrived at the top of the treasure mountain and directly made his move. A chaotic palm appeared in the sky and enveloped the treasure mountain below. In an instant, countless rays of divine light rushed out of the treasure mountain. The protective formation was activated, and countless runes appeared in the air, interweaving into ancient and profound formation diagrams. The formation attracted the essence of heaven and earth and condensed a powerful force. Thousands of divine lights and auspicious air rose. A shocking, murderous intent appeared in the sky. This was a killing formation that could kill saints. The treasure mountain was the place where the Zhao family kept their treasures. This treasure mountain could not be compared to the treasuries of the outside world. The things that were stored in the treasure mountain were absolutely rare in the world. Even if one of them was lost, it would make the experts of the Zhao family feel extremely pained. What should we do? Not only did this guy break the herb mountain, he also wants the treasure mountain. In the main hall of the Zhao clan's ancestral city, a group of experts from the Zhao clan saw this scene through an ancient mirror. They were both shocked and angry. That treasure mountain was the place where the Zhao clan stored their treasures. This was intolerable. The experts from the Zhao clan in the mansion were furious. The treasure mountain hovered high in the sky. Such a mountain was protected by layers of formations. However, it was nothing to Gu Fei, even though it might be difficult for an ordinary holy venerate to break through it. Let's fight it out with him. A roar came from the great hall of the city lord's residence. That person was Zhao Gang, who had a fiery temper. His cultivation was extremely strong, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the holy venerate realm. He was a half-step holy venerate. Otherwise, he would not have become in-laws with the heavenly wolf old ancestor and dared to scold a holy venerate like the heavenly wolf old ancestor. Patriarch, great elder, let's fight. The white-browed Saint King stood up and said to Zhao Yuntian and Zhao Mu, who were sitting on the throne in the center of the hall. If the Zhao clan was really raided, then would the Zhao clan still have the face to continue living in the northern snowy region? All right. The patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Yuntian, pondered for a long time before nodding his head. The foundation of the Zhao family of the Shui was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even though the Zhao family of the Shui was only a branch of the Zhao family of the ancient desolation in the human world, they still had a trump card. Originally, when Gu Fei had not discovered the Zhao clan's grotto heaven, the experts of the Zhao clan could still tolerate it. However, they could not tolerate it anymore at this moment. Everything in the Zhao clan was about to be plundered by Gu Fei. How could the experts of the Zhao clan continue to tolerate it? Rumble, at this moment, outside the core area of the Zhao clan's grotto heaven, a giant chaotic hand enveloped a mountain that was floating high in the sky. The entire mountain began to shake. Streams of chaotic aura descended from the giant chaotic hand. Like a chaotic dragon, it wrapped around the mountain tightly. Not only did the layers of formations collapse, countless runes dissipated in the void. In just a few breaths' time, more than 10 layers of formations had been destroyed. Buzz. The void trembled, and another layer of formation appeared. It was activated by the power of the giant chaotic hand. 9 dazzling runes shone with divine light brighter than the sun. The aura of the divine path filled the air. This was a powerful formation that was created by at least a holy venerate. 9 holy venerate runes circled around it. Sometimes they turned into heavenly blades that cut through the void. Sometimes they turned into heavenly swords. Sword chi shot into the sky, causing the world to lose its color. This is getting interesting. When Gu Fei saw this, he was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. The previous formations were too weak. This was the Holy Venerate level formation. This ignited his competitive spirit. Rumble, the giant chaotic hand pressed down, and the 9 runes on the Holy Venerate formation immediately turned into terrifying heavenly blades that slashed at the giant chaotic hand. Every blade of light was enough to break the grotto heaven of the Zhao clan and strike the world outside. However, Gu Fei's giant chaotic hand was not to be trifled with. The power of chaos was vast, and the power of order interweaved, sealing a part of the world. Even the powerful 9 runes that turned into heavenly blades could not break the sealing power of the giant chaotic hand. Just as Gu Fei was trying his best to break the formation, in the core area of the grotto heaven of the Zhao clan, the black hall above the divine spring of life suddenly shook. In the sky above the black hall, there was a rain of blood. Every drop of blood was emitting a demonic blood-red light. Within the blood-red light, there were vague runes. This was not mortal blood, but saint blood. Only the saint blood of a saint could contain the power of the great path. The blood rain fell on the black hall and actually seeped in. Then, a powerful force of life spread out from the black hall. The entire black hall seemed to have come to life. What's going on? At this moment, Gu Fei sensed the powerful and terrifying aura coming from the black hall. There was a smell of blood in the void. Just as Gu Fei was in shock, the 3 experts of the Zhao clan were sitting cross-legged in a secret chamber in the ancestral city of the Zhao clan. In front of them, there was a formation diagram drawn with blood. At this moment, the 3 experts of the Zhao clan had cut their palms and were dripping blood onto the blood formation diagram. When the saint blood dripped down, the blood formation diagram on the ground became blurry. It was as if the void had collapsed, and the saint blood directly disappeared into the void. A blood-red vortex appeared in the sky above the black hall. The saint blood dripped down and turned into a rain of blood. To be precise, this was the saint blood rain. Every drop of blood could penetrate the body of a saint and kill an immortal spirit, sacrificing saint blood to awaken the existence of the taboo. Gu Fei, your time of death has come. Outside the secret chamber, Zhao Yuntian sneered, his eyes flashing with ferocity. After the black hall absorbed the saint blood, black runes appeared on the surface of the black hall. The black hall emitted a powerful wave of death chi. However, there was a trace of vitality in the death chi. The black death chi gradually shrouded the entire black hall. A black shadow emerged from the void. Two terrifying evil lights rushed out from the black shadow and swept across the surroundings. What's happening? Gu Fei was very shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such a ferocious existence in the Zhao clan's grotto heaven. A terrifying existence was awakening from its slumber. How could there be such an existence in the grotto heaven of the Zhao clan? Gu Fei really couldn't understand. It should be known that once this existence was awakened, the entire grotto heaven of the Zhao clan might be in the hands of this ferocious existence. Rumble, the black hall shook. Streams of death chi rushed out from the black hall. The death chi was still increasing, as if a sovereign of death had appeared in the heaven and earth. The entire grotto heaven of the Zhao clan was shaking. The terrifying chi caused pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The grotto heaven of the Zhao clan was showing signs of collapsing. How is this possible? This was clearly a sign of the birth of a peerless, ferocious existence. The time of death was monstrous. However, there was a trace of life in the extreme death. This was too strange. It was not something that ordinary people could do. Only those ancient, great, vicious existences with great willpower and astonishing talent could take that step. Perhaps there were some exceptional, vicious existences who wanted to become supreme beings through a different path, wishing to walk a different supreme being path. What did the Zhao clan do? Why was there such an existence in the grotto heaven of the Zhao clan? Chapter 27:27. The Black Temple above the divine spring of life had a mysterious origin. Even Gu Fei did not know which amazing expert it belonged to in the Untainted Era. Of course, the Untainted Era was full of experts. It was a great era, and countless amazing existences appeared. Perhaps the one in the Black Temple was one of them. Facing such a powerful opponent, Gu Fei was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. The more powerful the opponent was, the more intense his fighting spirit became. But at this moment, Gu Fei had no time to pay attention to the guy in the Black Temple. Instead, he tried his best to break the treasure mountain. Treasure light and divine light intertwined on the treasure mountain. That was the brilliance emitted by the ancient treasures and magic materials. If he could break the treasure mountain, wouldn't he be rich? Even though Gu Fei had a deep foundation, when such a treasure mountain appeared in front of him, even Gu Fei was envious. Rumble, the giant hand of chaos gradually pressed down, and the 9 divine chains of the great path of chaos firmly locked the treasure mountain. Roar. At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the Zhao family's grotto heaven. An extremely terrifying aura immediately spread out from the depths of the grotto heaven. Buzz. The void trembled. Gu Fei had to use the secret of none, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The countless runes on the treasure mountain immediately dimmed. Some of the runes even directly collapsed in the void and dissipated. Without any suspense, the treasure mountain was taken away by Gu Fei. In the end, this made Zhao Yuntian and the others almost vomit blood. The Zhao family of the Snow Domain had suffered a great loss. Just as Gu Fei took away the treasure mountain, the Black Temple above the divine spring of life in the depths of the grotto heaven of the Zhao family shook. a figure walked out of the black temple. It was a handsome young man in black clothes and black hair. The young man took only one step and appeared in front of Gu Fei in an instant. The formation that covered the core area of the grotto heaven of the Zhao family was practically non-existent to this young man. A saint master of the martial way, the young man saw through Gu Fei's actual situation at a glance. However, to Gu Fei's shock, he was actually unable to see through this black-clothed young man, and he was even unable to sense the young man's cultivation. Gu Fei's expression immediately became solemn. "Unfortunately, you're going to die," the young man said calmly, as if he was talking about something unimportant. This made Gu Fei feel a lot of pressure. "Ha!" Gu Fei suddenly laughed. This guy actually wanted to kill him. "What are you laughing at?" the young man said in astonishment. "What are you not laughing at?" Gu Fei shook his head. Facing such an opponent, he did not dare to be negligent. One must know that this fellow once had the qualifications to fight for the Supreme Being's throne. Even though this young man had failed to break through to the Supreme Being realm back then, no one dared to look down on him. "Do you have any last words?" The black-clothed young man was not in a hurry to attack. To him, Gu Fei was like an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. He did not put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. "I should be the one asking you that." Gu Fei stared emotionlessly at the young man in front of him. His battle intent was like a rainbow as the battle blood in his body began to boil. An extremely powerful Saint Master's aura erupted from his body. Rumble, the space around Gu Fei began to tremble. The Zhao family's heavenly grotto heaven became unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. With him as the center, black lightning bolts extended into the distance. After all, the Zhao family's heavenly grotto heaven was not a large world. The space here was very unstable and could not withstand the power of a Saint Master. If these two experts were to fight in the Zhao family's heavenly grotto heaven, it would definitely be a disaster. The heavenly grotto heaven might even cease to exist. At this moment, the young man in front of Gu Fei waved his hand as a black-colored battle platform appeared in the air. That young man directly leaped onto the platform and stared at Gu Fei with disdain. "Preposterous!" Gu Fei cursed in rage. Stomping his feet on the ground, his entire person soared up into the air and landed on the platform. "I don't kill nameless characters." Gu Fei calmly spoke as he stared at the young man in front of him. "Humph, my name is Sin Tian." That young man spoke. Sin Tian. Gu Fei had never heard of this name before. Most probably, this Sin Tian should be one of those hidden experts. Such experts were extremely terrifying because their cultivation bases were all extremely high. They were the kings among those at the same level as them. He is actually Sin Tian. Gu Fei didn't know who Sin Tian was, but this didn't mean that others didn't know of him. At this moment, in the city lord's manor of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yuntian was shocked to the extreme. Sin Tian was a freak from the ancient desolate era. His cultivation base far surpassed cultivators at the same level, and he was viewed as an invincible existence. The number of experts who died in his hands was innumerable. "My name is Gu Fei." Gu Fei spoke. From his tone, one could tell that he had already adjusted his body to its optimal state. "Die." Sin Tian didn't say anything more. He directly stretched his hands out, grabbing towards Gu Fei. A black-colored gigantic palm appeared in the air, enveloping Gu Fei. This gigantic palm covered the entire sky. This innate technique was similar to Gu Fei's heaven-encompassing palm. However, Gu Fei knew that this wasn't the heaven-encompassing palm. Bang! Gu Fei punched out, slamming into the gigantic palm. Instantly, a large hole appeared in the gigantic palm as he soared up into the air, rushing out from the hole in the gigantic palm. The two of them fought intensely. Their silhouettes sped through the air with great speed as the sounds of collision rang out from time to time. The ancient battle platform trembled. The powerful might of the Saint Venerables caused this ancient battle platform to tremble. Countless runes gushed forth from the platform, interweaving together to form an extremely profound formation diagram. This Gu Fei, in the outside world, in the great hall of the city lord's manor, everyone who saw this scene through the ancient mirrors were all dumbfounded. This Gu Fei was actually able to fight against that forbidden existence. This was simply unbelievable. Zhao Yuntian and the others were all extremely nervous. Once that forbidden existence lost to Gu Fei, they would definitely suffer a calamity. One must know that that forbidden existence was their final trump card. They had used all their trump cards, but they still couldn't defeat their opponent. The people from the Zhao clan of Snow region felt incomparably sullen. Most importantly, they had to flee now. Zhao Yuntian, Zhao Mu, and the others were actually waiting for the #1 expert of the Zhao clan to return. However, that #1 expert had yet to appear. No one knew what happened. Why didn't the #1 expert of the Zhao clan return in time? Once he returned, the ending would be rewritten. The #1 expert of the Zhao clan was extremely mysterious. His usual movements were already a mystery. In the entire Snow region, there was almost no one who had seen him fight before. This was a mysterious and powerful existence. In the secret chamber of the city lord's manor, the 3 saints of the Zhao clan were still bleeding. The blood-colored formation diagram emitted a strange and powerful aura. The 3 saints cut their wrists and dripped their blood onto the formation diagram. In the Zhao clan's paradise, the rain of blood continued to fall on the Black Hall. Using saint blood as a sacrifice, this caused the Black Hall to emit a supreme aura of death. On the ancient battle platform, Sin Tian's ferocious aura was rising unceasingly. As the sacrificial ritual continued, the power Sin Tian could control grew stronger and stronger. He had a certain connection with the Black Hall and could borrow its power to unleash all sorts of innate techniques. Quickly kill that fellow. Chapter 27-28. On the battle platform, Gu Fei and the black-haired young man, Sinful Heaven, started fighting. This Sinful Heaven wasn't famous, but he was extremely powerful. He wasn't any weaker compared to those ancient geniuses. His forehead radiated a towering holy light as countless runes could be seen flickering on it. However, other than his forehead, the other parts of Sinful Heaven's body were shrouded by the black chi of death, as another type of rune could be seen. The energy of death and the energy of life appeared on a person at the same time. This wasn't the first time Gu Fei encountered such a bizarre thing. However, the situation of this Sinful Heaven was different from the rest. There were actually 2 types of great Daos coexisting at the same time, as well as death and life runes. Bang! Boom! 2 silhouettes rapidly moved on the battle platform, resembling 2 ancient divine beasts fighting in close combat as the sound of their collisions rang out unceasingly. The successor of the martial ancestor is truly extraordinary. After Sinful Heaven clashed head-on with Gu Fei, he calmly spoke. This fellow was actually able to fight in close combat with him. The strength of his martial body was simply unimaginable. The body of the Black Hall Master, Sinful Heaven, was different from others. It had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times and was simply like a human-shaped supreme saint weapon. However, Gu Fei's martial body wasn't weak either. However, Gu Fei was even more shocked. This fellow, named Sinful Heaven, was simply a monster. The strength of his physique was actually not inferior to his own. One must know that a powerful physique was an advantage for cultivators. But now, Gu Fei's powerful martial body no longer had any advantage. "You aren't bad yourself." Gu Fei spoke as he attacked. His fists shimmered with primordial chaos chi as chaotic Tao runes manifested on them, activating the power of the great Tao. To think that the Zhao clan actually provoked such an expert. Sinful Heaven's battle intent surged as death chi gushed forth from him. His entire person resembled a demon that killed his way out from hell. However, his forehead radiated a towering saint light. Even in the ancient desolate era, where experts were everywhere, Sinful Heaven was in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Sin Tian didn't expect to meet such an existence in the present age. He hadn't completely converted the deathly energy in his body, and this wasn't his strongest combat power. Only by completely reviving from death, Sin Tian's cultivation would be perfect, and his battle strength would be restored to its strongest state. The entire battle platform trembled as cracks appeared on the surface of the platform from the might of the Saint Venerables. It felt as though the entire platform would shatter at any moment. Numerous ancient Tao inscriptions appeared on the platform, suppressing the entire platform. If not, this platform would have long been destroyed by Gu Fei and Sinful Heaven. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei directly used this martial path combat skill, and a giant chaos hand appeared in the void, grabbing towards Sin Tian. Powerful martial arts power spread out from the chaotic hand, crushing the void and enveloping Sinful Sky under the chaotic hand. Clang! The sound of metal clanging rang out from Sinful Sky. On his incomparably holy forehead bone, runes actually gushed out, transforming into a sword of the Tao that pierced towards Gu Fei's chaotic palm. The chaotic palm collided with the holy sword light. Two supreme energies collided head-on, causing a deafening sound to echo out. Gu Fei's chaotic palm was blocked by the sword light radiating from Sinful Heaven's forehead bone. This was a grand art that wasn't any weaker than a martial path battle technique. Die! Gu Fei roared in rage, circulating the heaven-covering palm with all his might. The chaotic palm trembled as the energy fluctuations from it instantly increased by a large margin. What Sinful Sky started, he didn't expect that Gu Fei would still have some strength remaining. The sword light radiating from Sinful Heaven's forehead bone was suppressed, and the chaotic palm was like a mountain of chaos, slowly pressing down. Preposterous! Sinful Heaven's forehead bone radiated an even more powerful, holy light. Tao inscriptions interweaved as the power of the great Tao surged, blocking the chaotic palm. Both of them are monsters. The experts of the Zhao clan and the ancestral city of the Zhao clan were all shocked to the extreme when they saw the scene on the battle platform through the mirror-type treasure. Gu Fei's strength had far surpassed their expectations. Even that forbidden existence couldn't gain any advantage against him. At this moment, in the secret chamber of the Zhao clan, the three saints of the Zhao clan had all turned pale because their wrists were still dripping with essence blood. One must know that the essence blood of a saint wasn't an ordinary item. One must know that the essence blood of a saint wasn't an ordinary item. From a certain perspective, saint blood wasn't inferior in any way when compared to supreme medicines. In fact, it might even be superior. The unceasing loss of their essence blood caused the three saints to feel somewhat exhausted. These three saints were destined to be heavily injured. This was the price they had to pay in order to awaken the Black Hall Master. Naturally, Gu Fei didn't know about this. Rumble, the platform trembled. Gu Fei and Sinful Heaven went all out. There was no longer a need to hold back. The two of them were evenly matched. Neither of them could suppress the other. Gu Fei's sky-covering hand dissipated into the void, and the divine sword formed by the sacred light from Sin Tian's forehead bone also dissipated. Purgatory, samsara. Sinful Heaven waved his hands as a pitch-black whirlpool appeared before him. This whirlpool seemed to be connected to purgatory as a heaven-devouring might gushed forth, instantly enveloping Gu Fei. In the depths of the whirlpool, a demonic howl that caused the hair of those who heard it to stand on end could be heard. Humph! Gu Fei's entire body was filled with boundless chaos qi. He was as unmoving as a mountain and directly punched out. The power of his mandate gushed forth from his fist. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as the whirlpool instantly collapsed. Sinful heaven was forced back by Gu Fei's punch. Swish! After that, Gu Fei soared up into the air. With just a single step, he appeared above Sinful Heaven's head as he stomped down on the crown of Sinful Heaven's head. Bolts of lightning appeared under his feet, and a terrifying and powerful force of destruction directly shattered the void. Break for me! Sinful Heaven roared in rage. A resplendent beam of saint light shot out from his forehead bone. Under the illumination of the saint light, the void soundlessly crumbled as Gu Fei was directly smashed into the primordial chaos by the light. He only felt that his entire body was about to ignite, as though he was about to be annihilated. The chaos qi around him dissipated unceasingly. What a terrifying saint light! Gu Fei's heart trembled. 9 primordial chaos Dao runes gushed forth from him, sealing the space around him, isolating the saint light from his body. What a good fellow! It was hard to imagine what kind of power this was. It was way too powerful. If this saint light shone on a martial body, even someone as powerful as Gu Fei would be injured. Gu Fei displayed his formidable combat strength and killed his way out of the primordial chaos. You really surprised me. Sinful Heaven was very surprised to see that Gu Fei could actually resist the saint light from his forehead bone and even kill his way out of the primordial chaos. Che, if I was so easily defeated by you, I wouldn't be qualified to be a martial arts inheritor. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. That's true. Sinful Heaven nodded. One should know that Gu Fei was a martial arts saint. A martial arts saint was much stronger than an ordinary saint and could even challenge a quasi-supreme. Do you still want to fight? You can't beat me, and I can't beat you in a short time. There's no point in fighting like this unless you want to risk your life to fight me. Gu Fei looked at Sinful Heaven calmly. I know you still have a trump card. You have the chi of an extreme saint tool on you. Sinful Heaven sized up Gu Fei. He instinctively felt that Gu Fei was different from the others. The chi of an extreme saint tool wasn't something that anyone could see. Is that so? You should know that if I use the extreme saint tool, you can only run away. Gu Fei said with a smile. That's right. In my current state, if you use the extreme saint tool, I can only run away. If I don't run away, I will be killed by you. Sinful Heaven thought for a while and said, this was the truth. If Gu Fei used the extreme saint tool, he could definitely compete with a quasi-supreme. Killing a saint would be as easy as flipping his hand. At least you have some self-awareness. Gu Fei said, this Sinful Heaven wasn't a treacherous and cunning person. Let's not fight. When I'm fully recovered, I will look for you to fight again. Sinful Heaven said, very well, I will wait for you. Chapter 27-29. Gu Fei fought against that ancient freak, Sin Tian, and the battle ended in a draw. Sin Tian retracted the battle platform and retreated, returning to the Black Hall. With the nourishment of the saint blood, the life force in his body grew stronger. The light radiating from his forehead grew even more resplendent. He sat cross-legged in the Black Hall, no longer caring about anything in the outside world. Even if the Zhao clan of Snow Region was destroyed by Gu Fei, he wouldn't act again. The ancestor of the Zhao clan had an agreement with Sin Tian. If the Zhao clan was in danger, the saint of the Zhao clan could use their saint blood to awaken Sin Tian. And the Zhao clan only had 3 chances to make Sin Tian act. Through the countless years, the Zhao clan of Snow Region had encountered many calamities where their entire clan was almost annihilated. Before this, the Zhao clan had already asked Sin Tian to act twice. This was the 3rd time, and also the last time. Sin Tian failed to defeat Gu Fei, but he still acted. What should we do? In the City Lord Manor, the upper echelons of the Zhao clan were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene through the mirror. After that, terror filled their hearts. If Gu Fei came to settle the debt with them, they would surely be finished. Quick, get them to stop. At this moment, the clan lord of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yuntian, suddenly roared. The 3 saints in the secret chamber didn't know that the battle in the Zhao clan's grotto heaven had already ended. They were still dripping saint blood into the blood formation diagram. Preposterous, those fellows from the Zhao clan actually dared to plot against me. At this moment, Gu Fei could already sense the abnormality in the grotto heaven. Someone was performing a blood sacrifice. This was a secret art to awaken Sin Tian. Sin Tian was in a deep slumber in the Black Hall and wouldn't wake up easily unless there was a blood sacrifice. Also, this wasn't ordinary blood, but saint blood. If it wasn't for Qin Wentian's cultivation base breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm, he wouldn't be a match for Sin Tian. Even if he had a supreme saint weapon, he would still be doomed. Humph! Gu Fei's expression turned extremely unsightly. He hated it the most when people plotted behind his back. These people from the Zhao clan were truly tired of living. Intuition told Gu Fei that Sin Tian was not a simple character. Even if he used an extreme saint artifact, he might not be able to do anything to this ancient freak. The more Gu Fei thought about it, the angrier he got. He stomped on the ground. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge hole appeared in the ground, and the aura of the outside world came in through the hole. He actually shattered the void with a single step and stepped through the Zhao clan's grotto heaven. This bastard! Inside the city lord's mansion, Zhao Yuntian was shocked and infuriated when he saw this scene through an ancient mirror. This Gu Fei was truly powerful, far surpassing ordinary heavenly sovereigns. When did that girl recognize such a powerful existence? Zhao Yuntian felt very strange. The girl he was talking about was naturally Zhao Ziru. Zhao Ziru was the goddess of the Zhao clan who came to the heaven realm from the human realm. One had to know that not just anyone could become the primordial Zhao family's goddess. Gu Fei directly tore through the void and walked out of the grotto heaven with one step, appearing in the air above the ancestral city. At this time, all the cultivators in the ancestral city were incomparably shocked. A terrifying heavenly sovereign pressure descended from the sky, making it hard for them to breathe. Gu Fei, what are you doing? Someone shouted. Afterward, a figure rushed out from the mansion and stood in front of Gu Fei. This person was the Whitelock Saint Monarch. The Whitelock Saint Monarch was in the pro-war faction of the Zhao clan and had always wanted to kill Gu Fei. However, he also knew that Gu Fei was not someone he could kill. What do I want? Now you're asking me what I want. Gu Fei was so angry that he laughed. The Whitelock Saint Monarch's heart trembled. This was bad. Sure enough, Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He immediately struck out with the heaven-covering palm, smashing down on the city lord's mansion below. The powerful destructive force destroyed everything, displaying his supreme strength. Boom, 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 chaotic energy surged, and a giant hand descended from the sky. The Whitelock Saint Monarch was shocked to see that Gu Fei was actually attacking the city lord's mansion. One should know that all the cultivators of the Zhao clan were gathered in the city lord's mansion. BZZZ. The Whitelock Saint Monarch also made a move in a hurry. A pitch-black stone immediately flew out from his hand and smashed towards Gu Fei. During the process, the black stone rapidly expanded until it was as large as a mountain. Black energy swirled around it, and an extremely cold aura emanated from the mountain. Lunar stone. A light flashed across Gu Fei's eyes when he saw the huge stone coming. This black stone was not simple. The aura it emitted made him surprised. This divine stone was not simple. It was a lunar stone. This type of stone had long been extinct. He didn't expect the white-locked Saint Monarch to have one. Swoosh! A beam of light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and directly hit the lunar stone. The powerful force caused the stone to shake violently. The white-locked Saint Monarch was stunned when he saw that Gu Fei had easily blocked the lunar stone. His mouth was so wide open that 3 duck eggs could be stuffed into it. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei's chaotic hand landed on the city lord's mansion. With a loud bang, the mansion instantly turned into a pile of rubble. However, Gu Fei wasn't happy at all, because the city governor's mansion that had been turned into ruins was simply empty, not to mention a person. There wasn't even a ghost inside. Since you all escaped, I'll start with you. Gu Fei stared at the white-locked Saint Monarch. His tone was extremely cold. He wanted to kill. These people dared to plot against him. This was unforgivable. Being stared at by Gu Fei, the white-locked Saint Monarch couldn't help but shiver. He knew that he was going to die here. He was no match for this brute. Gu Fei's deeds in the eastern earth of the Heaven Realm had already spread to the Shui region. The Shui region's Zhao clan also knew what kind of existence they had offended. That was why Zhao Yuntian had led a group of strong cultivators from the Zhao clan and fled immediately. There was a teleportation array in the city lord's mansion. Of course, it was a long-distance teleportation array. A long-distance teleportation array was completely useless. One should know that the will of a holy venerate was extremely powerful. With a thought, their will could cover a distance of millions of miles. Although the white-locked Saint Monarch was strong and confident, he was just an ant before Gu Fei. He didn't have the courage to fight against Gu Fei. The white-locked Saint Monarch sensed Gu Fei's murderous intent. Without hesitation, he gave up on the lunar stone and disappeared into the void. He wanted to teleport away from this place. However, Gu Fei only smiled. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the lunar stone. He stored it in his internal world before he chased after the white-locked Saint Monarch unhurriedly. Gu Fei's figure also disappeared into the void. Boom! In the next moment, in the sky above a snowy mountain a few thousand miles away from the Zhao clan's ancestral city, the void exploded. A figure fell out of the void. Bang! The figure crashed into a snowy peak, breaking half of it. Then it fell into a forest. Rumble! Half of the snowy peak fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Countless snowflakes flew into the air, and the ground shook, breaking the silence of the snowy mountain. Roar! An angry roar came from the forest. A part of the forest instantly exploded and turned into dust. A figure soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the void and slapped towards the figure that had soared into the sky. Bang! The huge hand slapped the figure and slapped him down from the sky. Before the figure hit the ground, his physical body had already collapsed in the void. He turned into a bloody mist and fell from the sky. Gu Fei, you've really gone too far. If you want to kill me, then kill me. You don't have to humiliate me, the white-locked Saint Monarch roared. A small person was wrapped in a beam of divine light and disappeared into the void. It was the white-locked Saint Monarch's primordial spirit. As long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he would not die. You don't know what you're talking about. A cold laugh was heard in the void. Then, the huge hand directly grabbed the ball of divine light and crushed it with a single squeeze. The figure in the divine light immediately dissipated in the void. The white-locked Saint Monarch did not even have time to scream before he died. At this moment, the Zhao clan's ancestral city had become an empty city. The people of the Zhao clan from the snowy region had all run away. They were all afraid of one person. That person was Gu Fei. They ran really fast. Are they all born in the year of the rabbit? On a snowy peak, Gu Fei was muttering to himself. Although he had killed the white-locked Saint Monarch, he was still very unhappy. As a result, Gu Fei's goal of borrowing the power of the Zhao clan to find Zhao Ziru had failed. He would not be able to find Zhao Ziru by himself. Although he was a holy venerate, the snowy region was boundless. Even a holy venerate would not be able to find a person in the snowy region easily. Looks like I have to think of another way. Gu Fei thought for a while, and an idea suddenly flashed across his mind. He immediately released his divine consciousness. His holy venerate divine consciousness instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles. Very quickly, he found a city 6,000 miles away. Without hesitation, Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void and headed towards the city. Barbarian Ancient City was an ancient city in the northern snowy region. It was said that this city had existed since the Barbarian Ancient era. This ancient city was much smaller than the Zhao clan's ancestral city. There were not many people in the city, only a few tens of thousands. Moreover, they were all from the barbarian tribe in the northern snowy region. The barbarian tribe was also a big tribe in the northern snowy region. They were very powerful, but they paled in comparison to the Zhao clan of the snowy region. However, if the Zhao clan was unlucky, the barbarian tribe would have the opportunity to replace the Zhao clan and become the overlord of the northern snowy region. Chapter 27:30. After nightfall, the people who went out of Barbarian Ancient City returned to the city. One should know that even during the day, there were countless hidden dangers in the endless snow outside the city, let alone at night. Moreover, after nightfall, the temperature in the northern snow was much colder than during the day. Not to mention mortals, even ordinary cultivators would find it hard to resist this kind of cold. Barbarian Ancient City was protected by a defensive formation that could isolate the cold outside. Therefore, the temperature inside the city was as warm as spring. The clothes of the people walking on the street were not thick. Some cultivators were even wearing thin clothes. However, this was not the case outside of Barbarian Ancient City. Gu Fei sat in a corner near the window in the lobby of the inn. He ordered some dishes and poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. On his shoulder sat a fist-sized furry creature. This creature was the shrunken snow ape. This snow ape was not an ordinary beast because it was an immortal god realm snow ape. An immortal god realm snow ape's cultivation was extremely powerful. It was not something that ordinary cultivators could contend against. This snow ape's battle prowess was even greater than an ordinary immortal god. Rumble, outside Barbarian Ancient City, a thunderous sound suddenly came. Then Gu Fei looked out of the window and saw a chariot flying in from the direction of the city gate. On the chariot was a black-haired, middle-aged man. Although it was still far away, Gu Fei could clearly see that this middle-aged man was wearing black armor and had the aura of the great Tao lingering around his body. Of course, this was not the true aura of the great Tao, but it was enough to show that this middle-aged man was not ordinary. This middle-aged man was a quasi-sage. In the northern snow, a quasi-sage could be considered an expert. One should know that under normal circumstances, a sage would not easily make a move. Rumble, the heavy city gate slowly opened. The middle-aged man directly drove the chariot into Barbarian Ancient City. Then he went along the street towards the city lord's mansion at the end of the street. The street immediately became chaotic. The chariot flew over countless people's heads. The cultivators were still fine, but the mortals were so scared that they fell to the ground. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help being a bit curious when he saw the war chariot charge into the city lord's mansion. Didn't the northern snowy region cities have gates that couldn't be opened after being closed at night? He thought of what he had encountered when he first arrived at the northern snowy region. Could it be that those fellows actually dared to deceive me? Thinking of that, Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a bit angry. He hated it the most when people lied to him. I didn't expect War General Ta Gu to be so arrogant after breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. He actually dares to drive a war chariot in the city. Does he think that he is the lord of barbarian ancient city? In a private room of the inn, someone was venting his dissatisfaction. Keep your voice down. If someone hears you, you'll get into trouble. Another person's voice came from the private room. I just can't stand such arrogant and despotic people. The previous voice said, Do you really not want to live anymore? Who is that war general Ta Gu? He is the grandson of the Mango City Lord. Such a person is not someone we can provoke. The other person said carefully, Humph, others might be afraid of him, but I'm not. The resentful voice continued, but this time it was suppressed. War General Ta Gu. Although the private room was a bit far from Gu Fei, and the hall was noisy, who was Gu Fei? He was a heavenly sovereign, and a martial heavenly sovereign at that. His senses were much more sensitive than ordinary heavenly sovereigns. He could clearly hear the conversation in the private room. The grandson of the barbarian ancient city lord was also a quasi-saint. It seems that the barbarian ancient city lord is not simple. Gu Fei muttered to himself, Dao friend, it's so boring to drink alone. Do you mind if I sit down? Just as Gu Fei was thinking about something, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Then a dirty old man with messy hair and a big gourd on his waist sat down in front of him. You drunkard, are you here to swindle food and drink again? At this moment, the inn's waiter rushed over hurriedly and grabbed the disheveled old man's collar, wanting to drag him out. Hold on. Gu Fei looked at the old man and suddenly had an idea. He then waved his hand to ask the waiter to leave. You drunkard. The waiter still wanted to say something, but he was glared at by Gu Fei. Unable to continue speaking, he hurriedly retreated. Barbarian ancient city was not an ordinary place. The waiter of this inn had good eyesight and knew that this young man in black was a cultivator. No one would dare to offend a cultivator. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Ha, Dao friend, thank you. The old man cupped his fists at Gu Fei across the table. Don't thank me so quickly. Gu Fei looked deeply at the disheveled old man and said, Dao friend, you must have just arrived at barbarian ancient city. The disheveled old man acted naturally as he took out a huge bowl from his body. Then he picked up the wine flask on the table and poured himself a bowl of wine. How did you know that I have just arrived at barbarian ancient city? Gu Fei looked at the disheveled old man and said indifferently, Ha! If I don't even have such eyesight, I wouldn't be able to survive in barbarian ancient city. The disheveled old man laughed. It seems like you're the local tyrant here. Gu Fei smiled and said, Ha, that's right. If I say that I'm the most familiar with barbarian ancient city, no one would dare to claim first. The disheveled old man said proudly, Barbarian ancient city was not an ordinary place. The waiter of this inn had good eyesight too. This young man in black was a cultivator, and no one would dare to offend him. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Ha, Dao friend, thank you. The disheveled old man cupped his fists at Gu Fei across the table. Don't thank me so quickly. Gu Fei looked deeply at the disheveled old man and said, Thou friend, you must have just arrived at barbarian ancient city. The disheveled old man acted naturally as he took out a huge bowl from his body. Then he picked up the wine flask on the table and poured himself a bowl of wine. How did you know that I've just arrived at barbarian ancient city? Gu Fei looked at the disheveled old man and said indifferently, Ha! If I don't even have such eyesight, I wouldn't be able to survive in barbarian ancient city. The disheveled old man laughed and said, It seems like you're the local tyrant here. Gu Fei smiled and said, Ha, that's right. If I say that I'm the most familiar with barbarian ancient city, no one would dare to claim first. Chapter 27:31. The barbarian ancient city lord had another identity, the barbarian race's patriarch. The barbarian race was also a branch of the human race. However, the barbarian race's ancient human bloodline was much thicker than ordinary humans. Therefore, the barbarian race was much stronger than ordinary humans. The barbarian race's patriarch was undoubtedly powerful. When the disheveled old man heard that Gu Fei wanted him to lead the way to the barbarian race's patriarch, the disheveled old man turned pale with fright. What, you don't want to? Gu Fei glanced at the disheveled old man and said, You don't say, I really don't want to. I haven't lived long enough. I don't want to die yet. The disheveled old man shook his head and said, Why are you so afraid of the barbarian race's patriarch? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This disheveled old man wasn't simple at all. Under the scan of his martial path heavenly eye, he discovered that this disheveled old man was actually a powerful sage. He could only sense the aura of two sages in barbarian ancient city, but this disheveled old man wasn't one of them. In other words, this disheveled old man possessed some sort of secret technique that could completely conceal his sage aura, preventing other sages from discovering it. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's martial path heavenly eye, he wouldn't have been able to see through this disheveled old man. Tisk, I'm not afraid of that guy. I just don't want to see him. The disheveled old man was unhappy. Is that so? Gu Fei didn't believe it. Believe it or not? The disheveled old man said disapprovingly. Then he drank the wine in his bowl and touched his mouth as though he was enjoying it. In fact, the wine provided by this inn was really ordinary. It wasn't any spiritual wine or immortal brew. It was just a wine brewed with some common spiritual herbs. Of course, this wine wasn't of much use to cultivators, but it could strengthen the body of mortals. Therefore, many mortals in barbarian ancient city would come here to drink a few cups from time to time. The humans in barbarian ancient city rarely fell sick. How about this? You just need to tell me where the city lord of barbarian ancient city is, and this pot of wine will be yours. After saying that, Gu Fei took out a jade pot and pulled out the cork. The fragrance of wine immediately filled the air, but he immediately closed the mouth of the pot. This is, upon smelling the fragrance of the wine, the disheveled old man was moved. He stared at the jade pot in Gu Fei's hand as his hands trembled. It was as though he could pounce over and snatch the jade pot away at any moment. As long as you tell me where the barbarian ancient city lord is, this pot of wine will be yours. Gu Fei looked at the disheveled old man and said with a smile before placing the wine flask on the table in front of him. The disheveled old man was definitely an alcoholic. He should be a wine saint. This rare immortal wine was definitely a great temptation for him. He was struggling in his heart. Within the jade pot was definitely a rare immortal wine. Just the smell of the wine was enough to make the disheveled old man feel as though his heart was being bitten by countless ants. Why? You still won't tell me? All right then, I don't want to force you, Gu Fei said, and was about to take back the jade pot. Don't. The disheveled old man hurried to stop Gu Fei. This fellow was simply too despicable. Even though he said that he didn't want to force others, he was doing it openly. This was preposterous. Why? Gu Fei said. Heis, forget it. The disheveled old man sighed before sending a voice transmission to Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled. The city lord of Barbarian Ancient City wasn't in Barbarian Ancient City. It seemed like a forbidden ground in the northern snowy region had opened up. The city lord of Barbarian Ancient City had left Barbarian Ancient City and headed towards that forbidden ground. He wanted to obtain the legendary heaven-defying fortune. Heaven-defying fortune? What is that? Gu Fei was very curious as he sent a voice transmission to the disheveled old man. This is a heaven-defying fortune. The disheveled old man wanted to say something, but stopped. Hurry up and say it, Gu Fei said hurriedly. I don't know either. The disheveled old man scratched the messy white hair on his head and said, What? When Gu Fei heard this, he really wanted to kick this unreliable, disheveled old man into the west underworld ocean of the heaven realm. Heaven-defying fortune. Gu Fei fell into deep thought. He had found out some things about Barbarian Ancient City from the disheveled old man. The city lord of Barbarian Ancient City was a saint. What kind of heaven-defying fortune was there for a saint to risk his life and head towards that forbidden ground? Something that could make a saint to risk his life was definitely not simple. Perhaps it was something left behind by a supreme. At this moment, the disheveled old man had already snatched the pot of wine in front of Gu Fei. He then took out a small wine cup from his body and carefully removed the cork before filling it up. Are you tempted? But I advise you to stop dreaming. That heaven-defying fortune isn't that easy to obtain. If it was that easy, this old man would have gone there long ago. The disheveled old man glanced at Gu Fei and said, Humph, you can't get it because you don't have the luck. It doesn't mean that others can't get it. Gu Fei said, could it be that you are one of those lucky ones with great luck? The disheveled old man glanced at Gu Fei in disdain and said, Luck was something that was very elusive. It couldn't be caught or touched. It was hard to say. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He already knew what he wanted to know. He planned to go to that forbidden ground to take a look. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a heaven-defying fortune? Everyone was tempted. Otherwise, the city lord of Barbarian Ancient City wouldn't have taken the risk to head there. You really want to go? This time, the disheveled old man was a little surprised. He couldn't see through this young man in black. Only someone who was also a sage and had a secret technique to hide his aura could not be seen through. I can't say. Gu Fei said with a smile. Then he stood up and threw a spiritual stone on the table. He then left the hall and returned to his residence. Spiritual stone, this is good stuff. The disheveled old man snatched the spiritual stone and kept it. This spiritual stone was the size of half a fist. It was enough for him to eat and drink here for at least a month. Where did this guy come from? He's so generous. The disheveled old man sighed. There weren't many spiritual stone mines in the northern snowy region. Moreover, they were all controlled by the major forces. It wasn't impossible for outsiders to obtain spiritual stones. They just had to exchange spiritual materials and medicine with the major forces for spiritual stones. Although the disheveled old man was a sage, he was a rogue cultivator. He had suffered a lot to reach the sage realm. Naturally, he had developed the habit of being thrifty. The night passed uneventfully. On the second day, Gu Fei left Barbarian Ancient City and headed to the forbidden area that the disheveled old man mentioned. The so-called forbidden area was actually the forbidden area in the heaven realm. Just like the West Mysterious Ocean, there were all kinds of dangers in the forbidden area. One could die there if one wasn't careful. There was also a forbidden area in the northern snowy region. It was located at the extreme north. It was a mountain range without ice and snow. The mountain range had a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It was full of vitality and spiritual energy. It was a warm place like spring. However, such a treasured land was a forbidden zone for the countless living beings in the northern snowy region. Very few living beings that stepped into the forbidden zone were able to walk out alive. This forbidden area was usually hidden from the world and was enveloped by a supreme grand formation. However, every 10,000 years, the power of the grand formation would weaken. At that time, this forbidden area would appear in the world. Every time this happened, countless living beings would come and enter the forbidden area. They wanted to obtain the legendary great fortune. The formation of the forbidden area would only weaken for about half a year. All living beings that entered the forbidden area had to come out in this world. Otherwise, they would be trapped inside until they died. At this time, 3 months had passed since the forbidden zone had appeared. In another 3 months or so, the forbidden zone would disappear. After the forbidden area disappeared, even holy venerables would not be able to sense the existence of the forbidden area. Gu Fei headed straight for the extreme north. Very quickly, he discovered that someone was following him. He tried to shake that person off several times, but to no avail. In the end, Gu Fei used the anti-void secret technique and hid in the void. Soon, a disheveled old man with a big gourd on his waist appeared behind a huge rock in the distance. He was looking at where Gu Fei was. What's going on? Where did he go? Why did he disappear all of a sudden? The disheveled old man was puzzled. He could not sense the aura of the black-robed young man any longer. That was unbelievable. After all, he was rather confident in his tracking skills. So it's you, old fogey. Just as the disheveled old man thought that he had embarrassed Gu Fei the most, a voice rang in his ears. Bloody hell! The disheveled old man's shock was no small matter as he jumped up from the ground in fright. Right then, Gu Fei's figure appeared in front of the disheveled old man. You... The disheveled old man's eyeballs were about to pop out. How could this be? How did this black-robed young man manage to fuse with the world such that even he could not sense his existence? You what? I'm asking you, why are you following me? Gu Fei glared at the disheveled old man, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. You're a saint indeed. The disheveled old man sighed. You haven't answered my question. Gu Fei said indifferently. Ha! Who said that I'm following you? Are you the only one allowed to enter the forbidden zone, and I can't? The disheveled old man burst into laughter. You're pretty eloquent, old fogey. Gu Fei stared at the disheveled old man for a long time before replying. Eloquent. Gu Fei's reply was so baffling that the disheveled old man was bewildered. All right, let's go on our way then, Gu Fei said before turning around and continuing forward. The disheveled old man laughed and chased after him. Chapter 2732. Is this a forbidden zone? Standing at the peak of the snowy mountain, Gu Fei was a little dumbfounded. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. When he saw that there really was a region brimming with vitality in the endless world of ice and snow, he could sense the ripples of spiritual energy coming from the region in front of him. How is it? Are you surprised? The disheveled old man said with an extremely grim expression. Even though it was a treasure ground, it was also a dangerous place. Some people would not even know how they died after entering. Too many people had died without even knowing it. Therefore, he could vaguely see some white objects in the forest ahead. Those were bones scattered in the bushes. Is it really dangerous inside? Gu Fei didn't believe it. He couldn't sense any danger up ahead. However, as soon as he finished speaking, A miserable shriek rang out from a forest in the region up ahead. "How is it?" The disheveled old man glanced at Gu Fei and asked. This Gu Fei had no choice but to believe it. "How do we enter that place ahead?" Gu Fei asked the disheveled old man. "Just enter directly." The disheveled old man looked at Gu Fei as though he was an idiot. Gu Fei was speechless. Wasn't there supposed to be a peerless formation shrouding this forbidden zone? Why was he saying that he could enter as he pleased now? This old man was truly unreliable. He stretched out his hand, grabbed a fist-sized rock beside him, and threw it forward. Swash! The rock flew through the void for more than 5 kilometers and landed in the area ahead, smashing into the bushes. "Can I really enter?" Gu Fei could not help but be surprised and delighted when he saw that. "Humph, you're really careful, lad," the disheveled old man said. "What's wrong with being careful?" Gu Fei replied. Then he bolted into the skies towards the area ahead. "Ha ha! I forgot to tell this fellow that the forbidden area is a no-fly zone. Flying is not allowed here." A sly look appeared in the disheveled old man's eyes. Just at this moment, a cry of alarm rang out. Gu Fei suddenly fell from the sky, causing him to be greatly shocked. When he entered that region, he felt a powerful pressure. The laws of this world had deprived him of his ability to fly. This was a no-fly zone, and even someone as powerful as a holy venerable was no exception. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. The ground shook and dust flew. Preposterous! That old fellow actually didn't tell me that I couldn't fly in the forbidden zone. Could it be that he wanted to see me make a fool of myself? Gu Fei immediately thought of this possibility. That old man was really cunning. He deliberately didn't remind him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Ha! Just as Gu Fei climbed out of the pit, the disheveled old man's loud laughter traveled into Gu Fei's ears. "You did it on purpose!" Gu Fei yelled angrily. Even though he had fallen from the sky, he wasn't injured. The strength of his martial body prevented him from falling to his death. Otherwise, he would really have died a wrongful death. "Well, who asked you to run so fast? I didn't even have time to say anything, and you rushed out." The disheveled old man shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Gu Fei patted the dust off his body and ignored the disheveled old man. He headed straight for the mountain ridge where the scream came from. He wanted to know what had happened. Very soon, he arrived at the forest. An extremely faint smell of blood wafted into his nose, forcing him to be cautious. Did someone really die here? The disheveled old man followed behind Gu Fei and said in shock, "There were unknown dangers in this forest." With a flip of his right hand, a huge bowl appeared in his hand. Although this bowl looked ordinary, just like an ordinary bowl, there was nothing special about it. When the two of them arrived at the depths of the forest, they saw a person covered in blood lying motionlessly on the ground. There wasn't a single trace of life on him. This was a corpse, and it had just suffered a calamity. No one knew what killed her. Gu Fei and the others only heard a miserable scream. Gu Fei looked around carefully, but didn't find any traces of wild beasts. At this moment, the disheveled old man reached into the corpse and fumbled around. He snatched the dimensional bag and put it into his inner world. This person was really unlucky. He didn't know what had pierced his glabella, but even his essence spirit couldn't escape. Swoosh! At this moment, a silver light suddenly rushed out from the corpse on the ground and shot towards Gu Fei's glabella. It was a silver light that looked like a thin thread. Gu Fei suddenly stretched out his right hand and caught the silver light between his index and middle fingers. When he looked closely, He saw that the silver light he had caught was actually a small silver worm that was as thin as a strand of hair. "What's this?" Gu Fei was shocked. He finally knew why there was a bloody hole in the glabella of the corpse on the ground. It was caused by a small worm like this. Silver nematode. The disheveled old man said in shock when he saw the silver worm that Gu Fei had caught. This worm was a type of worm called the silver nematode. It specialized in feeding on the brains of living creatures. The worm struggled desperately in Gu Fei's hand, but couldn't break free. Why would there be such an extinct worm here? The disheveled old man's expression was extremely grim. Fortunately, the silver nematode didn't attack him when he was searching the corpse on the ground. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. At the thought of this, the disheveled old man broke out in cold sweat. Humph! With a single thought from Gu Fei, a flame of chaos rushed out from his hand and burned the silver nematode to ashes. The silver nematode wasn't scary. However, that was only if the cultivator was prepared. If the cultivator wasn't prepared, the silver nematode was a threat. Let's go. Let's go retrieve that heaven-defying creation. After saying that, Gu Fei headed towards the depths of this region. The legendary, heaven-defying fortune was located in the central region of this region. Sigh, I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse to follow this guy into this place. The disheveled old man shook his head helplessly and chased after Gu Fei. This area was truly filled with dangers. There were remnants of shattered laws here, and Gu Fei had inadvertently triggered one of the remnant laws, causing him to enter the void and nearly be obliterated by a powerful force of the void. Chapter 27:33. Where did this guy come from? I don't think there's anyone like him in the northern snowy region. The disheveled old man had been following behind Gu Fei the entire time. He saw Gu Fei barging in and triggering a few of the remaining killing formations, but he was still able to break out of them. Even the emperors in the heaven realm were only SOSO with this level of cultivation and battle strength. This forbidden zone had been open for more than 3 months. In some of the forests, there would be treasure lights rushing out. When Gu Fei went to those places, he would often see extremely bloody scenes. The places where treasure lights were rushing out were all extremely dangerous. Experts who entered the forbidden zone would usually have to pay with their lives in order to obtain the treasures. Gu Fei had once seen a sacred herb in a valley. The medicinal fragrance it emitted enveloped a radius of several dozen li, attracting the attention of all the experts who passed by. However, the valley was filled with remnant killing formations. In the ruins, there was a sage medicine that looked like a golden sun. That was the sage medicine, the golden sun's sacred fruit. This kind of sage medicine could change a cultivator's physique to that of the metal element, making it suitable for cultivating metal element techniques. Cultivators who had changed their physique with the golden sun's sacred fruit would definitely get twice the results with half the effort when cultivating metal element techniques. Gu Fei realized that there were many corpses in the ruins of the valley. All of them had died in the valley without exception. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. A golden rock had fallen about 10 feet away from the golden sun's sacred fruit. Golden blood dyed the ground red. The divinity in the blood hadn't disappeared, and it was still shining brightly. An expert of the golden rock race. The disheveled old man arrived nearby as well. When he saw the corpse of the golden rock, he couldn't help but be shocked. The golden rock definitely had the cultivation and battle strength of a sage. Yet, it had died in the valley. It seemed like the remnant formations in the valley were really terrifying. They could even kill sages. The disheveled old man counted carefully. There were 7 experts who had died in the valley. Among those unlucky fellows, the golden rock was the most powerful living being. Those treasures Apart from the 7 experts who had died, there were also many bones scattered around the valley. Some of the bones had already lost their divinity and turned into bone dust. Ancient experts had fallen in the valley, and even their corpses had been eroded by time. Some divine weapons and magic treasures had also completely lost their divinity and turned into scrap metal. But those 7 powerful beings had just died not too long ago. There must definitely be quite a number of treasures on them. This was something that had the disheveled old man's eyes turning red. However, he didn't dare to enter the valley. Even the Golden Rock clan's powerhouse had died inside, let alone him. He wasn't a match for the Golden Rock clan's powerhouse. Brother Gu, look, the disheveled old man wanted to persuade Gu Fei to help. After all, retrieving some treasures from the valley was definitely not a problem for an existence comparable to a venerable emperor. It's not impossible for me to help you. As long as you can pay the corresponding price, I don't mind helping you once. Gu Fei suddenly looked at the disheveled old man and smiled. Price. The disheveled old man was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Gu Fei to say something like that. But on second thought, Gu Fei's words weren't without reason. Gu Fei truly had no obligation to help him. What price do you want? The disheveled old man asked hesitantly. Let me think about it. How about this? You'll be my slave for 10 years. Gu Fei thought for a moment before replying. What? The moment the disheveled old man heard that, he stumbled and nearly fell off the mountain. How could he be a slave for 10 years? He was a saint. Throughout history, there had never been a saint who was willing to be someone else's slave. Saints had their own pride. Forget it then, Gu Fei said. He deployed the star-picking palm, and a gigantic chaotic palm reached into the valley. You're saying that you won't help again? The disheveled old man was surprised and overjoyed at the sight. The moment Gu Fei's star-picking palm reached into the valley, 9 runes lit up in the valley and turned into 9 killing swords of the great Tao, slashing towards Gu Fei's chaotic palm. Every single sword light emitted a terrifying sword aura that would send chills down a saint's spine, displaying a devastating might. However, Gu Fei's chaotic palm merely shook slightly, and the 9 swords that could kill a saint shattered immediately. He then grabbed the corpse of the golden rock. I've never eaten a roasted golden rock before. It must be delicious. With that, Gu Fei turned around and left. He didn't pick the golden sun's sacred fruit in the valley. The disheveled old man almost fainted when he heard that. To think that this guy would grab the corpse of the golden rock just to eat a roasted golden rock. The Golden Rock race was a huge race in the northern snowy region. Even though they couldn't compare to the Zhao family or the barbarian race, they could occupy a piece of land in the northern snowy region. Even the Zhao family and the barbarian race wouldn't dare to offend them. In the northern snowy region, even the Zhao family wouldn't dare to say that they wanted to eat a roasted golden rock. But now, this Gu Fei didn't seem to be joking. He really did want to eat a roasted golden rock. If the patriarch of the Golden Rock race were to find out about this, there would definitely be a huge commotion. I've never eaten a roasted golden rock before. The disheveled old man couldn't help but lick his lips before chasing after the direction Gu Fei had disappeared in. By then, Gu Fei had already carried the corpse of the golden rock into a valley. Beside a spirit spring, he cut open the golden rock's stomach and cleaned it. Naturally, ordinary flames wouldn't be able to roast the golden rock. After all, this golden rock was a sacred beast when it was alive. Even ordinary legendary weapons wouldn't be able to hurt its body. Gu Fei took out an ancient cauldron from his body and tossed the cleaned corpse of the golden rock into it. Then, he activated the cauldron to roast the golden rock within. He sat down cross-legged before the ancient cauldron and controlled the flames carefully. Soon, a fragrant smell of meat wafted out from within the ancient cauldron. Smells so good, At this moment, a disheveled old man walked in from outside the valley. Humph, your nose is pretty sharp. Eh? Gouffet did not turn back. He knew who this was. You and I can be considered as fair-weather friends. You wouldn't mind sharing a few pieces of golden rock meat with this old man, would you? The disheveled old man walked over to the side of Gouffet and sat down. Staring at the golden rock within the cauldron, his saliva was dripping down. This was the meat of a golden rock. Who in the entire northern snowy region had ever tasted it before? One had to know that the old Master Golden Rock was not someone to be trifled with. He was a Saint Lord and was extremely strong. He could even go against the family head of the Zhao family. Even the old Master Heavenly Wolf might not be a match for the old Master Golden Rock. As long as the old Master Golden Rock was around, no one would dare to offend the Golden Rock race. Now that Gouffet had eaten a Saint State Golden Rock, if news of this were to get out, it would definitely shake the entire northern snowy region. The Golden Rock race would definitely not let this matter rest just like that. Chapter 27:34. Gouffet roasted a golden rock, and the aroma of meat from the cauldron made him drool. This golden rock had the bloodline of an ancient mythological beast, the Great Golden Rock. Its flesh contained a massive amount of essence chi. Moreover, this was a golden rock of the sage realm. Even a drop of blood or a feather was a rare treasure, let alone an entire golden rock. Apart from the cauldron fire, there was also a holy radiance within the ancient cauldron. The essence chi within the golden rock was gradually refined. 2 hours later, Gouffet opened the ancient cauldron and took out a golden rock that was roasted to a shiny golden color. He tore off a hind leg from the roasted golden rock and started eating it. The disheveled old man was a natural one. He also tore off a golden rock wing and ate with the immortal brew in the gourd. After the essence chi within the golden rock's meat was refined, it was easy for cultivators to absorb. That was the essence chi of a sage realm. Even for an existence like Gouffet, eating a meal of golden rock meat was extremely beneficial. As for the disheveled old man, he benefited greatly. After eating a golden rock wing, his entire body shone with a holy radiance. He had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and circulate a mystic art to refine the essence chi within his body. On the other hand, Gouffet was completely fine. He took out the immortal brew that he had collected and slowly tasted the golden rock meat. In an instant, the aroma of meat and wine filled the entire valley. For a foodie like the disheveled old man, be it the aroma of meat or wine, they were fatal temptations to him. He could not calm down to refine the essence chi within his body at all. Gouffet poured himself a drink and enjoyed the feast. What's going on? It smells so good. At this moment, 2 people arrived outside the valley. They looked like a grandfather and a grandson. The old man wore a long golden robe and had 3 strands of long beard that swayed in front of his chest. The other person was a youth that looked to be about 16, 17, or 18 years old. Both of them were extremely strong. From the aura that they exuded, they were definitely existences that were comparable to ancient freaks. When the 2 of them entered the valley, they were shocked to find the golden rock that was already roasted in front of Gouffet. Roar! The old man let out a furious roar and directly attacked Gouffet. A huge golden hand appeared in the sky and slammed towards Gouffet. A terrifying power rippled down from the huge golden hand. Humph! Gouffet let out a cold snort and struck out with his right palm. A huge chaotic hand rushed out from his palm and collided with the huge golden hand. Boom! The void shook, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning. The 2 giant hands dissipated into the void. At this moment, Gouffet had already put away the remaining half of the golden rock. Then, He looked at the two fellows who attacked him. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" Gu Fei said expressionlessly. One of them was actually a holy venerate. That holy venerate was naturally the old man in the golden robe. As for the young man standing beside the old man, he was of a sage state as well. "Demon, how dare you eat the golden rock race? You're just courting death." The old man was somewhat agitated. That was because the roasted golden rock was a powerful being of his race. Within the golden rock race, this powerful being could be considered as a big shot. To think that a powerful being of the golden rock race would be killed by someone and his corpse would be eaten. Oh, so it's the old golden rock. Gu Fei looked at the old man nonchalantly. This old man in the golden robe should be the old master golden rock of the golden rock race. No one had expected the old master golden rock to appear here. One had to know that the old master golden rock was a true antique who had lived from the ancient times to the current era. Some people said that he did not have much time left in his lifespan and was about to pass away. There were also people who said that this old master golden rock could continue living forever, and that there was no such thing as not having much time left in his lifespan. It's really the old master golden rock. What bad luck! At this moment, the disheveled old man was jolted awake from his cultivation. When he found out about what had happened, he could not help but be taken aback. The old master golden rock was not someone he could deal with. However, Gu Fei was facing off against the old master golden rock. To think that he could stand against the old Saint Lord. The disheveled old man was shocked to his core. The strength displayed by Gu Fei had him in disbelief. After all, the old master golden rock was an old Saint Lord. "Grandpa, hurry up and kill him." The young man beside the old man barked out fiercely. To think that this man would dare to eat the golden rock race. He truly deserved to die. Humph! The moment Gu Fei heard this, his face let out a look of disdain. "Old master golden rock, we didn't kill your race." The disheveled old man explained hurriedly. "Humph! Who else could it be if not you guys?" The old man in the golden robe snarled out fiercely. His killing intent was torrential as his aura shrouded the entire world. He could strike out at Gu Fei and the disheveled old man at any moment. "We're in trouble now." The disheveled old man complained incessantly. "What do you mean by in trouble? Do you really think that this old bird is a match for me?" Gu Fei said calmly. What? The old man thought that he had heard wrongly. To think that this Gu Fei could go against the old Saint Lord. How could this be? The old Saint Lord was much stronger than the average Saint Lord. He thought that Gu Fei was at most a young man who had just broken through to the Saint Lord realm. There was still a huge gap between his strength and the old Saint Lord's. But right now, Gu Fei was actually challenging the old Saint Lord. The disheveled old man was not the only one in disbelief. Even the old man was stunned for a moment. He could not see through this young man. Could this guy be a Saint Lord who had lived since ancient times? In the world of cultivation, the most unreliable thing was the appearance of a cultivator. Some people might look young on the outside, but in reality, they were old fogies who had lived for countless years. We'll know if he's one of those old fogies after giving it a try. The old man took a step forward and appeared in front of Gu Fei instantly. Clang! He did not move at all, but rays of golden light immediately rushed out of his body and turned into golden divine, swords that pierced towards Gu Fei. Countless golden patterns intertwined on each sword light, activating the power of the great path of heaven and earth. Sword of the great path of metal. Golden rock great ancestor immediately used his life-killing technique. Rays of chaotic sword light also rushed out of Gu Fei's body. Each sword light was imprinted with chaotic patterns. The 9 sword lights seemed to be able to split the sky and earth as they met Golden Rock Great Path's sword of the Great Path of Metal. The shocking sword Chi contained a terrifying killing power. This was the Sword of Heaven punishment. Gu Fei used the 9 swords of heaven punishment. The sword Chi crisscrossed as the two forces of sword wei clashed and offset each other. Each sword light was enough to cut down the stars in the sky and break the void between heaven and earth. The entire world was cut into millions of pieces by the sword light. Each sword light flashed in the void, leaving a pitch-black spatial crack that could not be repaired in a short time. What a terrifying sword wei! The disheveled old man was stunned when he saw this scene. These were 2 kinds of supreme sword weis. Each was enough to shock the world, and each had evolved the sword wei to the extreme. Gu Fei used the 9 swords of heaven punishment to block Golden Rock Great Path's sword of the Great Path of Metal. This shocked Golden Rock Great Path, and at the same time, he thought of something. Could you be Eastern Sky's Emperor Xian Yuan Gu? Golden Rock Great Path's sword of the Great Path of Metal and Gu Fei's 9 swords of heaven punishment dissipated in the void at the same time. Golden Rock Great Path retreated quickly and landed on a mountain outside the valley. Gu Fei, on the other hand, stood in the air above the valley and looked at Golden Rock Old Ancestor with a smile. Grandfather! When the young man saw that Gu Fei could actually force his grandfather to retreat, he could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly rushed towards Golden Rock Great Path. In the heaven realm, apart from Eastern Sky's Emperor Xian Yuan Gu, I really can't think of anyone else who can cultivate the sword wei to such a level. Golden Rock Great Path looked at Gu Fei and said with a solemn expression, Eastern Sky's Emperor Xian Yuan Gu was mysterious and unfathomable. No one had seen his true face, but his cultivation of the sword wei was also shocking. No one in the entire heaven realm could compare to him. This is because you are ignorant and inexperienced. Gu Fei said, What did you say? You actually said that my grandfather is ignorant and inexperienced? Hearing Gu Fei's words, the young man was unhappy. It should be known that his grandfather was a great expert of the divine path since ancient times. Golden Rock Great Path had lived for countless years. It could not be said that no one in the entire heaven realm could compare to his knowledge, but very few people could compare to him. You are not Yuan Gu. Golden Rock Great Path was somewhat surprised. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? And who is Yuan Gu? Why would I impersonate him? Gu Fei said disdainfully. He had a great enmity with Yuan Gu. Even if he impersonated someone else, he would not impersonate Yuan Gu. That guy hid his head, but showed his tail. He was a complete scoundrel. Then who are you? Golden Rock Great Path's expression became even more solemn. Your father, will never change my name or my surname. I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei said, You are Gu Fei. Golden Rock Great Path's expression immediately changed when he heard Gu Fei's words. Although the people of the Zhao family would not leak the matter of the Shuiyu Zhao family, a great clan like the Golden Rock race would more or less have informants in the Zhao family. This Gu Fei had once broken into the ancestral city of the Shuiyu Zhao family and plundered everything. The Zhao family had been forced to hide, like mice, not daring to show their heads. You know me. Gu Fei was a little surprised. It seems that you really are not the one who killed the experts of my clan. However, since you have eaten my experts, you have to give me an explanation. Golden Rock Great Path said, I have already beaten them up. What kind of explanation do you want? Gu Fei said, If you can pick the Golden Sun sacred fruit, I will not pursue this matter. How about it? Golden Rock Great Path said, So you want the Golden Sun sacred fruit? Chapter 27:35. You want me to pick the Golden Sun Saint fruit for you? Gu Fei hovered in the air above the valley. His body didn't emit any powerful qi, making him look like an ordinary person. Return to true simplicity. When the golden rock old ancestor saw this, his golden pupils couldn't help contracting. Gu Fei is indeed powerful. His understanding of the grand Tao has reached an unreachable level. It was absolutely not a good thing to offend such a person with unlimited potential. That's right. If you pick the golden sun saint fruit for us, not only will I not pursue the matter of you eating our expert, I will also give you a great gift. Golden Rock Old Ancestor said. He had been wandering around the nearby area for a long time and even lost a saint-level expert in order to get the golden sun saint fruit. To other cultivators, the golden sun sacred fruit might be a useless panacea because the golden sun sacred fruit contained metal elemental energy. Only cultivators who practiced metal elemental cultivation methods could absorb the metal elemental energy. Moreover, the golden sun sacred fruit contained metal elemental qi that could only be absorbed by saint realm experts. In other words, ordinary cultivators, including immortal emperors and almighty experts, wouldn't be able to use the golden sun sacred fruit. I'm very curious what kind of great gift you can give me. Gu Fei crossed his arms and said with interest. He inadvertently glanced at the youth beside Golden Rock Old Ancestor. It seemed like Golden Rock Old Ancestor was treating his grandson very well. The Golden Rock Ancestor was already a heavenly sovereign, so he naturally didn't need the golden sun sacred fruit. However, his grandson was different. With the help of the golden sun sacred fruit, his grandson's cultivation would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In the world of cultivation, everything was illusory. Only strength was the most practical. Only by mastering the most powerful strength could one get what one wanted. Only by mastering absolute strength could one move unhindered in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Perhaps Golden Rock Old Ancestor had also sensed that the world of chaos was coming. Therefore, he wanted to improve his grandson's cultivation base and strength as much as possible. One should know that only those with great strength would have a chance to survive in this chaotic world. How about a world fruit? Great Ancestor Golden Rock did not waste any time. He took out a jade box and opened it. A mystical fruit immediately appeared in front of Gu Fei. What? It's really a heaven and earth fruit. Before Gu Fei could say anything, the disheveled old man had already cried out in alarm. That was the heaven and earth fruit, a legendary sacred medicine that was rarely seen in this world. It was said that this kind of sacred medicine had long been extinct since ancient times. Even Gu Fei found it hard to believe that the jade box in Golden Rock Patriarch's hand contained a fruit the size of a fist. However, there was yin and yang energy circulating above the fruit. It was sometimes turbid and sometimes clear. The turbid energy sank, and the clear energy rose. It was as if a world was evolving. Legend has it that those who consume the fruit of heaven and earth will have their physique completely change and become born Taoist aptitude. The disheveled old man's voice was trembling. Without a doubt, the heaven and earth fruit was much more precious than the golden sun sacred fruit. The golden sun sacred fruit was definitely of little value to other cultivators. However, the heaven and earth fruit was different. One should know that born Taoist aptitude was a physique that cultivators yearned for. This type of aptitude was naturally close to the Tao of heaven and earth, making cultivation twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, those with born Taoist aptitude could easily pass through the heavenly tribulation. This was because such people were favored by the heavens and were blessed by the heavens. I have to say that I'm a little tempted. Gu Fei said. In reality, there were countless sacred medicines in his inner world, but he was lacking the heaven and earth fruit. Although it was just a fruit, It could be used to cultivate a heaven and earth tree. Hurry up and agree. You're really lucky. The disheveled old man transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. He seemed to be even more anxious than Gu Fei. What's wrong? You still don't want to do it? Old Master Goldenrock looked at Gu Fei and said he had no other choice. One should know that the formation left in the valley was way too terrifying. It could even kill a sage. He did not want to take the risk. This was because Old Master Goldenrock knew very well that anyone in the Golden Rock race could die except for him. If he were to die, the entire Golden Rock race would be annihilated. The situation of the Golden Rock race was the same as the Celestial Wolf race. The Golden Rock race had an Old Master Goldenrock. Therefore, the major forces in the northern snowy region did not dare to do anything to the Golden Rock race. It was the same for the Celestial Wolf race. If the Old Master Goldenrock were to die, the Celestial Wolf race would be finished. Therefore, the Old Master Goldenrock submitted to Gu Fei. Old Master Goldenrock could not take the risk. He could only ask Gu Fei for help. Give it to me. Gu Fei extended his hand towards Old Master Goldenrock. All right. Old Master Goldenrock was very straightforward. He closed the jade box and threw the jade box containing the heaven and earth fruit to Gu Fei, a sacred medicine that can transform a cultivator's constitution into a born Taoism body. It's worth my time. Gu Fei caught the jade box and muttered to himself, "Let's go." Gu Fei took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. Even Old Master Goldenrock did not know how he left. Even Old Master Goldenrock, who had always been known for his speed, could not help but be moved by such an extreme speed. This Gu Fei was really not simple. No wonder he could cause such a huge commotion in the eastern land. Old Master Goldenrock waved his sleeve and left with his grandson. The disheveled old man rushed out of the valley and rushed towards the valley where he found the Golden Sun sacred fruit. When the disheveled old man rushed out of the valley, Gu Fei had already walked into the valley. There was an unfathomable immortal light on his body. Wherever it passed, all the runes were destroyed. Such a great art, Old Master Goldenrock was shocked to see this. He thought of a certain secret art from the ancient times. Only such a secret art could have such magical and powerful power. However, even though Gu Fei had mastered the secret art of void, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, he was still in big trouble. His footsteps gradually slowed down. If he wanted to obtain the Golden Sun sacred fruit, he had to enter the valley because there was a near-flawless killing formation near the fruit. It was precisely this slaughter formation that almost caused that saint-ranked Goldenrock to perish here. Gu Fei was naturally not that unlucky saint-level Goldenrock, but the remaining killing formations and great path laws in the valley were really terrifying. Some ancient runes could not be completely destroyed, even by the secret word, Wu. I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Standing on a peak outside the valley, Old Master Goldenrock and his grandson were stunned by the strength Gu Fei had displayed. Although Gu Fei had slowed down, he still walked towards the center of the valley step by step, gradually approaching the Golden Sun sacred fruit. An hour later, Gu Fei arrived at the place where the saint-rank Goldenrock had perished. At this moment, he had no choice but to stop and sit cross-legged on the ground. Why did he stop? The young Goldenrock, next to Old Master Goldenrock, asked in surprise. The Golden Sun sacred fruit was already within his reach, but Gu Fei had stopped at this time. This surprised Old Master Goldenrock. Gu Fei was creating the killing formation that was imprinted in the void. This killing formation was definitely created by a supreme expert who had surpassed the Holy Venerate realm. Otherwise, how could he have killed the Goldenrock so easily? Chapter 2736. Gu Fei couldn't compare to He Tian in terms of array formations. One must know that He Tian was a formation grandmaster. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had studied array formations, but those who could become a formation grandmaster were few and far between. However, He Tian was definitely one of them. He Tian had a heaven-defying talent in array formations. This was something that even Gu Fei had to admit. However, Gu Fei couldn't count on He Tian's help right now. Who knew where He Tian had run off to? Gu Fei sat cross-legged in front of the Golden Sun Divine Fruits formation and calmed his mind to analyze this killing formation. This was a very ancient killing formation that could be traced back to the mythological era, or even older. The runes that formed this killing formation were very ancient. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Fei had learned about ancient formation runes from He Tian, he wouldn't have been able to recognize these runes. Primitive formation runes from the mythological era, Gu Fei muttered to himself. This gave him a headache because this killing formation runes was very difficult to break. Even if he had mastered the secret word, Wu, it would still be the same. Ancient killing formation runes were not something ordinary runes could compare to. Once this killing formation was triggered, even a heavenly sovereign would be in big trouble. It seemed like this Golden Sun Divine Fruit already had an owner during the mythological era. That expert had arranged this killing formation to protect the Golden Sun Divine Fruit. Of course, that expert from the mythological era might have already fallen and disappeared into the endless years. Who knew if he was still alive in this world? However, right now, Gu Fei didn't have the leisure to care about these things. What he needed to do now was to break this killing formation and obtain the Golden Sun Divine Fruit in order to fulfill his promise. For a heavenly sovereign like Gu Fei, since he had made a promise, he would definitely fulfill it. If he failed, then he would have a clear conscience. At this moment, Gu Fei regretted agreeing to the Golden Rock Old Ancestor. He didn't expect things to be so troublesome. At this time, on the mountain peak outside the valley, Golden Rock Ancestor, and the others were nervously staring at Gu Fei, who was sitting in front of the Golden Sun Sacred Fruit. What's going on? He's been sitting there for 6 hours. Why hasn't he broken the formation yet? From the start, the small gold eagle did not believe that Gu Fei could obtain the Golden Sun Sacred Fruit. One must know that this person could do something that even his grandfather could not do. Ever since the rock had been sensible, he had viewed his grandfather as his idol. He had even believed that no one in the 3 realms and 6 Dao was a match for his grandfather. He's probably studying formations. The disheveled old man said. His origins were mysterious, and no one knew his background. Even the Golden Rock Patriarch couldn't see through this disheveled old man. That killing formation is not simple. I have also suffered greatly from that killing formation. The Golden Rock Patriarch said with a dignified expression. He had taken action before and knew the truth of the valley. The remaining formations and laws were not a problem at all. However, the killing formation that protected the Golden Sun's sacred fruit was very terrifying. Even the Golden Rock Patriarch was powerless against it. One must know that the Golden Rock Patriarch was an ancient holy sovereign. That guy overestimates himself. The small gold eagle said disdainfully, "Little Peng, you are a bit arrogant. Remember my words. Don't look down on all living beings in the world." The Golden Rock Patriarch said, although his grandson's talent was the best among all his descendants, he was a bit arrogant. This was not a good thing. One had to know that when one was overly arrogant, it would become arrogance. It was not impossible for one's arrogance to turn into madness. Yes, grandfather. The little gold rock nodded, but his face revealed a look of disapproval. Sigh. The Golden Rock Patriarch sighed. It seemed that it would be impossible to change his grandson's opinion in a short period of time. At this time, in the valley, Gouffet had no intention of taking action. No one knew what he was thinking. The people outside the valley could only wait quietly. While Gouffet was deducing the formation in the valley, many experts came to the forbidden area. The leader was the patriarch of the Zhao family of the Snow region. The #1 expert of the Zhao family of the Snow region had entered the forbidden area to fight for the legendary, heaven-defying great fortune. However, heaven-defying fortunes were not that easy to obtain. Rumble, a muffled, thunderous sound came from a mountain ridge. Some experts were fighting. Someone found a divine medicine in the mountain ridge, attracting many experts to come and fight for it. The forbidden area of the northern Snow region opened once every 10,000 years. There were countless spiritual medicines growing here, including many divine medicines. Divine medicines might not be much for saints, but divine medicines were different. Even saints would covet them and want to get their hands on them. The battle in the mountain ridge ended very quickly. One expert finally defeated the others and obtained the divine medicine. Battles like this were happening everywhere in the forbidden area. The forbidden area, which had not been opened for 10,000 years, welcomed a large-scale plundering and fighting. However, there were also countless people who died in the forbidden area. Those who came in alive would stay here forever. Find that madman as soon as possible. The head of the Zhao family ordered the strong cultivators of the Zhao family. The madman he was talking about was the strongest cultivator of the Zhao family of Shuiyu. In the eyes of the members of the Zhao family, that strong cultivator was a madman. Not everyone could be the #1 expert of the Zhao family of the Snow region. He was a cultivation maniac. It was not an exaggeration to call him a madman. Yes, the experts of the Zhao family of the Snow region hurriedly left. The forbidden area was full of danger. It was not a paradise. Although there were fortunes, and dangers coexisted. There was no free lunch in the world. In another area, a group of huge silver wolves with wings on their backs flew from afar and landed on a mountain ridge. The giant wolves instantly transformed into tall, burly men. Then they kowtowed to a middle-aged man. "Greetings, ancestor." There were 36 strong men in the group. Each of them was extremely powerful. Their chi and blood were extremely strong. Each of them was at least a quasi-saint. Some of them were even saints. The middle-aged man, with his back to the crowd, turned around. This person was the ancestor of the Celestial Wolf Group 1, the Celestial Wolf ancestor. "Go." The old ancestor of the Sky Wolf clan waved his hand, and the 36 powerhouses of the Sky Wolf clan immediately obeyed, stood up from the ground, and then rushed out in all directions. The Heavenly Wolf Group also wanted to obtain a heaven-defying fortune. If they could obtain the legendary Great Fortune, the Heavenly Wolf Group would no longer be under the control of others. No one was willing to be under the control of others. Even their lives were in the hands of others. This was something that no one wanted to see, especially a saint sovereign like the Heavenly Wolf Group. Such an existence naturally had his own pride. Of course, it was not only the Zhao family and the Heavenly Wolf Group. Even the great sects and clans of the other regions of the Heavenly Realm had sent their experts to the northern Snow region and entered the forbidden area. In other words, the forbidden area had become even more dangerous. Some people even said that they had seen the figure of the ancient Heavenly Emperor. Others said that the demon lord of the Heavenly Realm had arrived. This was only a rumor. No one could verify it. However, someone had sensed the fluctuation of extreme power in the depths of the forbidden area. Perhaps it was a heaven-defying fortune. However, It was also possible that the demon lord had entered the depths of the forbidden area. The heaven-defying fortune in the depths of the forbidden area was something that those big shots wanted. Something that could make even saint sovereigns envious was probably a heaven-defying fortune. Someone saw a middle-aged man wearing animal skin and carrying a huge blade on his back directly enter the depths of the forbidden area. Immediately, a terrifying divine light rushed out from the depths of the forbidden area. Rumble. A terrifying fluctuation spread out from the depths of the forbidden area, causing the entire forbidden area to tremble. The peerless expert who had entered the depths of the forbidden area seemed to have touched something and encountered great trouble. He roared unceasingly as his blade light soared to the sky. Each blade light was enough to split the heavens and earth and destroy the stars. However, even such a powerful blade light could not break the void in the depths of the forbidden area. The peerless expert seemed to be trapped in the depths of the forbidden area. However, after half an hour, the peerless expert finally broke out. The peerless expert was bathed in blood. He directly turned into a dazzling blade light and disappeared into the distance in an instant. Even a peerless expert had to return in defeat, let alone others. Everyone who saw this scene felt their hearts palpitate. A heaven-defying fortune was indeed not something that ordinary people could obtain. Some people directly gave up and left the forbidden area. Others were observing, wanting to try their luck. Perhaps their luck would turn for the better, and they could obtain a great fortune. At this time, Gufei was still in the valley, performing the ancient slaughtering spell from the mythological era. He wanted to break the array and take the golden sun divine fruit. One had to admit that the slaughtering spell from the mythological era was indeed powerful. Gufei sat there for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he only managed to lift a corner of the slaughtering spell and take the golden sun divine fruit. Motherfucker, I will never do this again. Gufei handed the golden sun divine fruit to the golden rock ancestor and left without looking back. This time, he had suffered a great loss. One should know that he had wasted 3 days in the valley. During these 3 days, many things happened in the forbidden area. Snowy Region's Zhao family and the Heavenly Wolf clan had a falling out. The conflict between the two clans erupted. Many experts of the Zhao family were killed by the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wolf clan. However, many members of the Heavenly Wolf clan also died in the hands of the Zhao family leader. When Gufei heard this news, he didn't feel strange at all. One should know that the Zhao clan of Shuiyu and the Heavenly Wolf clan had a long history of conflict. On the surface, these two clans seemed to be allies, but in reality, the Heavenly Wolf clan was controlled by the Zhao clan of Shuiyu. The Zhao clan of Shuiyu was no longer the overlord of Shuiyu, and the Heavenly Wolf clan was no longer the Heavenly Wolf clan of the past. The Heavenly Wolf clan was taking advantage of the fact that the Zhao clan of Shuiyu was heavily injured by Gufei. Chapter 2737. The conflict between the Celestial Wolf clan and the Zhao clan of the northern Shui region had suddenly intensified. This surprised all the major forces of the northern Shui region. After all, these two clans were allies. However, some well-informed people knew many things. The Zhao family of Shui wasn't the same as it used to be. Even the Golden Rock race made a move. They sent out a big shot to find Patriarch Skywolf. The two of them chatted for a long time before the Golden Rock race powerhouse left. Some people speculated that the Golden Rock clan wanted to form an alliance with the Celestial Wolf clan and uproot the Zhao clan of the Northern Snow region, completely changing the situation of the Northern Snow region being dominated by only one clan. Of course, the Heavenly Palace of Shuiyu was an otherworldly power. Their ambitions weren't in the Northern Shui region. Very few people could see their disciples in the northern Shui region. Therefore, the Zhao clan became the ruler of the northern snowy region. But now, the Zhao family of the northern snowy region, the overlord of the northern snowy region, had fallen. As the saying goes, when a tree is down, everyone gives it a push. If the celestial wolf tribe allied with the golden rock tribe, then the Zhao family of the snowy region would face a catastrophe. However, the heavenly wolf clan seemed to have some misgivings and had yet to ally with the golden rock clan. Rumor had it that the Zhao family of Shui was looking for their strongest cultivator. However, no one knew where the strongest cultivator of the Zhao family of Shui was. The celestial wolf race and the golden rock race were also looking for the strongest cultivator of the Zhao family of Shui. Once they found him, they would naturally kill him to get rid of this future threat. Ever since Gu Fei came out of the valley, he had heard many rumors. However, he had no way of determining how many of them were true. In the entire Forbidden Zone, the only thing that could interest Gu Fei was naturally the legendary Great Fortune. This great fortune was located in the depths of the Forbidden Zone. No one knew what kind of existence existed in the depths of the Forbidden Zone, but if one wanted to obtain great fortune, it would be too impractical to not take risks. For several days in a row, Gu Fei wandered around the periphery of the depths of the Forbidden Zone. He instinctively sensed a great crisis. The laws in the depths of the Forbidden Zone were extremely terrifying. Rumble, suddenly, a muffled thunder-like sound came from the distant sky. A bolt of lightning appeared high up in the sky and quickly rushed towards the depths of the Forbidden Zone. There was a figure wrapped in the lightning. The bolt of lightning descended from the sky and landed on the ground. A figure appeared. It was a young man dressed in white. He looked very refined, but there was lightning flowing around his body from time to time, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. Heavenly Realm Thunder Clan. Gu Fei's heart shook when he saw this youth. This youth's cultivation was clearly revealed in his eyes. This youth was actually a saint. I heard that even the barbarian emperor suffered a great loss. I truly want to see what item can cause the expressions of an emperor to change. The young man muttered to himself. Then, the young man actually walked step by step towards the depths of the Forbidden Zone. What puzzled everyone was that the young man who walked straight into the depths of the Forbidden Zone was actually safe and sound. What the hell is going on? Everyone was guessing, but no one dared to casually step into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Even the barbarian emperor suffered a disadvantage. Gu Fei naturally knew of the barbarian emperor. This barbarian emperor came from the barbarian world and was a supreme character. The weapon of the barbarian emperor was a saber. The path of the barbarian emperor was one that could break through all techniques in the world with a single saber in his hand. Not long after, the young man who walked into the Forbidden Zone actually returned. This caused everyone to be shocked and happy at the same time. However, although this fellow walked out from the depths of the Forbidden Zone, his body was riddled with injuries. There was even a hole in his chest, and he was on the verge of dying. The expert from the Heavenly Realm Thunder Clan left, bringing with him incomparable regret. At this moment, everyone was extremely cautious because they only had a single life. That is, just when Gu Fei was planning to take the risk and barge into the depths of the Forbidden Zone, a familiar aura drifted over from the depths of the mountain. There were supreme experts fighting. An extremely powerful saint might permeated the entire space. Rumble, the saint might erupted, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Several snowy peaks that pierced through the clouds crumbled, forming a terrifying avalanche. Let's go and take a look. With an intention of his will, Gu Fei's silhouette vanished in the air. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the air above the mountain range. At this moment, Gu Fei discovered that in the depths of the mountain range, two silhouettes were locked in battle. Terrifying energy fluctuations gushed forth, causing sand and pebbles to fly about, causing the sun and moon to dim. Among these two supreme experts, one of them was actually the heavenly wolf old ancestor. But his opponent wasn't a human. It was an extremely powerful and terrifying life form. What monster is that? Gu Fei didn't act, he merely watched. That life form had a pair of horns on its head, its eyes were like bronze bells, and its mouth was as wide as a sacrificial bowl. It had the body of a human. Devil. Gu Fei was somewhat taken aback. But to his astonishment, he discovered that the life form fighting against the heavenly wolf old ancestor didn't exude any devil chi. However, this life form wasn't a demon either. It was simply too bizarre. It wasn't a demon, nor was it a monster, let alone a fiend god. Could it be an extraterrestrial creature? The fact that the life form could fight against the heavenly wolf old ancestor surprised Gu Fei. One should know that the heavenly wolf old ancestor was a powerful existence at the saint sovereign level. My lord, the heavenly wolf old ancestor was overjoyed when he sensed Gu Fei's arrival. Swish! Gu Fei made his move. He stretched out his hand, and a chaotic hand appeared in the void, grabbing at the life form fighting against the heavenly wolf old ancestor. The giant chaotic hand tore through the void, displaying an unimaginably powerful force. That creature was grabbed by the giant hand of chaos, and then it crumbled in the hand. Its body and soul were directly destroyed, and it couldn't be any more dead. What kind of life form is this? Gu Fei asked the heavenly wolf old ancestor. This is an ancient life form. I thought it was extinct, but I didn't expect to see it in this forbidden zone. The heavenly wolf old ancestor explained. So it's an ancient life form. No wonder. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei immediately understood. In ancient times, there were many races, and the human race was only one of the countless races. But the later development was somewhat unexpected. The weak humans became the masters of the world, while many of the powerful races disappeared in the endless river of time. Why are you here? Gu Fei asked. Could it be that the heavenly wolf old ancestor also wanted to obtain the legendary great fortune? My lord, I'm just here to try my luck. The heavenly wolf old ancestor hurriedly replied. Just trying my luck. Chapter 2738. Gu Fei acted and killed that ancient life form. After that, he chatted with the heavenly wolf old ancestor for a while before heading to the depths of the forbidden region with him. Although there were dangers in the outer perimeter of the forbidden region, to saint-level existences, the dangers in the outer perimeter could be avoided. However, the dangers in the depths of the forbidden region were different. Even saint-level existences might die if they barged in, let alone other life forms below the saint level. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and directly entered that incomparably dangerous region. When he stepped into that region, he felt as though he had entered another world. This was a very strange feeling. The heavenly wolf old ancestor was very cautious. He didn't follow behind Gu Fei and entered that dangerous region. He stood guard outside. This is when Gu Fei entered that region. He was surprised to find that the void inside was much larger than it looked from the outside. There were fluctuations of the law of space in this region. Someone had made a move here, and the mountains were riddled with scars. Some of the mountains were directly cut into two by a saber from the middle of the mountain. The upper half of the mountain fell down and fell into the forest between Danyu Mountain, crushing countless flowers and trees. The barbarian emperor was here before. Gu Fei stared at the traces of battle in the surroundings as his heart involuntarily shuddered. The barbarian emperor must have been anxious. He had destroyed this entire region, and there were saber scars everywhere. He continued forward for tens of miles, and discovered that there were actually many bloodstains on the ground. These were the bloodstains of saints. Just a single drop of blood was sufficient to kill an immortal. The blood of the barbarian emperor. The bloodstains emitted an extremely dense aura of the Saint Tao, containing incomplete Tao laws. When the blood dripped onto the ground, it didn't seep into the soil. Each drop of blood was crystalline like agate. Gu Fei didn't say anything, but his expression was incomparably heavy. Even the barbarian emperor was injured. What exactly did this emperor encounter here? Although he was very curious, he wasn't careless. As he continued forward, Gu Fei soon discovered that the traces left behind by the barbarian emperor had vanished. This also meant that the barbarian emperor had reached this point and didn't venture any deeper. However, that young man from the Thunder Clan actually managed to walk further than the barbarian emperor. This caused Gu Fei to feel some disbelief. One must know that although that young man from the Thunder Clan was powerful, there should still be some disparity between him and the barbarian emperor. Gu Fei discovered the traces left behind by the youth from the Heaven Realm's Thunder Clan. He proceeded forward cautiously. When he was 100 miles away, even the traces left behind by the Heaven Realm's Thunder Clan had disappeared without a trace. Along the way, he discovered that quite a few powerful creatures had been killed inside. Ghastly white bones could be seen everywhere. The existence of these bones was more than enough to show how dangerous this place was. The slightest carelessness could lead to one's death. Even Gu Fei felt a great deal of pressure from this place. However, what made him feel uneasy was that those creatures that were strong enough to defeat the barbarian emperor and almost killed the Thunder Clan's experts were nowhere to be seen. He was very much looking forward to meeting these ancient creatures that were comparable to Saint Venerables. However, those ancient creatures didn't appear at all. This caused him to feel incomparably depressed. Seems like I have to rely on myself for the path ahead. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. His speed became even slower, and he no longer dared to fly in the air. He obediently walked on the ground step by step. Rumble! Just when Gu Fei was heading towards the depths of the Forbidden Zone, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a powerful energy fluctuation transmitted over from the direction of the sound. What's going on? Gu Fei was very astonished. Could it be that someone encountered those ancient creatures? Roar. A roar rang out. This wasn't the roar of a human, but the unique roar of a beast. A gigantic figure stood up from behind a mountain. That is, upon seeing that figure, everyone was indescribably shocked. This was a gigantic beast and an ancient beast. Such ancient beasts were incomparably powerful and possessed terrifying destructive might. Swish! Just at this moment, a beam of sword light shot up into the sky, soaring tens of thousands of feet straight towards the gigantic silhouette. The sword light was incomparably sharp, slicing through the void of the heavens and earth with a great power that could annihilate everything. That gigantic beast wasn't simple either. It directly slapped out with its paw at the incoming sword light and actually slapped it away. MHM. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. That person waved his right hand, and the sword light that was slapped away by the gigantic beast immediately flew back to him. An expert in the Tao of the sword. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. He wasn't a stranger to the Tao of the sword. His instincts told him that this sword expert wasn't simple. One must know that this place was the deepest region of the Forbidden Zone. It wasn't a place where ordinary people could enter. The battle continued. That sword expert was incomparably powerful. He controlled the sword light and continuously battled with the beast. Terrifying energy waves spread out in all directions. This battle had lasted for quite a long time, and caused such a huge commotion that it attracted many experts to gather in the nearby regions to watch the battle. Gu Fei had no intention of joining in the battle. He directly sat down on a mountain peak. At this moment, there were figures appearing and disappearing in the nearby regions. There were also figures of different races walking around. Many people were attracted by the battle. Gu Fei saw the figure of the Zhao clan's patriarch. He also saw the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wolf clan. This guy finally couldn't endure it anymore and walked into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. The old ancestor of the Golden Rock clan brought his adorable grandson and stood on another mountain peak to watch the battle. Kill! The sword expert roared in anger. A cold, murderous intent erupted from his body. He used the Imperial Sword technique, and a beam of sword light swept across the sky. However, that beast was truly terrifying. Although it only had the cultivation of a saint, its physical body was extremely tough. Even a saint weapon of the Saint Sovereign level would have a hard time breaking through its defense. The situation doesn't look good, Gu Fei said. At this time, the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly came from afar, startling everyone. They hurriedly looked towards the direction of the footsteps and saw a dozen dark-skinned, tall, and fluffy-haired men walking towards Tiananmen Square. Gu Fei felt even more uneasy. Could these fellows in beast skins be the original residents of this place? The dozen men in beast skins stopped after arriving nearby. These people chose to watch the battle from afar. More and more powerful creatures were attracted to this place by the energy waves released by the great battles. Once these creatures encountered human beings from the outside world, a great battle would inevitably break out. Chapter 2739. The peerless, honorable swordsman fought against the ancient creature. Sword aura rampaged, and sword rays tore through the void, displaying his supreme combat strength. Most of a sword cultivator's skills were focused on the sword. This honorable swordsman was the same. He spent his entire life cultivating the sword. With the sword in his hand, he could break all techniques in the world. However, this honorable swordsman had met his match. One had to admit that this ancient creature was truly powerful. Although it was only at the saint level, its physical body was heaven-defying. Rumble, the ancient creature directly slammed its palm and shattered the honorable swordsman's sword rays. It flattened a mountain range, causing many mountains to crumble in the void and turn into dust. Seeing this scene, all the creatures watching from afar were extremely shocked. Sometimes, absolute power was enough to obliterate everything. Although the ancient creature's cultivation level was only at the sage level, its physical body was ridiculously tough. Its battle prowess was definitely not inferior to that of a holy venerable. In fact, it might even be stronger. Clang! A dazzling ray of sword light descended from the sky and slashed the back of the giant beast. Sparks flew, but it only left a faint mark on its back. It was unable to break through its thick scales. What a powerful defense! Everyone who noticed this scene was shocked. This giant creature was truly extraordinary. Its scales could not even be broken by a holy venerable's sword. With such an abnormal defense, it was simply an unkillable cockroach. How could anyone survive? Seeing how powerful the ancient creature was, some people could not help but want to retreat. Although it was good to have a heaven-defying transformation, one's life was equally important. If one lost their life, then everything would be over. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a mountain peak and quietly watched this scene. He was thinking about the possibility of winning if he was the one fighting the giant creature. An ancient creature with an unimaginably powerful physical body was really hard to deal with. The only way to deal with it was to suppress it with absolute power. Whoosh! The honorable swordsman in white flew on his sword and turned into a sword ray. He quickly moved around the giant creature, constantly looking for an opportunity to break through the ancient creature's defense. However, all of this seemed to be in vain, because this monster had no weaknesses other than its eyes. Even this monster's eyes were protected by something. It was a layer of blood-colored light. This ancient life form's eyes were like two blood-colored suns, emitting a resplendent blood-colored light. Roar! The ancient creature roared angrily. The entire region trembled under the roar of this giant beast. Mountain peaks continuously collapsed, shattered, and turned into dust. Sword light rain, all pervasive. The sword master roared in anger. The dazzling sword light turned into many silk threads. Countless silk threads filled the void and wrapped the giant beast like a cocoon. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be moved. This sword saint's battle prowess was too powerful. This unknown person, where did he come from? No one knew the origins of this venerated swordsman. Of course, since ancient times, there had been countless swordsmen who had appeared. Some swordsmen chose to live in seclusion. Obviously, this venerated swordsman was very likely one of those swordsmen who lived in seclusion. The swordsmen are only SOSO. They are much weaker than you, grandfather. On another mountain peak, the little gold rock said to the golden rock old ancestor, "How many times have I said this? Don't underestimate the people of this world. If you can't understand this, I'm afraid you won't be able to go far on the path of an expert." The golden rock old ancestor said. But grandfather, the little gold rock was very unconvinced and wanted to say more. However, the golden rock old ancestor did not let him continue. "All right, if you want to continue following me, you have to do as I say." The golden rock old ancestor was a little unhappy. His grandson was really too conceited. Being too conceited was not a good thing. Being too conceited was being arrogant. Roar! The giant beast continued to roar, as if it was very angry. The countless sword lights that had turned into sword threads were constantly tightening. It was truly all-pervasive. Very quickly, the ancient beast's roar weakened and finally disappeared completely. In the end, the venerated swordsman is still better. Gufei stood up from the mountain peak and turned to leave. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The ancient beast had no chance. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from a cave that was shrouded in black gas. Then, a terrifying creature rushed out of the cave and disappeared into the distance. Rumble, a great battle broke out again. A creature that had entered the depths of the forbidden area fought with another ancient creature. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. It was a humanoid creature covered in green scales, but it was definitely not a human. The one fighting with this humanoid creature was a Kuan Peng. The incomparably powerful Kuan Peng would sometimes transform into a Kuan and set off monstrous waves. At other times, it would transform into a Peng and fly above the nine heavens. This expert of the Kuan Peng race was extremely powerful, and he was locked in a fierce battle with the humanoid creature. Although ancient creatures were powerful, they were not invincible. The Kuan Peng clan possessed the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Kuan Peng. From a certain perspective, this Kuan Peng could also be considered an ancient creature. At this time, terrifying roars came from the depths of the forbidden area. One after another, ancient creatures walked out from the depths of the forbidden area. A great battle broke out. The ancient creatures were incomparably powerful. Most of the people who entered the depths of the forbidden area were tortured and killed by the ancient creatures. Of course, there were also incomparably powerful existences that killed the ancient creatures that blocked their way and advanced towards the core area of the forbidden area. Gu Fei was one of these experts. The ancient creature he encountered was a heavenly dragon. The heavenly dragon transformed into a young man with a halberd and fought with Gu Fei. However, this heavenly dragon was unlucky to have encountered Gu Fei. Gu Fei's body was even stronger than the heavenly dragon's. Gu Fei only used 10 moves to kill this heavenly dragon. After killing the heavenly dragon, Gu Fei had only traveled a few dozen miles before he triggered an incomplete formation and was swallowed into the void of the formation. The void of the formation was a void created by a formation. It was a void that existed between reality and illusion. Once one was trapped inside, it would be very difficult to get out. Being trapped inside this void was like entering the cycle of reincarnation. It was difficult to escape. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary heavenly sovereign. He directly used his absolute strength to break this void of the formation and rushed out. Chapter 2740. The moment Gu Fei charged out of the void, he caught sight of an unimaginable existence. It was a great demon that was hidden within a dark, demonic aura. This great demon was the demon Lord Tian. To think that it's you. The moment Gu Fei caught sight of the demon Lord Tian, his heart skipped a beat. One had to know that he had already crossed swords with this demon lord back in the hell realm. You recognize me? Standing opposite Gu Fei, the demon Lord Tian looked at the human before him curiously. Why? You don't recognize me? Looking at how the demon Lord Tian did not seem to recognize him, Gu Fei was in disbelief. What was going on? Could something have happened to this demon lord? Should I recognize you? The demon Lord Tian replied, You're not him. By now, Gu Fei knew that this demon Lord Tian was probably not the same person as the demon Lord Tian from the Hell Realm back then. I don't know what you're talking about, but there's one thing I can be sure of. You're my prey right now. Ha ha ha. The demon Lord Tian's pale, yet handsome face let out a cruel smile. Is that so? Gu Fei laughed out as well. Even though this Tian was strong, he wasn't even on the same level as the Tian from the Hell Realm. The blood meal this time around is pretty decent. Tian licked his lips, revealing his pearly whites. Blood meal? Could it be? The moment Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but think of something. That's right. Seeing that you're about to die, I'm not afraid to tell you. Why do you think this place only opens once every 10,000 years? Tian replied, You guys, Gu Fei's guess was verified. The forbidden zone in the northern snow region seemed to be a trap that would last for thousands of years. It used a heaven-defying opportunity to attract the strongest existences in the entire heaven realm and then hunt them down. There must definitely be a huge conspiracy behind this, hunting down the strongest beings of the heaven world and using them as blood meals. This was unbelievable. One had to admit that this was way too heaven-defying. There's an even more powerful mastermind behind you. Gu Fei stared at Tian in front of him with a solemn expression. He knew that he had come into contact with an ancient secret. If this secret were to spread out, it would shake the entire heavenly world. The so-called forbidden area of the northern snow region was nothing more than a scam. All right, now that you know what you want to know, come over here obediently and let me eat you. Tian beckoned to Gu Fei. TSK, who do you think you are? I don't even fear the real demon ancestor Tian, let alone an imposter. Gu Fei shook his head disdainfully. Is that so? So you've seen my true form? Tian said, his tone as cold as ice. So you're just one of Tian's avatars. Gu Fei suddenly understood. Humph, sooner or later, I will devour the true body. At that time, only I will be the ancestor of all demons. Tian spat viciously. Cut the crap, I'll eat you first. Ing Tian stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. In an instant, a black demonic hand covered the entire space, trapping Gu Fei within. You want to eat me with just this much? Seems like I'll be the one eating you instead. Gu Fei smiled. After that, he punched upwards. A supreme power erupted from his fist, causing the void to tremble and collapse before shattering. Boom! With a loud explosion, the space trapped by the demonic hand exploded. The demonic hand was also dispersed by a single punch from Gu Fei. Ing Tian was taken aback by Gu Fei's display of strength. He didn't expect this human to be so strong. It was beyond his expectations. Kill! Gu Fei displayed his 8 steps extreme speed. With a single step, he arrived in front of Ing Tian in the blink of an eye, then punched out again. This time, there was no energy fluctuation at all. But in Ing Tian's eyes, this punch was the one that gave him the feeling of fatal danger. Rumble, Ing Tian circulated the demonic art in his body. Sounds of wind and thunder rang out from his body as demonic energy madly gathered towards his right fist. He punched out to meet Gu Fei's fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided, creating a loud explosion. It was as if 2 primordial divine mountains were colliding, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of impact between the 2. Huge spatial cracks appeared in the void. At this time, Gu Fei wasn't the only one fighting with Ing Tian. In the other regions, the heavenly realm experts that had entered the core region were also facing their strongest opponents. This was all a scam, but other than Gu Fei, no one else realized this. They all thought that a heaven-defying fortune was right in front of them. Boom! The 2 figures separated in a flash, then clashed again. It was as if 2 primordial beasts were slaughtering each other. Everywhere they passed, space crumbled, mountains turned to dust, and everything was destroyed. How can a human's physique be so strong? The more Ing Tian fought, the more shocked he became. This was too inconceivable. He had guarded this place for countless years, and the Forbidden Land had opened countless times. But this was the first time he had encountered a human with such a powerful physique. This human's physique was too heaven-defying. Even those primordial beasts couldn't compare to this human's physique. Ing Tian had always been very proud of his devil physique, but now that he had encountered a human whose physique could rival his, he found it hard to accept. Nothing is impossible. After eating you, my martial physique will become even stronger. Gu Fei said as he attacked. Is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability. Ing Tian sneered. World-devouring devil. Ing Tian directly executed a great devil art. His body turned into a vortex that swallowed Gu Fei. The void shattered as everything was sucked into the black vortex. Punching devil ancestor. Gu Fei roared in anger, directly displaying his invincible fist intent. With a single punch, he shattered the black vortex that was trying to devour him, and his fist landed squarely on the bridge of Ing Tian's nose. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering rang out. Ing Tian's nose was shattered by Gu Fei's punch. He screamed in agony as he was sent flying, crashing into a mountain 1,000 zhang away, breaking it in half. Roar! Ing Tian threw his head back and roared. A towering devil chi burst out from his body. The falling mountain peak was instantly shattered by the energy fluctuations from Ing Tian's body. Human, you deserve to die. How dare you slap my face? I'm going to die from anger. Chapter 2741. The fake archdevil Lord Ing Tian had always been extremely confident in his looks. But now that Gu Fei had punched him right in the face and broken his nose, he was almost driven mad. Human, go to hell! The fake Ing Tian roared out and charged at Gu Fei. An extremely powerful force of the devil Tao burst forth from his body. In the next moment, a malevolent and terrifying devil dragon appeared before Gu Fei's eyes and charged at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei chuckled out before punching out. Bam! Gu Fei's punch landed on the head of the devil dragon that was the size of a small mountain. A scene that had everyone dumbfounded appeared. The head of the devil dragon was actually dissipated by a single punch from Gu Fei, and a figure was sent flying backward. How could this be? The devil dragon was dissipated by a single punch from Gu Fei. This was something that the fake archdevil Lord Ingtian could not believe. One had to know that he was clear of his own cultivation state and battle prowess. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei took a step forth and displayed his extreme 8-step speed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the fake archdevil Lord Ingtian and stomped down on his head. This was the 8 kill steps. A single step could cause mountains and rivers to tremble, displaying a frightening amount of power. The void beneath Gu Fei's feet tore apart a series of pitch-black cracks as a destructive power rippled out. Bam! As Gu Fei's foot landed, the fake archdevil Lord Ingtian could only use his hands to protect his head. Gu Fei's foot landed on Ingtian's arm. Kacha! Instantly, the sound of bones cracking rang out from the fake archdevil Lord Ingtian's arm. He then fell from the sky with a tragic cry. Boom! He slammed onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fly up into the air. Outside the region, there were many people who saw this scene. They were all incomparably shocked. This Gu Fei was truly powerful to an unimaginable extent. The area where Gu Fei and the fake archdevil Lord Ingtian fought was isolated from the outside world. Outsiders could not enter, but they could watch the battle from the outside. The center of the forbidden area was divided into a dozen or so isolated areas, and these areas isolated the most central area from the outside world. In this way, if the peerless experts who entered the Forbidden Zone wanted to enter the core area of the Forbidden Zone, they would first have to break through these areas that were isolated by the formation and the power of laws. However, if one wanted to charge through these regions, it wouldn't be easy at all. Otherwise, with so many experts appearing since the ancient times, they would have long broken through the restricted region's core region and seized the heaven-defying great natural luck. Boom! At that moment, the ground exploded. An extremely powerful demonic power surged out from the ground. Then, a figure rushed out from the ground. The fake archdevil Lord Ingtian was enraged to the extreme. He took out a devil halberd out of nowhere and slashed at Gu Fei. Shoo! The devil halberd sliced through the sky. The fake archdevil Lord Ingtian wielded it and slashed down at Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed onto the devil halberd that was slashing down from the skies. To think that this incomparably sharp devil halberd could not hurt him in the slightest. The shock of the fake archdevil Lord Ingtian was truly not to be underestimated. To think that even a devil lord level devil weapon would not be able to deal with this human. To think that the physical body state of this human was so strong that he was not afraid of a devil lord level devil weapon at all. The fake archdevil Lord Ingtian tried his best to retract the devil halberd that was grabbed by Gu Fei. However, no matter how hard he tried, the devil halberd would not budge at all. That's all you've got? Seems like it's time for me to send you on your way. Gu Fei chuckled out. He then exerted some strength and snapped the devil halberd in half. At this moment, the fake archdevil Lord Ingtian turned around to escape. That rage that was burning in his chest had already turned into fear. This human was way too heaven-defying. If he did not escape, he would definitely be killed by this human. The fake archdevil Lord Ingtian did not want to die. However, this wasn't something that the fake archdevil Lord Ingtian could escape from just because he wanted to. Gu Fei possessed the fastest speed under the heavens. Using the 8 desolation steps, he caught up to the fake Archdevil Lord Ingtion with a single step. Immediately, he sent a punch hurtling towards the back of the fake Archdevil Lord Ingtion. What? The fake Archdevil Lord Ingtion was alarmed as he tried to dodge. However, Gu Fei's speed was simply way too fast. That single punch of his landed on the back of the fake Archdevil Lord Ingtion. Bam! With that, the fake Archdevil Lord Ingtion's body exploded apart. An essence spirit burst out of the fake Archdevil Lord Ingtion's body that was smashed apart by Gu Fei's punch. It bolted into the skies, trying to escape. However, Gu Fei would not commit such a mistake. A godly light shone out from his glabella, as though a godly eye was about to open up. Swish! A godly light shot out from Gu Fei's glabella, instantly piercing through the fake Archdevil Lord Ingtion's essence spirit, causing it to dissipate into thin air. An extremely powerful demon was easily slain by Gu Fei just like that. Humph! I'd like to see just what kind of fortuitous encounter there is in the heart of the Forbidden Land. Gu Fei directly strode forward, heading towards the heart of the Forbidden Land. He already knew that the so-called fortuitous encounter in the Forbidden Land was a trap that would last for eternity. There was a mastermind controlling everything from behind the scenes. At this moment, there were also extremely powerful beings from other regions who had defeated their opponents and entered the heart of the Forbidden Land. Boom! An incomparably loud explosion rang out from the heart of the Forbidden Land. That supreme expert and the terrifying existence in the heart of the Forbidden Land began fighting. Very soon, a streak of blood appeared. The supreme expert who had charged into the heart of the Forbidden Land was actually killed by the unknown existence in the Forbidden Land. This Gu Fei just happened to see this scene. It made his heart tremble. That was a being hidden in black demonic chi. Although it was not huge, it gave off a very oppressive feeling. That was an extremely dangerous existence. At this moment, that existence also noticed Gu Fei. Roar! That existence roared angrily and directly shot into the sky, pouncing towards Gu Fei. It was extremely ferocious, and a torrential, murderous aura caused Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei struck out directly. A huge chaotic hand covered the entire space, emitting a terrifying ripple that enveloped the demon. Boom! Gu Fei and the demon clashed head-on, causing a violent force to erupt and turn into a storm that swept out in all directions. The devil was forced to retreat, but Gu Fei was also sent flying hundreds of meters away by the devil's power. Good. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. The demon's body was actually strong enough to stand against him. This was truly surprising. The successor of the martial ancestor. Black chi surged as the figure stood in the air, glancing at Gu Fei with a blood-red gaze. Chapter 2742. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the martial ancestor. Very well. The mysterious demon grinned hideously. Amidst the rolling demon chi, two blood-red eyes that made one's heart palpitate swept out and looked at Gu Fei. Looks like you have a grudge against the martial ancestor. Gu Fei stood on the ground and raised his head to look at the mysterious demon in the sky and said calmly. He was a little surprised that this demon seemed to have a grudge against the martial ancestor. From the looks of it, this mysterious demon must be an extremely ancient demon, at least from the same era as the martial ancestor. Otherwise, how could he have a grudge against the martial ancestor? Ha! Not only do I know the martial ancestor, it's also because of him that I've been trapped here for so many years. The mysterious demon said, hatefully, so you're the one who lost to the martial ancestor. Gu Fei said, what? The mysterious demon roared in anger. A terrifying demonic aura gushed out from his body, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. Rumble, demonic runes appeared in the void, covering the entire core area of the Forbidden Zone. This was an extreme Tao demonic formation. No one could break it. However, outside of this extreme Tao devil formation, there was another layer of formation. It was also an extreme Tao grand formation. This grand formation firmly sealed the devil formation, making it difficult for the mysterious ancient devil to escape. Roar. The mysterious demon howled and roared. Clanging sounds came from its body. A divine chain condensed from the laws of the great Tao wrapped around the demon's body. The divine chain emitted waves of divine light and flames, burning the demon's skin and flesh, causing it to shriek in pain. Martial ancestor, I'm going to kill your successor and destroy your orthodoxy. The ferocious demon roared in rage. Terrifying demonic energy burst forth, forcefully suppressing the divine chain formed by the power of law. The holy light and the holy fire dissipated, and the divine chain of law disappeared into the void. It turned out that the ancient demon was bound by the divine chain, making it hard for him to leave this place. Otherwise, he would have already left this damned place. Keep bragging. If you really had the ability, you wouldn't have been sealed here for so many years. Gu Fei said with disdain. Without a doubt, this ancient demon was powerful, but after being sealed by the martial progenitor for so many years, its cultivation had fallen from the extreme demon path. Over the countless years, this ancient devil had relied on devouring the blood and chi of the experts of the heaven realm every 10,000 years when the Forbidden Land opened. Every time the Forbidden Zone opened, it would attract countless experts from the heaven realm to come and take risks. Everyone wanted to obtain a heaven-defying fortune and become the strongest existence in the world. Even Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and the Patriarch of the Zhao family, who had lived for countless years, were unable to resist such temptation. Everyone wanted to take that step, but not everyone could take that step. As long as there was a way to take that step, these old fogies would try it. Gu Fei hadn't been a heavenly sovereign for a very long time, so he couldn't understand the feelings of those old geezers who had lived for countless years. They had lived for countless years, but their cultivation remained stagnant. Preposterous. I've changed my mind. I'll seal you in purgatory for millions of years and let you suffer the pain of having your soul refined. The fiendish devil roared. Is that so? Bring it on then. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Arrogant bastard. You're just like that martial progenitor. Die. Up in the sky, the ancient devil roared and attacked. 5 black chains rushed out from his hand and entangled Gu Fei on the ground. Sword out. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his right hand, 9 rays of sword light immediately rushed out from his body and soared into the sky, entangling towards the incoming tribulation. BCCC. The void trembled, and the whistling of swords shook the sky. Powerful sword chi rippled out, and the surrounding temperature plummeted under the impact of the sword chi. Clang. The sound of metal colliding could be heard as the 9 sword lights cut through the 5 demonic chains. Then they flew towards the ancient devil in the sky. The sword lights directly broke through the demonic chi. Every single beam of sword light tore through the void and split open the world. Everywhere they passed, even the chaotic chi was slashed out, displaying the supreme power of the way of the sword. The fiendish devil was startled to see Gu Fei's sword Dao. This sword chi reminded him of the battle from countless years ago. Damn! The fiendish devil turned into a specter as the 9 rays of sword light slashed through his body. The specter dissipated along with the devil chi. He was killed just like that. Impossible. Gu Fei was surprised to see this, but he knew that this kind of attack wasn't enough to kill an ancient devil that had lived for countless years. Gu Fei was well aware of this. Although the heaven-punishing 9 swords were powerful, not even a martial ancestor could kill an ancient devil. If he was sealed, the heaven-punishing 9 swords would be enough to kill him. Just as Gu Fei was about to use his martial Tao heavenly eye to find the fiendish devil, he suddenly felt a cold aura assaulting his body. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky. Boom! Just at this moment, the ground Gu Fei was standing on suddenly caved in. Demonic qi surged as a huge demonic hand reached out from the ground. Gu Fei couldn't help being moved by this scene. If he had been a step slower, he would have been caught by the demonic claw that came out of the ground. Rumble, the demonic claw directly grabbed at Gu Fei, who was soaring into the sky. Ha! You want to kill me with that kind of sword, Tao? Dream on. The ancient devil's laughter resounded in the sky. Is that so? 9 swords as one. Gu Fei roared. The 9 rays of sword light around him let out a humming sound and fused into a dazzling sword light. After the 9 rays of sword light fused together, the sword qi it emitted multiplied. The powerful sword light tore through the sky like a divine rainbow. It went straight for the devil hand. Without any suspense, the giant devil hand was crushed by the sword light. The devil runes inside it also dissipated. 1 into 9, 9 swords split the heavens. Gu Fei roared. The sword light that destroyed the devil hand with a buzzing sound. It turned back into 9 rays of sword light. A curtain of sword light enveloped the sky as if it wanted to open up a world of swords. The sword light was vast and mighty, destroying all the illusions. A part of the sky shook violently as a figure shrouded in devil qi was forced out. This figure was the mysterious ancient devil that had been hiding in the void. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the sword Tao to this level. Chapter 2743. The ancient devil used a secret technique to hide in the void. He thought that the descendant of the martial ancestor wouldn't be able to find him. He didn't expect that the descendant of the martial ancestor would use the heaven-punishing 9 swords to force him out. Not only was this person the descendant of the martial ancestor, but he had also received the inheritance of the sword ancestor. To the demons, such a person was a great threat. Die! The ancient devil roared and swooped down from the sky. Terrifying demonic energy exploded. The entire world seemed like it was going to collapse. Cracks in the void extended for millions of miles. Come on, you should have done this earlier. Gu Fei's blood was boiling. Chaotic qi surged from his body. His entire being was exuding an extremely strong qi. The void around him was being destroyed. Even the void couldn't contain his extremely strong martial body. Rumble, the earth and sky shook. Gu Fei used the primal chaos fist. It was the simplest fist technique, but it had terrifying power. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Gu Fei's fist and the ancient devil's demonic palm collided. A powerful force exploded. The void was destroyed. The entire world was about to be destroyed. However, at the moment when the void was about to be destroyed, the extreme demonic formation finally exploded. Ancient demonic runes appeared in the void and stabilized the collapsing world. The 2 silhouettes were moving quickly. It was like 2 gods of war were engaged in a world-ending battle. It was extremely terrifying. The cultivators of the other regions were startled. This battle was too terrifying. If it was outside, it would be enough to destroy an entire region. Fortunately, they were fighting inside the extreme demonic formation. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. One should know that the heaven realm was boundless. If one region was destroyed, it would be an unimaginable disaster. Countless living beings would die. BZZZ. 9 rays of sword light pierced through the void, breaking through layers of demonic qi. They slashed towards the ancient devil. The heaven-punishing 9 swords was indeed worthy of being called the supreme sword Tao. Gu Fei was like the incarnation of the sword ancestor. He waved his hand, and the sword Qi soared to the sky. Even the ancient devil's demonic technique was destroyed in one slash. Damn it! The ancient devil roared again and again. If he was at his peak, he could easily wipe out a group of humans like this. He wouldn't be as sullen as he was right now. Moreover, Gu Fei had not used any martial arts techniques yet. What ancient devil? He's just SOL, Gu Fei said disdainfully. The ancient devil was both shocked and angry. This human was too evil. He wanted to tear him to pieces and eat him, devouring heaven. The ancient devil roared in anger. An endless amount of demonic energy appeared, and a black whirlpool appeared. A heaven-devouring power emerged from the whirlpool and rushed towards Gu Fei. Under the suppression of the extreme devil formation, Gu Fei didn't even have the chance to escape. However, he did not plan to escape. Instead, he stood there unmoving like a mountain. No matter how strong the devouring power was, it was unable to move him in the slightest. That's all. Gu Fei leaped up and charged towards the depths of the vortex. "Ha, come. You'll die if you enter." The ancient devil laughed. "Is that so? But if I don't want to die, nobody can kill me," Gu Fei said nonchalantly. He was extremely confident. One should know that he had an undefeatable heart. As long as he was undefeatable, nobody could kill him. Boom! Gu Fei disappeared into the depths of the whirlpool. It was a terrifying demonic area. It was as if it was connected to the real hell. Demons danced around everywhere. Gu Fei landed on a bloody mountain peak. It was pitch black all around. Occasionally, bloody lights would shoot out from the ground. The demonic energy was boundless. This was a demonic area made of bones and flesh. Blood flowed on the ground, and demonic energy lingered. Roar! A terrifying demonic howl resounded from the depths of this world. After that, an incomparably huge demonic figure walked out from the depths of this demonic realm. The heavy footsteps shook the entire demonic area. What is the ancient devil doing? Gu Fei couldn't help knitting his brows when he saw that demonic figure. It was a human-shaped demonic being that was incomparably terrifying, like a huge mountain. Humans were as tiny as ants in front of this demonic being. Roar! The giant demon roared, and the blood-red mountains immediately crumbled into dust, dissipating into the void. Very quickly, the demonic shadow noticed Gu Fei. There were no living beings as strong as Gu Fei in this area. Gu Fei was like a bright lamp in the dark of this demonic realm, attracting countless demonic creatures in this world. The demonic shadow rushed towards Gu Fei and punched Gu Fei. The fist was as big as a mountain. It came down from the sky and shook the air. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and dodged the attack. "Behold my heaven and earth image," Gu Fei shouted. His body flashed, and his entire body became taller than a mountain. Just like the demonic shadow, he towered over the heavens. "You take my fist as well," Gu Fei said as he punched out. The giant demon didn't seem to know how powerful and terrifying the human in front of him was. He swung his fist to meet Gu Fei's fist. Bam! Kacha! A heavy sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The demonic shadow's fist exploded, turning into a black mist of blood. The demonic shadow, which was even bigger than a mountain, was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Boom! The demonic shadow landed on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. Smoke and dust rose up. "Ancient devil, come out and fight if you've got the guts. Why did you send these small shrimps to their deaths?" Gu Fei didn't put this giant demon in his eyes at all. At his cultivation level, he could even easily transform into a bigger and bigger creature. Ha! We'll see if you can get out of here. Ancient Devil's voice came, but it sounded as if he was in the distance. Even Gu Fei found it difficult to sense where Ancient Devil was, which made him feel uneasy. He felt as if he'd fallen into Ancient Devil's trap. You cowardly rat! You call yourself the Elder of Demons. Bah! Gu Fei cursed. Roar! The demonic shadow that had been sent flying by Gu Fei crawled up from the ground and leapt towards Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei casually punched, and the demonic shadow was sent flying again. It slammed into a mountain and rolled over a pile of rubble. Whatever you say. Ha ha! You can stay here and play. I won't keep you company. After saying this, Ancient Devil didn't say anything else. How dare you? You cunning bastard! Gu Fei raged. Just then, the demonic shadow leapt towards him again. Die. Chapter 2744. Gu Fei was trapped by the Ancient Devil. He was trapped in the void of the demon realm. All he could see was demonic chi and crimson light. In the depths of the demon realm, there were powerful demons breathing demonic chi and absorbing the crimson light. It was a terrifying scene. However, Gu Fei knew that these demons were nothing. They were just small fries. The Ancient Devil was nowhere to be found. Boom! Gu Fei directly punched out. The powerful force punched a hole in the void in front of him, and chaos chi overflowed from the hole. How dare you? Gu Fei knew that this place was not the Ancient Devil's inner world. It was a demon realm without a master. This surprised him. At this thought, a layer of sweat appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. If it was really as he had guessed, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave this place. Roar! From the depths of the demon realm came the cries of demons. Some demons were alarmed, but they did not come out. These demons were not stupid. Even the giant demons had died at the hands of Gu Fei. The demons did not dare come out. Not only did they not dare to come out, but they were also afraid that Gu Fei would enter the depths of the demon realm. However, Gu Fei did not care about these small fries. This time, he was in big trouble. If the Ancient Devil had sent this small world into the endless chaos, he would have to use extreme methods to return. He had the coordinates of a secret place in the eastern earth of the heaven realm. If worst came to worst, he could go back to the eastern earth of the heaven realm. Then he would return to the northern snow region and enter the Forbidden Land to find the Ancient Devil. However, going back and forth would take a lot of time. Gu Fei wouldn't take this path until the very end. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any other way. This made him very angry. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a blood-colored mountain peak for over an hour. Looks like there's really no other way. Gu Fei muttered to himself. After that, a heaven-shaking aura erupted from his body. He stood up from the ground, and the space around him trembled, twisting and distorting. Numerous black spatial cracks appeared in the air. This world was unable to withstand the supreme might emitted from his holy venerate martial body. Rumble, the entire world was shaking. Those demons in the depths of the demon domain were all incomparably terrified. Black spatial cracks extended out one after another. They were millions of miles long, tearing apart the entire world. He wants to destroy this world. Let's fight him to the death. At this moment, the devils in the depths of the demon domain already knew what Gu Fei wanted to do. He actually wanted to destroy this part of the world. These devils were horrified. One had to know that once this world was destroyed, they would be buried along with it. No one could resist the destructive power that came with the destruction of heaven and earth. They would be obliterated, their bodies and souls destroyed, and they wouldn't even be able to become ghosts. I'm going to die either way. Let's fight. A devil roared in rage. A devil shadow rushed out from the depths of the demon domain, rushing towards Gu Fei. Devil Qi filled the sky, enveloping the entire world. A mere spark dares to compete with the radiance of the moon. Gu Fei casually slashed out with a sword light. The resplendent sword light was like a divine rainbow, breaking through the layers of Devil Qi and cleaving the devil that was rushing over into two. This was the might of the paragon, Sword Dao. This devil wasn't an ancient devil. It simply couldn't resist Gu Fei's heaven-punishing sword light and was directly killed by Gu Fei. The other devils originally wanted to rush out and fight Gu Fei, but when they saw that the devil was killed by Gu Fei, they retreated. At this moment, the demon domain was collapsing. With Gu Fei as the origin, the void was collapsing and the destruction was spreading out in all directions. To the current Gu Fei, destroying a part of heaven and earth was so simple. In truth, this demon domain was just an ownerless world. The laws of heaven and earth weren't complete. Once Gu Fei destroyed the primordial laws of this world would naturally collapse and be destroyed. This was the destruction of heaven and earth. Countless laws of heaven and earth collapsed. The entire demon domain became chaotic. Devil Qi and bloody light kept erupting. The earth cracked and the sky collapsed. Chaotic energy kept seeping out from the cracks in the void. The entire demon domain was shrinking. The devils in the depths of the demon domain had no choice but to jump out. They broke through the void, wanting to escape. But when the power of laws swept over, one of the devils was immediately cleaved in two. Even their Yuan spirit couldn't escape. Their corpses fell from the sky. The remaining devils turned pale with fright when they saw this. When the world collapsed, the power of laws of heaven and earth would be released before dissipating. This kind of power could destroy everything in the world. These devils were also part of the world. When they were swept by the laws of heaven and earth, they naturally died. There was no longer any suspense. In the end, those demons all died in this world that was about to collapse. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Rumble. The demon domain was shrinking. The entire world shrank to a single point. Then it exploded. Countless laws of heaven and earth collapsed, turning into a terrifying destructive power that swept in all directions. A world was destroyed. This sudden explosion of destructive power couldn't harm Gu Fei at all. He sat cross-legged in the void, untouched by the laws of heaven and earth. Even if there were endless laws of heaven and earth, they couldn't touch him. Damn, he's really willing. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Even when the demon domain was destroyed, the ancient devil didn't jump out. It seemed that the ancient devil had completely given up on this demon domain. Damned human race. While the demon domain was being destroyed in the core of the northern snow region, a figure shrouded in Devil Qi suddenly became enraged. How dare you destroy my demon domain? How infuriating! The ancient devil gritted his teeth in hatred. An ancient world without a master wasn't easy to obtain. The ancient devil only had one ancient world, and he had refined it into a terrifying demon domain. Or, rather, a heaven and earth prison was more suitable. This demon domain was where the ancient devil banished his prisoners. The devils in the depths of the demon domain were the prison guards. However, the ancient devil knew that this heaven and earth prison couldn't trap Gu Fei. It could, however, send Gu Fei into the endless void of chaos. That way, even if Gu Fei broke the heaven and earth prison, he wouldn't be able to find his way back. He would be lost in the endless void of chaos. However, the ancient devil didn't know that Gu Fei had the coordinates of the eastern land of the heaven world. He could use the formation platform to teleport back to the eastern land. In the chaos, Gu Fei did not hesitate. He took out the formation platform and stepped onto it. He activated the teleportation formation. A ball of divine light immediately emerged from the formation platform and enveloped him and the formation platform. They disappeared in the chaos void in an instant. Gu Fei wasn't happy that the ancient devil had forced him to this point. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei felt the formation around him shake. In front of him was a light from the outside world. Boom! He stepped onto the formation platform and landed in a small world. This was the last of the 13 mysterious underworld realms. It was the foundation of the mysterious dark sect in the Eastern Land. Of course, the members of the mysterious dark sect didn't need to hide anymore. The demon clan had replaced the ancient Yuan era in the Eastern Land. The ancient Yuan era was over. Gu Fei's sudden appearance made the members of the mysterious dark sect very nervous. Some of the experts rushed to where Gu Fei had appeared. Soon, Gu Fei was surrounded by a dozen experts from the mysterious dark sect. "It's you!" Chapter 2745. The news that Gu Fei had suddenly returned to the mysterious dark sect's territory spread like wildfire. The mysterious underworld saintess, who was also known as the mysterious dark sect leader, hurried back. "Brother Gu, where did you come from?" The saintess asked as soon as they met. Gu Fei didn't try to hide anything. What? Brother Gu actually went to the northern snow region? He even went to the Forbidden Zone. The mysterious underworld saintess was extremely shocked. She had also heard of the Forbidden Zone in the northern snow region. It was a place where one could only enter but not leave. The fact that Gu Fei could actually escape from that place really shocked her. "All right, I have to hurry back and settle the score with the ancient devil. Let's part ways here." Gu Fei wanted to leave. However, the mysterious underworld saintess stopped him and told him a piece of news. What? This news shocked Gu Fei. He immediately left the mysterious dark sect's territory and headed for the Celestial Emperor Palace controlled by the demon race. He wanted to use the demon race's transportation array to head to the northern snow region. The mysterious underworld saintess told him that the demon race had a transportation array that could send him to the northern snow region, as the demon lord had set off from Celestial City to the northern snow region. Very quickly, Gu Fei arrived at Celestial City. This used to be Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu's lair. However, it had now become a temporary residence of the demon lord Old Turtle. This was definitely a great humiliation for the ancient Celestial Emperor. However, the ancient Celestial Emperor hadn't made any moves. Even his lair had been breached by Gu Fei. The ancient Celestial Emperor's territory had all been taken over by the demon race. The people who had been loyal to the ancient Celestial Emperor had all been wiped out by the demon race. Gu Fei directly entered Celestial City without any obstructions. Although there were many demon race powerhouses in Celestial City, they all jumped out and greeted him respectfully when they saw the person who had barged in. Xiaoqing, Gu Fei met with Xiaoqing. The current Xiaoqing was overseeing the Celestial City and had become an overlord of a region. He controlled a large area of the Eastern Lands and was truly above tens of thousands of people. Of course, the Eastern Lands wasn't the world of the demon race. There was still the Devil's Den, the mystic dark sect, and the golden-eyed divine ape clan. The golden spirit ape Yuan Hong had long since left the Eastern Lands to travel. Some people saw him heading west, as if he was heading toward the northern snowy region. Gu Fei was led into the Celestial City's City Lord's mansion by Xiaoqing. "Big brother, I didn't expect to see you again so soon," Xiaoqing said. His eyes were incomparably bright. He was very happy to be able to see Gu Fei again. He temporarily put down everything and came to see Gu Fei. Old Tortoise went to the northern snowy region, right? Gu Fei went straight to the point. "Big brother, How did you know that? Xiaoqing asked. His expression became solemn. Gu Fei actually knew about this. It should be known that this was a top secret among the demon race. Have you been very close to the Xianming Saintess recently? Gu Fei suddenly looked at Xiaoqing and said. Xiaoqing blushed after hearing this. He knew what had gone wrong. He also knew how his big brother knew about the old tortoise. All right, I won't talk nonsense. I want to borrow the formation platform. Gu Fei directly stated his intention. He wanted to go back to the northern snowy region and settle the score with the ancient devil. How dare he trick him? He had to pay a heavy price. Big brother, you want to? Xiaoqing said in surprise. The old tortoise was going to the northern snowy region to break through the forbidden area. Could it be that his big brother also wanted to break through the forbidden area? That's right. Gu Fei said directly. He and Xiaoqing were brothers who had gone through life and death situations together. He did not hide anything from Xiaoqing and told him the reason why he wanted to go to the northern snowy region. What? Xiaoqing's jaw dropped after hearing this. His big brother seemed to be even more powerful than the old tortoise. He actually broke into the core area of the northern snowy region and fought with the ancient devil. Due to his carelessness, he was exiled by the ancient devil into the endless chaos. Finally, Xiaoqing brought Gu Fei to a portal platform in Celestial City. Big brother, take care. Before Gu Fei stepped onto the platform, Xiaoqing hugged Gu Fei tightly and then let go of Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He stepped onto the platform and activated it. Then, he continued on his way to the northern snowy region. It had to be said that the old tortoise's methods were truly terrifying. Soon, Gu Fei once again felt the unique aura of the northern snowy region. His figure appeared on an array platform. This array platform was built in a snow valley. There were 2 experts from the demon clan guarding this array platform. When the 2 experts from the demon clan saw someone crossing over from the Eastern Territory, they were shocked to the extreme because that person wasn't Little Qing, who was guarding the Eastern Territory. However, the 2 monster clans were relieved when they saw the newcomer's appearance. The 2 monster clans often followed the old tortoise, so they had naturally seen Gu Fei before. The 2 demons quickly stepped forward and bowed to Gu Fei. Gu Fei only nodded at the 2 demons and directly rose into the sky. He rushed towards the depths of the northern snowy region and disappeared between heaven and earth. It was nighttime. The northern snowy region was the most dangerous at night. However, Gu Fei was not afraid because there were not many people who could hurt him in this world. Boom! Just as Gu Fei flew over a large frozen lake, a loud noise came from below. The frozen lake suddenly exploded. At the same time, a huge figure rushed out of the lake and pounced towards Gu Fei in the sky. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. Then, he waved his right hand, and a dazzling sword light immediately rushed out from his hand, slashing towards the black figure that was charging towards him. Without any suspense, the heaven-punishing sword light was simply invincible. It directly strangled the black figure into several pieces, and it fell from the sky. At this time, Gu Fei finally saw what it was. The black figure was a flood dragon, an old flood dragon. Gu Fei did not stop. He directly rushed over the lake and disappeared into the night at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Gu Fei was able to sense the aura that was spreading out from the northern forbidden zone. Ancient devil, I am here again. This time, I will take your life. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. He did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the northern forbidden land. Then, he rushed into the northern forbidden land and headed towards the core area of the northern forbidden land. At this time, the core area of the northern forbidden land was very lively. The ancient devil was fighting against the invading demons. The atmosphere in the core area was very tense. When Gu Fei arrived, the ancient devil was fighting against a great demon. This was a great battle between demons. Once they met, they would not rest until one of them died. One should know that since ancient times, demons and demons had been enemies. They had been fighting for countless years, and both sides had suffered losses. However, no one could truly destroy the other. Chapter 2746. When Gu Fei reappeared in the center of the Forbidden Land, the ancient devil was shocked. He looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. "You what? Did you think I wouldn't be able to come back?" Gu Fei stood in the void and stared coldly at the ancient devil in front of him. An extremely powerful, heavenly venerate pressure erupted from his body. He was exiled to the endless chaos, and yet he found his way back. "How is this possible?" the ancient devil muttered. He didn't expect Gu Fei to reappear so quickly. Even if he was a holy king, if he was lost in the endless chaos, he wouldn't be able to find his way back. But not only had this human found his way back to the real world, he had also appeared in front of him. The ancient devil couldn't accept this. "Nothing is impossible in this world," Gu Fei said. At that moment, the great demon that was confronting the elder devil took advantage of the moment when the elder devil was distracted by Gu Fei to attack him. Shwa! A red light came from the ancient devil's hand and slashed towards the ancient devil. A sharp sword energy rippled through the area. "Humph!" the ancient devil sneered and opened his mouth. The sword light was swallowed into his stomach and turned into his demonic energy. "You don't know what's good for you." The ancient devil roared and rushed forward. He raised his hand, and a black hand appeared in the air. It moved to grab the ancient devil. Shwa! The red sword light cut through the black demon hand, and then went on to kill ancient devil. Wherever the red light went, it left behind a black crack in space. This ancient devil was very strong, and he had the strength to fight against the ancient devil. The two great experts clashed against each other, causing the core region of the Forbidden Zone to tremble. The energy fluctuations were too powerful. Gu Fei didn't want to do anything. If someone was dealing with ancient devil, it would save him a lot of trouble. All he had to do was sit back and watch. Demons and demons were mortal enemies. Once the experts of these two races met, it would be a life and death battle. The great demon was fighting with the ancient devil. Rumble, the mountains trembled as a terrifying might spread out. The ground cracked open, revealing pitch-black spatial cracks. Primal chaos chi seeped out from these spatial cracks. However, this kind of power couldn't destroy this world, because this world was sealed by the extreme demonic formation. Otherwise, he would have fled a long time ago. The extreme demonic formation was activated, and an extreme aura descended from the sky. The space that was about to collapse was immediately fixed in place. However, Gu Fei knew that it was impossible for this forbidden area to be flattened so easily. The aura of the extreme demonic formation made his heart palpitate. Boom! Bang! The great demons of the demon race and the ancient devil were fighting fiercely. Demon blood and devil blood dripped down from the sky, dyeing the ground red. The air was filled with a foul stench. Gu Fei stood in the sky. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. Was this great demon an ancient demon? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? The great demon's battle prowess surprised Gu Fei. The ancient devil wasn't as strong as he used to be. His cultivation had fallen from the extreme Tao. Even so, he wasn't an ordinary saint. Not even a saint sovereign could kill him. Roar! The great demon continued to roar. His voice shook the sky, shaking the hearts of the other experts. Boom! Another muffled sound. The two figures separated. "Old devil, give me your life." The great demon roared as he charged towards the demon. Demonic light shot up to the sky from his body, and the silhouette of a huge beast appeared on his body. "You will be the one to die," the ancient devil roared. His body flashed and disappeared. Then a black whirlpool appeared in the sky. A heaven-devouring power emerged from the whirlpool. He was going to devour this great demon. A great amount of blood was the best tonic for demons. If the ancient devil could devour this great demon, he would be even more ferocious than before. "Die!" the great demon roared. 9 beams of demonic light rushed out of his body and turned into 9 divine rainbows that looked like 9 heavenly swords. They cut through the void and destroyed the huge vortex in the void. So strong. The ancient devil was shocked. He knew that if he didn't use his full strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat this great demon. Whoosh! A beam of demonic light shot out from the ancient devil's body. It turned into a demonic blade that met the great demon's sword light. A terrifying demonic energy filled the air. However, Gu Fei knew that this forbidden area wouldn't be destroyed so easily. The demonic energy of the extreme Tao made his heart beat faster. Boom! Bang! The great demon and the ancient devil were fighting fiercely. Demon blood and demonic blood fell from the sky, dyeing the ground red. The air was filled with a pungent smell. This Gu Fei stood in the sky. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Could this great demon be an ancient devil? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? The great demon's battle prowess surprised Gu Fei. The ancient devil wasn't as strong as he used to be. His cultivation had fallen from the extreme Tao. Even so, this ancient devil wasn't an ordinary saint. Not even a saint sovereign could kill him. Roar! The great demon continued to roar. His voice shook the sky, shaking the hearts of the other cultivators. Boom! Another muffled sound. The 2 figures separated. "Old devil, give me your life!" The great demon roared and rushed towards the ancient devil. Demonic light shot up to the sky. The silhouette of a giant beast appeared on his body. "You will be the one to die." The ancient devil roared. His body flashed and disappeared. Then a black whirlpool appeared in the sky. A heaven-devouring energy came out of the whirlpool. He was going to devour this great demon. A great amount of blood was the best tonic for demons. If the ancient devil could devour this great demon, he would be even more ferocious than before. "Die!" the great demon roared. 9 beams of demonic light rushed out of his body and turned into 9 divine rainbows that looked like 9 heavenly swords. They cut through the void and destroyed the huge vortex in the void. So strong. The ancient devil was shocked. He knew that if he didn't use his full strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat this great demon. Whoosh! Chapter 2747. The life forms that could enter the core region of the Forbidden Land were all extremely powerful. They were at least holy venerates, and they were experts among holy venerates. However, there were some who didn't show themselves and didn't enter the core area. The expert who entered the core area wanted to retreat, but he couldn't open a path. This made the expert's hair stand on end. Preposterous. The expert roared. The demonic clouds in the sky were scattered by the sound waves. It was even more powerful than the Azure Dragon's howl. Black spatial cracks appeared in the sky. "I'll be able to leave after killing this elder devil." Gu Fei, who had been watching this scene coldly, suddenly said, "Correct." The expert nodded and flew up into the sky. His killing intent surged towards the devil. "Brat, you dash." The devil glared at Gu Fei. This human was too despicable. An even more intense battle erupted. The expert's cultivation and combat prowess were extremely high. He raised his hand and unleashed a supreme technique that shattered the void and attacked the devil. The devil also attacked with all his strength, wanting to kill the devil. But Gu Fei didn't have any intention of interfering. Bang! With a muffled sound, the devil was blasted away. Roar! The devil roared to the sky. Demonic energy surged from his body. Demonic runes appeared within the demonic energy, drawing upon the power of the devil path. Clang! When ancient devil showed his power, his law god chains appeared. Holy power came from them, suppressing ancient devil's demonic power. Damn it! The devil was furious. If he wasn't suppressed by the power of laws, he wouldn't have been forced into such a miserable state. He had all his demonic techniques, but he couldn't use them. This made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Kill! That expert roared in rage as a beam of divine light shot out from the center of his brows. Within the divine light, there was a divine weapon. It was a gigantic halberd. BCCC. The halberd buzzed, and an extremely violent aura spread out from the halberd. Numerous spell symbols emerged on the surface of the halberd, densely packed together. The strong warrior grabbed the halberd and attacked ancient devil. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded in the sky. The expert brandished his halberd, and a gigantic dragon shadow emerged from the halberd. It was as if it had transformed into a mighty dragon and was about to devour the ancient devil. The great dragon halberd. Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but shudder when he saw this. This halberd was very similar to the mortal world's southern wasteland Azure Dragon clan's ultimate treasure. The Azure Dragon clan's ultimate treasure was a halberd called the Great Dragon Halberd. The Great Dragon Halberd was a supreme treasure of the Azure Dragon clan. It was the weapon of the Azure Dragon Heavenly Emperor. It had an unimaginable murderous nature. When Gu Fei fought with the Azure Dragon back then, he had experienced the power of the halberd. Naturally, he knew how terrifying it was. Boom! The space trembled. The halberd's murderous aura tore apart heaven and earth, sending the devil flying again. Gu Fei's heart palpitated. A peerless expert of the Azure Dragon clan. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. This great halberd was very similar to the Great Dragon Halberd, both exuding a baleful aura and incomparably ferocious might. One had to know that the real Great Dragon Halberd was the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor's divine weapon. In the distant past, the Azure Dragon Heavenly Emperor was invincible in the southern wasteland. The halberd in his hand had drunk the blood of gods, Buddhas, demons, and devils. Preposterous. Even the real Azure Dragon is just a little loach in front of me. Who do you think you are? Roared the devil. He was extremely sullen. He was blown away by a guy with only the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. This almost drove him crazy. Relying on your seniority, I'll send you to the next world. The expert waved his halberd and attacked the devil. Since he couldn't leave this place, he might as well kill the devil first. Go to hell. Heavenly Demon Reincarnation Seal. Ancient Devil roared as he cast a demonic technique. He formed a seal with both hands, and a terrifying demonic power spread out from the seal. Then, the movements of the cultivator slowed down. His entire person aged rapidly, as if all the essence in his body was being drawn out of his body. His physical body was rapidly deteriorating. That expert was greatly shocked. He felt as though his life force was rapidly being plundered. Very quickly, he became incomparably old. I'll send you into the cycle of reincarnation, never to reincarnate again, said the devil coldly, just as the heavenly demon Samsara was about to annihilate the peerless expert of the Azure Dragon clan. The ancient demon made a move. A dazzling demonic light descended from the sky, and directly severed the heavenly demon Samsara. The peerless expert of the Azure Dragon clan had already become incomparably old. After the heavenly demon reincarnation power was severed, his corporeal body immediately recovered. His chi and blood once again surged to the heavens, no longer declining. Whoosh! The expert of the Azure Dragon clan took this opportunity to attack the devil. He swung his halberd, and blood spurted out. The devil's arm was sent flying. Bang! At the same time, the elder devil screamed and stomped on the Azure Dragon clan's peerless expert, sending him flying for thousands of meters. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. A layer of green scales covered the body of the peerless expert. This was the true form of the Azure Dragon. It was very strong, but even so, the Azure Dragon was injured. Not everyone could withstand the power of the ancient devil's kick. "Arg, you hurt my demonic body," the ancient devil roared. His entire right arm had been chopped off by the halberd of a peerless expert. Devil blood splashed everywhere as the arm fell to the ground, revealing its true form. It was an incomparably huge devil hand covered in thick black scales. Too bad it's a devil's claw. Otherwise, it would be delicious. Gu Fei looked at the ancient demon's arm on the ground and said, "I'm so angry." The devil almost coughed up blood. "Go die, all of you." The ancient devil was enraged. He used his left hand to summon his own demonic blood. This was the blood of a true demon. It had unimaginable power. In the next moment, the demonic blood turned into a monstrous demonic fire that swept towards Gu Fei and the others. The devil was attacking the three of them at the same time. It was frightening. 1 against 3, you're seeking death. Gu Fei said, but he quickly realized that the demonic flames created by the demonic blood were terrifying. Everywhere the flames went, space was silently destroyed. Everything was burned into nothingness. The old devil is going all out. The expert of the Azure Dragon clan said, "It's just a struggle before death." The devil said with disdain. The demonic flames swept over. The 3 experts didn't dare to be careless. They all used their techniques to defend themselves. However, the peerless powerhouse of the Azure Dragon clan quickly cried out in alarm. The demonic flames could actually corrode his protective divine light, making him incomparably shocked. Gu Yao's expression also changed. His protective demonic light also dimmed under the burning of the devil flames. Chapter 2748. The ancient devil was going all out. He used his own demonic blood to create demonic fire. He wanted to burn Gu Fei and the others to ash. The power of the demonic fire was frightening. The protective lights of the 3 cultivators were corroded and became unstable. Even Gu Fei's protective stellar chi was no exception. "Oh my," Gu Fei and the others were shocked. Within the demonic fire, demonic glyphs could be seen. This was a demonic fire of the great Tao that could burn everything in the world. Dragon and Phoenix dance. The ancient demon dragon Phoenix roared angrily and used the great technique of the dragon Phoenix tribe, the silhouette of a true dragon, and godly Phoenix rushed out of his body. The dragon roared, and the Phoenix cried. The power of the dragon and Phoenix exploded from the ancient dragon Phoenix's body. They took shape and dispersed the demonic fire. It was as if the real 9 heavenly dragons and divine phoenixes were dancing in the sky. A domineering aura appeared in the sky. The ultimate power erupted, and the power of the true dragon and the divine phoenix intertwined. The power that erupted was many times more powerful than a single power. Boom! The dragon and phoenix flew towards the ancient devil. The demonic fire dissipated in the air, dispelled by the power of the dragon and phoenix. Without any suspense, the ancient devil was thrown back again. He coughed up blood. "How is this possible?" the ancient devil roared. Blood dripped from his severed arm. Every drop of blood burned in the air, releasing terrifying demonic energy. The demonic fire that had been dispersed by the true dragon and godly phoenix gathered from all directions once again. It enveloped the entire world and swallowed the true dragon and godly phoenix into the demonic fire. The demonic fire that the ancient dragon and phoenix had created was enveloped by the demonic fire. Their bodies dimmed, and the glyphs inside them showed signs of collapsing. What are you waiting for? The ancient demon dragon phoenix found it hard to hold on. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to Gu Fei and the peerless expert of the Azure Dragon tribe. Boom! Gu Fei moved. His body exploded with a chaotic energy that repelled the demonic fire. Then, like a god from chaos, he rushed towards the ancient devil. Bang! A chaotic fist broke through the demonic fire and smashed towards the ancient devil. The power of chaos was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The entire world seemed to collapse, and everything was crushed. This punch had the power to destroy the world. This was the most direct and simple eruption of supreme power. The power of this punch was also the most direct manifestation. Sometimes the simplest and most direct combat skills could display power beyond one's expectations. Gu Fei hadn't done anything yet because he wanted to see what ancient devil would do when he was cornered. But now he had no choice. He could sense that the space around him had become unstable. The extreme demon formation was definitely set up before the ancient devil's cultivation had fallen from the extreme Tao realm. This demonic formation did not have any offensive power, but it was able to break the sacred formation that was suppressing ancient devil. Ancient devil regained some of his freedom. However, once the extreme demonic array collapsed, the extreme sane array that was supported by the demonic array would once again suppress it. At that time, even Gu Fei and the others would be suppressed by the extreme saint array. At that time, even if the ancient devil did not make a move, the extreme Tao sacred array would kill Gu Fei and the others. Bang! Demonic blood sprayed everywhere. Gu Fei's punch had sent ancient devil flying. At this moment, the Azure Dragon rushed past ancient devil. Ancient devil's body was cut in half, and the lower half fell from the sky. The Azure Dragon's halberd was the King Halberd. It contained the power of the King realm. Even ancient devil would be hurt if he was struck by it. The three of them were working together. Even a quasi-supreme being would be scared, let alone ancient devil, who had been suppressed for so many years. You want to kill me? You three will die with me. Ancient devil roared madly. The upper half of his body began to burn, and a violent wave of energy erupted from his upper body. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the demonic formation that covered the entire area began to collapse. Holy energy began to seep in. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei and the others. How dare you? Gu Fei stepped forward and appeared in front of ancient devil. Then he pointed his finger. Uffed. Ancient devil's head was pierced. You can't kill me, kid. Gu Fei's finger had pierced through his forehead, but he wasn't dead yet. Devil blood flowed down his face, making him look miserable. Let's go. That supreme expert of the Azure Dragon clan wielded his halberd and directly tore through the void, charging into the primal chaos. He wanted to escape from this place, but very quickly he retreated. An extremely holy aura emanated from the primal chaos void. There were extreme Tao runes faintly appearing, and even the primal chaos void was sealed. What ancient devil dragon Phoenix was shocked. He knew he was in trouble. The holy formation had been sealed. Even if he broke through space, he wouldn't be able to escape. Whoosh! Gu Fei took out his fearsome saber and cut the upper half of the devil's body in half. The fearsome saber released a heaven-devouring power, and it swallowed all of the devil's essence chi into the body of the saber. BCCC. The saber hummed. Ancient devil couldn't believe it. His energy was being sucked out of his body by the black saber. Even his soul was being sucked out of his body. His soul was terrified. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. He struggled, trying to escape. However, after the peerless, ominous saber was stained with the demon's blood, the saber spirit actually awakened from its slumber. A dragon shadow rushed out of the ominous saber and swallowed the terrified demon soul in one gulp. At this time, a few divine lights rushed out of the ancient devil's body. Those were nomological Tao patterns. The nomological Tao patterns rushed into the sky and broke through the collapsing extreme devil array. Then they fused into the extreme saint array. BCCC. The void trembled, and the extreme Tao sacred array that was pressing down actually stopped. A beam of divine light broke through the layers of demonic clouds and landed in this part of the void that was about to collapse. Gu Fei, are you dead yet? If not, come out. A voice came down from the sky. Old Turtle. When Gu Fei heard this voice, he immediately put away his peerless, ominous saber and charged towards the divine light. He entered the divine light and soared into the sky. Chapter 2749. At the critical moment, the old tortoise finally appeared. He broke through the extreme sacred array, allowing Gu Fei and the others to escape. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei and the others were being led away by the divine light that descended from the sky, the extreme sacred array's power erupted. The extreme demonic array immediately collapsed, and the endless demonic power was obliterated by the extreme sacred array's power. A part of the void was obliterated by the extreme sacred array and turned into nothingness. The ancient devil was dead, killed by Gu Fei's peerless saber. This shocked the Azure Dragon clan's expert and the ancient demon dragon phoenix. The black saber that Gu Fei used to kill the ancient devil seemed to be the legendary peerless saber. The peerless saber seemed to have a great origin. After creating the extreme Tao sacred array, the peerless powerhouse of the Azure Dragon clan took his leave. The ancient demon dragon phoenix took a deep look at the old tortoise and left as well. Only Gu Fei and the old tortoise were talking. Gu Fei now knew why the old tortoise had not shown up yet. It turned out that the old tortoise really did know about the forbidden land of the northern snowy region. The forbidden land was full of divine and sacred medicines. It was these things that attracted the attention of countless cultivators every time the forbidden land opened. No one knew that the forbidden land was a big conspiracy. The old tortoise was the Tai Huang's son. He naturally knew many of the world's secrets that others had not even heard of. The forbidden land was one of them. He had been hiding in the dark and did not care about the battle at the heart of the forbidden land. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise was heard. The heart of the forbidden land collapsed. The laws of heaven and earth were obliterated by the extreme sacred array. A terrifying power surged out. The storm of destruction swept out, shaking the entire forbidden land. Huge spatial cracks appeared in the void. All the creatures that entered the forbidden land did not know what was happening. They were all extremely nervous. Some of the creatures left the forbidden land immediately. Gu Fei and the old turtle directly rushed out from the depths of the forbidden area. He saw countless living beings fleeing for their lives. They had no choice but to escape. The extreme Tao sacred array was displaying its might, and there were signs of it destroying this forbidden area. He saw the silhouette of the Zhao clan's clan head. That fellow Zhao Yuntian led a group of people and directly rushed out of the forbidden zone, wanting to leave this place as far as possible. Roar. In another direction, In another region, a wolf's howl rang out. A gigantic shadow of a flying divine wolf appeared between heaven and earth. An incomparably powerful figure rushed out from that area. It was Ancestor Celestial Wolf. Even an existence like Patriarch Skywolf had to flee for his life, let alone the other cultivators. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise directly left the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone continued to collapse from the inside out, and everything was crushed and obliterated by the mighty power. What exactly happened? Some people were shocked to the extreme. The heaven-defying good fortune has been taken away. Some people were still thinking about the great fortune in the Forbidden Zone. At this time, the ground sank, the houses collapsed, and the huge Forbidden Zone almost completely collapsed. The inside of the Forbidden Zone had become a ruin. Although the outside of the Forbidden Zone was greatly affected, there were no signs of it collapsing. In other words, the Forbidden Zone had been destroyed, leaving only some things that even ordinary cultivators would not be interested in. From now on, the Northern Snow region's Forbidden Zone was removed from the Heaven Realm. No one expected such an ending, let alone the forces of the Northern Snow region. Even the entire Heaven Realm's cultivation world was shocked. No one knew what happened. Gu Fei did not forget his purpose of coming to the Northern Snow region. His purpose was not to break into the Forbidden Zone and compete with countless geniuses for the great fortune. He wanted to find Zhao Ziru, but strangely, Zhao Ziru's whereabouts were a mystery. Even the Celestial Wolf clan could not find her, let alone other cultivators. Where is she? Gu Fei muttered to himself. You came to find Zhao Ziru, right? Old Tortoise said. In fact, he came to the Northern Snow region to find Zhao Ziru. He did not find Zhao Ziru, but she saved Gu Fei's life at a critical moment. What are you going to do now? Old Tortoise asked Gu Fei. I don't know. I'll just take it one step at a time. Gu Fei said. If he could not find Zhao Ziru, then the rebuilding of the Supreme Mystery Sect would have to be delayed again. This made him very unhappy. One must know that the longer it was delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be. One must know that the chaotic times were coming. No one knew where Zhao Ziru had gone. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise temporarily returned to Celestial Wolf City. They planned to stay in the Northern Snow region for a while to see if they could find Zhao Ziru. Although the Northern Snow region was a bitter and cold place, there were also many great sects and clans. The Golden Rock clan was located in a mountain range. It was a magical mountain range. Because it was spring all year round, it was not invaded by ice and snow. On a golden mountain range, in this area, there was a palace built. It was a golden palace that stood on the peak of the mountain. The Golden Rock great ancestor brought his precious grandson back to the ancestral court of the Golden Rock clan. The Golden Divine Mountain was very mystical. It contained an endless amount of metal essence. This was definitely a holy land for practicing metal cultivation methods. Cultivating on the Golden Sacred Mountain would definitely achieve twice the results with half the effort. This time, the Golden Rock great ancestor obtained the Golden Sun's sacred fruit. He directly ordered his grandson to take the fruit and cultivate in seclusion. The Golden Rock great ancestor was preparing for the coming chaotic times. The Celestial Wolf clan also became uneasy. In Celestial Wolf City, the Celestial Wolf great ancestor summoned his clansmen and ordered them not to easily leave the city. At this time, the Northern Snow region was already in chaos. The Zhao clan of the Snowy region was hiding everywhere. They did not dare to appear in public. They were afraid that Gu Fei would find them for revenge. The whereabouts of the strongest expert of the Zhao clan was a mystery. No one knew when he would appear. This made the people of the Zhao clan very depressed. While Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise were looking for Zhao Ziru in the Northern Snow region, A shocking sound came from the extreme west of the heavenly realm. The creatures in the extreme west's forbidden area gradually became restless. Someone from the mortal realm walked on the path to heaven, causing demonic howls in the forbidden area. It was as if a group of demons was dancing. Someone from the mortal realm wanted to open the path to heaven. The dead spirits in the forbidden area were very uneasy. It was as if something bad was about to happen. The experts guarding outside the restricted area were also extremely fearful. The dead spirits in the forbidden area were extremely powerful. Last time, even the old tortoise couldn't kill all of them. Chapter 2750. In the extreme west of the heaven realm, there was a forbidden area called the West Underworld Ocean. Not long ago, the West Nether Ocean had become the most eye-catching region in the entire heaven realm. That was because someone had opened the ancient road to heaven in the mortal realm, and the exit of the ancient road to heaven in the heaven realm was the West Nether Ocean. Thus, if the living beings of the human realm wanted to enter the heaven realm, they would have to face the West Underworld Ocean. Even the son of the king of the demon lords of the heaven realm failed in his attempt to conquer the West Underworld Ocean. One could imagine how terrifying the West Underworld Ocean was. Inside the West Underworld Ocean, there were extremely powerful, undying living beings. Just when the forbidden land of the northern snowy region was collapsing, a strange fluctuation came from the depths of the Western Underworld Sea in the extreme west region. The ancient road to heaven that had been silent for a long time emitted a powerful aura of the divine path. It seemed that a divine-level existence had set foot on this ancient road and wanted to enter the heaven realm. However, there was still the West Underworld Ocean between the ancient road to heaven and the heaven realm. If one wanted to enter the heaven realm, he would have to face the West Underworld Ocean. However, at this time, the human realm had already spread the news that the exit of the ancient road to heaven was in a heaven and earth forbidden area. This could explain why even a saint-level expert would die on the ancient road. The heaven realm's forbidden area was too terrifying. 9 out of 10 people who entered the forbidden area would die inside. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from the depths of the West Underworld Ocean. The source of the sound was from the ancient road to heaven. A powerful Saint Chi surged out from the ancient road to heaven, as if a saint-level expert was going to cross the boundary and come here. Most of the existences who stepped on the ancient road to heaven would die on the way. Of course, there were exceptions. Saint-level existences were extremely powerful. They could also walk the ancient road to heaven. However, although those saint-level existences could walk from the human realm to the heaven realm, of course, it was not the real heaven realm. The existence of the Western Dark Ocean caused those powerful existences from the mortal world who wanted to enter the heaven realm to have no choice but to stop. The experts of the mortal world did not want to take the risk because even the ancient saints had fallen on the ancient road to heaven, let alone the others. When Gu Fei received the news and rushed towards the West Underworld Ocean, the entire West Underworld Ocean was no longer peaceful. The sky was covered with thick black clouds. From time to time, there would be mournful demonic howls resounding in the void. Boom! An extremely powerful aura surged out from the ancient road to heaven. Heavy footsteps resounded, and a figure walked out from the ancient road to heaven. It was a white-haired old man with 9 runes coiling around him. A supreme aura of the divine radiated from the white-haired old man. Very quickly, on the platform in front of the ancient road to heaven, streaks of blood-red light rushed out. Illusory figures stood up from the ground, emitting ominous sounds. The old man seemed to know what was going to happen. He took out a mirror from his body and shone it at the blood shadows. Under the light of the mirror, the bloody shadows dissipated and turned back into a bloody mist. The mirror in the old man's hand displayed great power. After the old man broke the ominous barrier on the platform in front of the ancient road to heaven, he wanted to enter the heaven realm. However, a terrifying roar was heard from the west dark sea the moment the old man charged out from the platform. A terrifying figure stood up from the west underworld ocean and slapped the old man. The powerful force raised a gust of wind. It was a humanoid creature, but it was unusually tall. The creature was 10 jong tall, like a small mountain. When it walked, the ground trembled. "Giant!" the old man exclaimed. The giant's slap did not hit the old man. The old man dodged it. Then the old man used the transcendence of heaven and earth technique, and his entire body became incomparably tall. When Gu Fei arrived at the West Underworld Ocean, he happened to see a forbidden area creature fighting with an old saint. The battle was extremely intense. The cultivation and strength of the two great experts were similar, so it was not an easy task to determine the victor. In the end, the old saint directly grabbed the lower leg of the Forbidden Land creature and swung it around. With a bang, he ruthlessly smashed it into the netherworld sea below. It was like a mountain falling from the sky into the sea. The endless seawater directly drowned the Forbidden Area creature. Although the Forbidden Area creature was strong, it was not invincible. The old saint directly attacked from the sky. With a wave of his hand, rays of divine light pierced through the void and directly hit the Forbidden Area creature. Roar. The Forbidden Area creature roared. This level of attack was not enough to take the life of the Forbidden Area creature. In order to kill such an existence, special methods were needed. The terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions. The water of the entire West Underworld Sea was vast and mighty, forming terrifying waves that swept out in all directions. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. A terrifying figure stood up from the West Underworld Ocean and slapped the old man. The powerful force raised a gust of wind. It was a humanoid creature, but it was unusually tall. This creature was 10 jong tall, like a small mountain. When it walked, the ground trembled. "Giant!" the old man cried out in alarm. The giant's slap didn't hit the old man. The old man dodged it. Then, the old man used the transcendence of heaven and earth technique. His whole body became incomparably tall. When Gu Fei arrived at the West Underworld Ocean, he just happened to see a Forbidden Area creature fighting with an old saint. The battle was extremely intense. The cultivation and strength of the two great experts were similar, so it was not an easy task to determine the victor. In the end, the old saint directly grabbed the Forbidden Area creature's calf. Then he swung it. Boom! He fiercely smashed it into the West Underworld Ocean below. Like a mountain falling from the sky into the sea, the endless seawater directly drowned the Forbidden Area creature. Although the Forbidden Area creature was very strong, it was not invincible. The old saint directly attacked from the sky. With a wave of his hand, rays of divine light pierced through the void and directly hit the Forbidden Area creature. Roar. The Forbidden Area creature roared. This level of attack was not enough to take the Forbidden Area creature's life. In order to kill such an existence, special methods were needed. The terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions. The water of the entire West Underworld Sea was vast and mighty, forming terrifying waves that swept out in all directions. Rumble,